Hello free CodeCamp viewers, this is Sagar Bansal. Once again I'm back with a new course which is called License to Pen Test, the Beginner's Edition. Now if you are in the industry, you might already be aware that License to Pen Test is one of my premium live programs. But this May 2nd we did something amazing. We took the live classes, we took all of the recordings and we compiled a list of the best recordings which were made for beginners, and that's how the beginner edition was born. Now in the whole course you will find students asking various questions, but I think we did not cut that out in editing because see, those questions were kind of important. They were very interesting, and it's very interesting to see how I have answered those questions, and a lot of you guys will have the same doubts, so I will let the recordings as it is without any editing. And let's get started with this course. Just make sure that you check the description, because if there is any update for the course, I will put that in the description. And don't forget, this course has its custom labs, the labs which my team created when we were giving the classes. All of those labs, you can download them from the description. So just check that right now before proceeding. So let's get started. I will not take more than a minute to introduce myself. I am one of the 47 board members of EC Council Advisory Board for Ethical Hacking, IMEA. I am the youngest CCSO as well as LPT Master Credential Holder. I have authored more than 25 renowned programs including CISSP Masterclass, CCSP Masterclass, CISO Unleashed, and so on. This course is intended for people who want to get into the industry. People who already have seen the YouTube, they have gone through every video they can find on YouTube, but that's not helping them to get through the industry. Those videos, they are good, no doubt they are good, but at the end they don't teach you how industry really works. So this course is intended to teach you those concepts which are missing on YouTube. And again, since this is a premium program, you will notice the quality difference within the first lecture itself. So I hope you are super pumped up just like me, but here's the problem. My lawyer says that we need to give a legal disclaimer because this course has some really cool shit. Here's the disclaimer. Free CodeCamp, Sagar Bansal group of companies, our partners and affiliates. YouTube, its partners and affiliates are not responsible for any of the actions you take after completing this course or watching this video. Any numbers claimed within this video are for reference purposes only. Any trademarks used in this video are the intellectual property of their respective owners. All the students appearing in this video through camera or voice have provided their consent to the author, which is basically me, and the video contains professional penetration testing knowledge and everything has been done in a controlled simulated environment. So again, I will stress this point. Everything we do is in a simulated environment. You want to get the same environment? Cool. Just go and check the description. I will put the links there. You can download every single machine we use from there. Let's get started.
So there is a pen tester machine, which is a Kali Linux. The thing is that this Kali Linux has got the VirtualBox, this Kali Linux has got VirtualBox add-ons installed. So you can drag and drop things from your host operating system to this. You can copy and paste things. So that's why I'm sharing this here. If you got your own, that's fine. There is a beta server. So our website is hackerinthehouse.com for this course, basically. We just made a whole website for that. And there is a subdomain beta.hackerinthehouse.com. That's our first target. Then we got something called media.hackerinthehouse.com. That's our second target. We got more targets like hr.hackerinthehouse.com. There are some internal user machines like a Windows machine, which we're going to hack. So there is a whole entire, enterprise level architecture. All right. Any doubts on that point? Like if you don't understand what a subdomain is or something, I guess you all understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me quickly open a Paint and explain you how this works. For example, this is our company. Okay. Now in this company, there are of course a lot of there will be a lot of there will be a lot of departments or actually sections. We call them zones. Okay, so let's say this is zone 1, this is zone 2, this is zone 3. Let's keep it to zone 3. We will add more zones later in the course as well. So these zones, what exactly these are? Right? So this is DMZ. Okay. Yeah, there you go. This is DMZ. Let's say this is internal. Okay. So this is your internal zone. And let's say this is Let's say this is management. All right. All right. So we got a company which has been divided into multiple zones, and that's how any enterprise system works. Okay. So you are a hacker who is, let's say, right over here. Let's say this is your computer, and I don't know why things are not working quite good, but anyways, yeah. So let's say you got an IP address or whatever. Let's say 10.2.1.10, whatever IP you got, that is your personal IP in your computer. That is your IP address. Now, let's say this company has got some IP address. Let's say there is some IP address. We don't know what that IP is. So they will give you a VPN connection. Normally, that is how you pen test. They always give you a VPN connection so that you can be in their network zones. Okay, that is one of the ways. They will give you a VPN using which you will get an IP address, let's say 10.0.10.9. Okay, let's say you will get this address, and this DMZ has that same address. Okay, the same range. Let's say 10.0.10.0/24. So any kind of IP in that specific range. So that is what they're going to give you, so that your machine is going to get into the same zone. That is how it works. You need to be in the same IP address zone to even communicate with the machine. If you're not in the same zone, you cannot communicate. Is that making sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
Now, there are two kinds of IPs. There's a public IP and a private IP. So when you say an IP like, when you say an IP like 192, or if an IP is like 172, or an IP is like 10, okay, these are private IPs. These are not connected to internet. They do not, there is no matter if they're connected or not connected. These are private IPs. So normally what happens when you connect to the internet? There is internet, there is router, and then with that router, there are a lot of computers connected. Now, in between, there can be switches, hubs, etc., etc. But there is internet, there is router. With that router, machines are connected. That router has a public IP. Only that router has a public IP, and that router will give a private IP to all the machines. So you got a Wi-Fi hotspot in your home or whatever. That hotspot, that Wi-Fi, that has a public IP, and that is going to assign every one of your computer, phones, whatever is connected to that, a private IP. Okay, that is how it works. So if I show you, this is the command prompt, and if I just say ipconfig, you can see that I have a router which has a Wi-Fi address, which has a IP address, internal IP of 192.168.0.1. That is the router's internal IP. And this router is giving my computer an IP address of 192.168.0.112. And similarly, my phone is having an IP address of 192.168.0.230 something. Okay, that is how it works. So this is the range 192.168.0 dot something. Okay, that is the range. This is the last octave, which is the IP address, specific IP for this, and this complete is the IP of the computer. That is how IPs work. And the private and the public IP, if I go ahead and go on Google and let's say what is my IP. Now this 45.125.62.15, this is my public IP. Now, this IP is not for my computer. This is for my router. That router is having the IP. Every device connected with that router will have the same IP. Okay, that is how public and private works. So in this diagram, when you say a DMZ, when you say this DMZ, normally a DMZ is a demilitarized zone. A DMZ is an area where a company will put those application servers, websites, which are on a public IP as well as on a private IP. So you got a website, as a company, you got a website, you need a web server, you will put that web server in a DMZ area. That DMZ area is publicly connectable. That DMZ area is the only area which will have IP addresses which are public. Is that making sense? Are you getting it? So if I just go ahead and say,
Perfect sense.
Yep, if I just go ahead and say sagarbansal.com, this IP address 104.224.121.220, this specific IP address is a public IP. This IP address is the IP of my server, which is running sagarbansal.com. And that is in the DMZ area. And all the other computers we have in our company, so for staff and all, they are of course in an internal area, a restricted area, which is not publicly available. Yeah, there will be some other servers or some firewalls, at least some firewalls, which will be blocking public access. So people cannot connect with those computers normally directly. Okay, but in a DMZ, anyone can go ahead and connect with the machine, because this is public IP, and everyone knows this IP. Just by doing a ping, you can find it, and everyone can connect with this IP, because that's the purpose. I mean, if no one can connect with a website, what's the purpose of a website? That's why it is publicly routable. So normally what we do is, let's say there is a machine in the management area, or let's make it simple. Let's say there is a machine here in internal area. So, and there is a server, web server in this DMZ, and let's say we want to attack this machine in the internal. We cannot directly do it because our IP ranges are different. So what we can do, we can hack this DMZ machine and be in that range, then use that range as a pivot. We call that as a pivot. Okay, use that machine as a pivot, and then hack into the internal network. So that is how we do. We hack a server, we use its IP address, route the network from that to another machine. So we can do multiple ranges by doing that kind of work. Any doubts there? I know that was a little confusing, that pivot stuff, but when we will do practical, it will come to life. But still, any doubt in the concept?
Okay.
That's fine. That's clear.
Yeah, so far so good.
Right, so that is how any enterprise network works. That's how we pen test. Now let's talk about the project itself. You got these machines. We are assuming that this beta.hacker in the house is in the DMZ area. This is a web server. Okay, this media.hacker in the house is in a production zone. So there is a DMZ zone, there is a production zone, there is an internal zone, there is a management zone. There are 4 zones. So this is in the what do you say, beta.hacker in the house. This one is in the DMZ, and this one is in the production zone. Now let me show you my configurations here. So you can see I got some more machines. Ignore them. There is a pen tester machine. There is a beta machine. This beta machine is in the DMZ. And then there is a media machine. This media machine is in the production zone. Now, what these zones are, if we go to preferences and network, yep, there's the network. You can see we have created 3 zones, and I like to give them the name as a range. So range 100, 148, 155. These are 3 ranges at the moment. If I open them, you can see the IP address in this range are 10.0.100.0/24, which means any IP will start from 10.0.100. Okay. Similarly, in the second range, 10.0.148. Similarly, in the third range, 10.0.115. That is how the IPs are going to start. I'm
sorry, Sagar, can you just backtrack that just one more time for me, please?
Right. If I go to File, Preferences, and then Network, we have created 3 networks, 3 subnets basically. The first one is range 100. If I open that, you can see that the name which I have given is range 100. The network CIDR is 10.0.100.0/24, which basically means any machine in this zone will have a IP address of 10.0.100. Something. So just to give you an example, let me power this machine on, and then you can see. If I power this machine on.
Just one quick question. So
Yes.
are all these ranges accessible for all the virtual machines, or is it just for the beta?
So any machine which is in that specific range is going to be, in that network.
Oh, what I meant is the VirtualBox has all those ranges.
No, you need to create one. I'll show you how to create one. You need to create them.
Got it. I think what he's saying, Raphael, is you can give it an adapter that belongs to any of those zones.
So that is going to create
it's flexible.
an adapter. Right. It's
all right,
flexible.
so it's a hypervisor. Got it.
All right. So I have made this machine. This is machine number 001, and you can see the IP address there. The IP address in the 4th line, it is 10.0.100.10, right? That is the IP, because this machine is in that range, in the range of 100. Also, this machine is having 2 network cards. The second one is 10.0.148.111, which is, it is also in the range of 148. If I show you this machine, media machine, almost done. Now this machine is in the range of 148, plus this is having a third subnet, which is 115. Okay, 115. I think we got a mistake here. It needs to be 155. Anyways, I'll fix it. I'll fix it later. But 115. Okay. So here you go. These are two machines, and you can see. So 10.0.100.10, 10.0.148, and 10.0.115. These are the three subnets we got in this whole enterprise at the moment. Now, how to create them? You go to File, you go to Preferences, you go to Network, and you click on this plus button, and it will make a NAT network. You double click here. You can give it any name. So let me give range 115, which I think I forgot to create. And here you can give a CIDR. I just like to change this to whatever I want. So 10.0. something, let's say 115.0/24. That is going to be our CIDR. And you can enable the DHCP. That's really fine. This will help to get automatic IPs. That's not going to hurt. You can just keep that. Support IPv6 really doesn't matter. If you want to have IPv6 testing, you can keep that. I won't suggest you at this level. Just go ahead and click on OK. And now you got another range 115. Okay. And how to assign this? Let me turn off the machine first of all.
Hearing a whistling noise. Anybody else hearing it?
Yeah, I'm hearing it too.
I'm trying to figure out how
I'm
to
not
make it
hearing
stop.
anyhow. What's wrong then?
It's outside.
What it is that you can hear? I mean, I still don't understand.
I don't think it's from you. It's from over here.
Okay, cool. Right, so if I go to settings of this machine, and if I go to network, then you can see we have a NAT network adapter. And in NAT network, you can choose all these different ranges which we have created. Okay, is that making sense now?
Yes.
Yes, it
Right,
does.
so here we got this 115. All right, cool. So now this machine is in 148 and 115. This machine is in 100 and 148. So that is how the enterprise is going on at the moment. All right. So our pen tester machine, that is in the bridge adapter, which basically means it's connected to your router, not the company's network. It's in your network, your router. Plus adapter 2 is on range 100. Now, why range 100? We assume that range 100 is a public range. It is a DMZ area, okay? That is what we are assuming. Or second case, let us assume range 100 is a VPN connection. So the company has given you a VPN connection. You are also in the same range of that DMZ area. Okay, that is what you have to assume. You need to be in the range of at least first machine which you want to have. Other ranges, they don't matter. You can always pivot. So you can use the range of the machine itself, you can pivot, but the first needs to be in the same range. So that's why we need an adapter. We are only having 100, there is no other adapter here. Yeah, we only have 100, but we will be able to hack into 148, 115, 155, all of them. But at the moment, we are only in 100. So two adapters, one is bridged, which is directly connected to my Wi-Fi to get me internet. Another one is a NAT network in range 100. Again, that is how the architecture is going to look like. That is how it works. Any questions there?
Nope.
All right, let's get started then. You can always, follow up later with the recording, of course. There is no point to follow up right now because that doesn't make any sense. So we are going to practice today on the first machine, which is 001 beta server. Beta server is a website, and we're gonna try to hack it and practice it. So this is the Kali Linux. There are 2 accounts on each machine. Yes.
Cigar, we haven't. I think you instructed me not to have these installed, so we didn't install them. We just downloaded them.
Right, I'm just saying that you should be doing that after the lecture, because if you start doing that,
okay,
it will
got
take a
you.
lot of time, and that's going to waste a lot of time of everyone, isn't it?
Got it. Makes sense.
Yeah,
Sorry, go
because
ahead.
I'll be giving the recording, of course.
Okay, makes sense.
And if
Thanks.
there is some doubt, we can always discuss tomorrow in tomorrow's class, or after the class. I'm free. I mean, I'm really free. You guys can call me anytime.
No, makes sense, man. Makes sense. Continue,
Yeah.
please.
So there are two accounts. The first, the non-root account is Kali Kali. The root account is root and license to pen test as the password. So password is license to pen test, account is root. I'm just logging in as Kali. All right, that doesn't work. Yep, here you go. So that is Kali. I'll go full screen. We don't need the browser. Yep. So this is our Kali Linux, and I'm going to show you the IP address here. Oops. I have config, and that doesn't work because we are not root. So I'll become root. License to pen test. I have config. Excuse me, what? I have config. What's going on? Why IF config is not working? Okay, give me 1 second. Yep, now it works. Okay. So you can see we got an IP address 192.168.0.109, which is coming from my router. This has nothing to do with the hacker in the house company. This is my local IP. We also have another IP, which is 10.0.100.9, which is the IP address that is same in the same range of the DMZ area, the DMZ machine. The beta.hacker in the house machine is also in the same network. So that is how this is working at the moment. Now, let us get started with hacking it. First step is always footprinting, information gathering, blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows that. There are two kind of, we call that reconnaissance, by the way. There are two kind of reconnaissance. There is a passive and there is active. Now, what happens in passive is that you directly do not interact with the target. So, just to give you an example very quick, and I'll not take a lot of time here. Just as an example, you may go ahead and, you may go ahead and go on something like BuiltWith. Okay, and you may go ahead and go over there, and maybe you can just go ahead and put a IP address, a URL, and go ahead and try to find something. When you are doing that, so for example, hackerinthehouse.com. Now, when you do that, you are interacting with the target. Okay, BuiltWith is a tool, but you are interacting with the target. You use the tool, you used it to interact with the target. This is an active reconnaissance part. You are actively interacting with the target. But if you just go on Google, and you know that Google is a search engine, it has crawled the things itself, and now here you go ahead and type hacker in the house. And now whatever you get here, so we got a series, by the way, whatever you get here, this is passive information. You did not interact with the target itself. If you're using a tool, you're talking to the target, you're scanning it, you're asking it questions, that is direct interaction, that is active reconnaissance. If you are using a search engine, a database, whatever, that already has the information, you're just trying to retrieve that information, publicly available information. That is the passive reconnaissance. Let us assume we will ignore the passive information part here in this whole topic, because normally when you're working professionally with companies, they will provide you a scope of work. You'll get a scope of work. That scope of work, work statement, that will have a lot of information about the tasks. Those tasks are what you have to do, and you normally don't need to do passive information gathering. But if you are interested, I got a video on that. I'll send you all how to do passive information. But let's be creative. Let's start with active part, which is actually the main thing which we are gonna do. So let us assume our mission is to hack a website or a web server, which is beta.hacker in the house. That's our mission. How do we do that? Very first thing, always get the technology profile of the target. So we got beta dot, let me become root first, sudo, yep, root. let's go ahead and say beta.hackerinthehouse.com. That's the website. That is our target. First thing, always get the technology profile. And there's a very cool tool called WhatWeb. You use WhatWeb, you get the technology profile of the website. Okay, it will come up with all the information. Here you go. Now the information you have here is it is running Apache web server. It is having HTML5. It is running Ubuntu Linux. Apache version is this. IP address is this. It is having jQuery with the version of this. It is running WordPress with this version. It is running PHP with this version. I don't see any other information there. Yep, PHP 5.5.9, that's all. This is the technology profile of the website. And just by this, you know that there are two options. There is WordPress and PHP, and Apache, which can be your target. So three options. You got WordPress, you got PHP, you got Apache. Easiest one, let's say, is WordPress. Why? This comes with experience, but WordPress, if you, any one of you know what is WordPress, by the way?
My website is WordPress. Thanks for telling me.
Right. So WordPress, WordPress is a content management system, CMS. Okay. WordPress is used to create websites, to manage content. Basically, it's a platform which we use to manage the websites or any kind of data. It's a CMS. And there are two kind of websites or web apps. There are always a CMS websites, or there are custom coded websites. And there is a 70% chance that your target will be a CMS. Popular CMS are WordPress, Joomla, Drupal, OpenCMS. These are some popular ones. Every one of those CMS has got a tool, specific tool dedicated to them. WordPress has a tool called WP Scan. Joomla has a tool called Joom Scan. Drupal has a tool called Droop Scan. Okay. Every tool has got a scanning tool. Every CMS has got a scanning tool. In case this is a custom coded website, you got other tools like Aquanetics, okay, or you got Nessus, you got Qualys. So there are, very expensive tools, but they are general tools which you can use on any kind of thing. You can use them on CMS, or you can use them on custom coded site. But for CMS, you got specific tools as well. One of them is WP Scan, which is for WordPress. For PHP, you follow the normal network pen testing or a normal process. What is that process? You have a version number. So you got a version number, go on Google, research about this version, try to find a vulnerability. If you find a vulnerability in your research, then find an exploit. If you find an exploit, try it. If that exploit works, congratulations. If that exploit doesn't work, try to find another one, do the research again. If you don't find anything, in your report mention that I did this, I did that, I did this. Your target is, your system is secure. It cannot be hacked. Just mention it. That's what a report is. A report doesn't mean that you have to hack it. A report is, you just have to do a pen test and tell us that it is safe or not. And if it is safe, then mention it is safe. But show your due diligence. Show that you have done the work. Show that proper screenshots that you have tried this, that, this, and still this is not hackable. That's why I'm saying it is safe. You have to justify that. For the moment, let's ignore this and this, Apache and PHP, because their process is a little different. We are right now focusing on hacking CMS. Okay, so the whole class is all about hacking a CMS. Now, when you have, this is the information gathering phase. We got the information. This is running this. Oops. Let me cancel that. Yep. We got the information. This is running WordPress. This is running a Ubuntu, PHP, Apache. Now let's select that we are going to test the CMS. We are going to test the WordPress. What next? Go on Google, find a tool. So you can go on Google and find a tool. And I mean, it's very simple. You need to learn how to Google, because even if you talk about the LPT exam, or if you talk about the real life, you need to learn how to use Google. So just say how to test WordPress, or how to pen test WordPress. That's a better option, right? How to pen test WordPress. You got a lot of videos. You can watch any of them, but they will of course mention that WP Scan tool is there in this post. I'm quite sure. Here you go. The first tool is WP Scan. They have given you all the syntax, and you can follow this. Now I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's clear the screen. Let's use WP Scan -help. And always before using before using anything, make sure you learn how to use help. WP scan-h, and this is the help menu. So the usage, always read the usage, which says WP scan space options. Now, what are the options? The first option is URL, then just come down, very down. There are some options to brute force, and here throttling. So you wanna, because on a real internet server, there will be firewalls which will block you. So you may want to throttle the speed of your attack or any kind of scan. A detection mode, if there is a firewall or something, or passive or whatever, you can handle that. The main thing I want to show you is enumerate. So -E, that is what I'm finding, enumerate. So you can enumerate a lot of information. Enumerate means you will ask some questions, or you will try to gather some data from the target. Now, what kind of data we can gather? We can find the vulnerable plugins or all plugins. Now, what is plugin? Plugin is the softwares which we install on WordPress. WordPress is like your Windows. You got Windows 10, that is like your WordPress. Now you install a lot of software on that to make it usable. That is the plugin. That is how WordPress works for websites. So popular plugins, vulnerable themes, so you can give themes to it to style it. Then all themes, all right, popular themes, some other things like configuration, backup, etc. User IDs, so you can find users, so real usernames, that is what you can find. And media files, that is what you can find. These are all the things you can find, okay? So let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and say, we will find -E and vulnerable themes and vulnerable plugins, okay? Vulnerable plugins, vulnerable themes, VP, VT. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. WP scan --URL, because it was written there, beta.hackerinthehouse.com. Let me correct that. -E. Now, what we are going to enumerate: vulnerable themes and vulnerable plugins. WP, WT, WP. Press enter. Let's wait for the magic to happen. And it's going to start giving us a lot of information. It has finished. Let's go ahead and start from the scratch. Information number 1, interesting finding. This website is running this. We actually already know that this is running Apache and PHP due to WhatWeb, but it is giving you the information. Information number 2, direct access found, which is XMLRPC. Now, XMLRPC is an interface which can be used to talk to the website, using command line. Okay, that is a interface, or using web queries. So you don't need to go ahead and log into the website, give your password, blah blah blah, and then go to the dashboard and click there and write the code. You don't have to do that. You can just use XMLRPC interface to directly communicate with the website over the command line or whatever. Now, this is going to help us to brute force the website. You can brute force, or this is going to help you to give commands to the website, but you need the proper password, of course. So it's one of the important things. If there is XMLRPC, it's going to help you. It's not a vulnerability, but it's going to help you. A README file is present, so README will have different information like the version information, etc. But it will automatically give the version information, so we don't really need that. It's also saying that upload directory has listing enabled, which is quite not good. So if I open this, open link, you can see we got all the uploads. So you can basically check the uploads file here, 2020, let's say 03, we don't have anything, 02, we don't have anything, 01, yep. We got some images there. If I open this, we got a photograph there. Uploads directory is open, so website data can be easily seen from the upload directory. And this is not very good practice. This is a vulnerability. We call it a information disclosure. In case this was a sensitive data, and I will say this is a sensitive data because you may be uploading some private data here, and that is available. So you have to see what kind of data is there. If you find some sensitive data, you will say this vulnerability in high, you will give it a risk rating of high, okay? A risk rating of high and saying sensitive data disclosure. That is your vulnerability title. The risk rating is high. In this case, this is not high. You can see there is just two logos, two logo files. I don't see anything else here. There are two logo files in 2019 as well. I just see some images, by the way. Like there is nothing else. These are simple images, right? So this is not sensitive data for me. So here I can keep it into low or medium. Okay, I can say directory listing enabled, or I can say information disclosure. Okay, this is what I can give the title, not sensitive information, but just saying information disclosure, because this is not that sensitive, and you can give it a risk rating of low or medium. So it depends what kind of data you get, but low or medium. In case you get some sensitive data like files, which, for example, many people will sell paid courses, okay, paid videos or paid files, PDFs, etc., books. They will keep them in the uploads folder of the WordPress, and that folder is public. So as a hacker, I can just go ahead, open the upload folder, download the content from there, and never pay them anything. I don't have to purchase it, because I can open that and get from the uploads folder. So at that point, because it is harming the business, it becomes sensitive data, and then it is in the critical or high. And that is how you adjust the risk rating of this. Any doubts there?
No, makes sense.
All right. Cool.
Did you download my video, Cigar?
Which one?
Did you go on my website and download my videos?
No.
I'm kidding.
No, they were on Vimeo. They were not on WordPress. I tried downloading that actually.
Oh, you did? Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Let me know. Let me know what you got out of it.
They were on Vimeo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Right. Next thing, directory listing, we got a vulnerability there. Another one, WP cron. Really, I mean, this WP cron, what exactly it is, basically it's a cron job. So you can actually read these what do you say? You can read these issues, and I'm quite not sure what this is, because see, every website will have a different finding, and you cannot remember all of them. You just need to go ahead and read the references to know what exactly this is. And I think this is a cron job something. So possibly you can read it and you can find what it is. But this is not a vulnerability. This is just the information. Because if it is a vulnerability, it will be a minus sign here in the red color. This is a plus. This is just the information. So you can read about it. It may be something you can use later. Okay. WordPress version 5.1.4, we got one thing there, and this is, according to this website, this is the latest release of this. So this is a safe version. If this was vulnerable, it will show here itself that this version is vulnerable. You can attack it. There is a possible exploit on the internet, but it is not. Theme is Hestia, version is this. Again, if the theme was vulnerable, it will show you here. It will tell you that this is vulnerable. You should go ahead and do something else. And similar thing for everything. It found some URLs there. That's fine. It may find some plugins. It will tell you that the plugin is vulnerable. Now that is what we got. We did not got any vulnerable. And we did not got any vulnerable plugin. No plugin found. We did not got any vulnerable theme. No themes found. Basically, this website is safe. Okay, this website is safe. That is the conclusion. Still, we are going to hack it. I'll show you how to do that. But the conclusion is this website is safe. Just to show you another website, and I'm not sure if I can scan my website, but let me try to do that. I have some plugins which are not updated from last 2 days. So let me just check that. I'm not sure if we can scan my website, but anyways. Okay, let's wait. And this is the difference. This is a real website on the real internet. It's taking a lot of time. That was a virtual machine that became like 1 second work, right? This is a real website. It's taking time, and it will take time. See, it's taking so much long to find the vulnerable themes and plugins. No plugins found vulnerability, that's fine. But anyways, let's see. Almost done. There you go. So in my website also, it is completely safe, and I was not expecting this, but I think I have fixed it. Yesterday, there were 2 plugins which are outdated, so that's fine. Maybe they are not vulnerable, they are just outdated. You can see, in my case, you can see there are some other things. There is no XML RPC. Yeah, you cannot see there is any XML RPC finding. Further, you might see that there is an interesting entry which says Cloudflare. What is Cloudflare? Cloudflare is a CDN, a content delivery network. It helps you to speed up the website. It's just a service which helps you to increase the speed. There are must-use plugins. So the most popular plugins, that kind of thing. There are must-use plugins which I'm using. There is the theme called OceanWP. In the previous one, there was a theme called Hestia. In my case, it is the OceanWP. And nothing else. It cannot find anything else. That's maybe because of my firewall or something. At least I'm using a lot of plugins, like 50, 60 of them, but it cannot identify them due to firewall some reason. But the bottom line is, if there is a vulnerability, there is a great chance it will show you here. I mean, not every website will have a firewall. Like at least I would say 50% of the websites don't have a firewall. Because the WordPress websites, because people don't even know how to use a firewall. Okay, they don't know. Even in the enterprise networks, if they do have a firewall, they will not be well configured, and I have seen that every time. And that's what we are testing. I mean, if it is well configured, that's fine. It is safe. If it is not well configured, that's what we need to test. So that's the result. Now coming back to the previous scan. Which was this one. So in this case, we found that there is no vulnerable plugin, there is no vulnerable theme, which basically means the website is safe. Okay, that's one of the point of views. The last thing before leaving a website or a target is brute forcing. Okay, today we are talking all about brute forcing, by the way. We're talking about how to brute force a CMS. That is the whole lecture. We have a CMS, we will brute force it. What is brute forcing, anyone?
It's a password crack using any possible combination of letters, words, and special characters.
All right, and what is a dictionary attack?
Same thing, except this time you're only using dictionary words, uppercase, lowercase.
Right, so what do you think is a better option in case of a website? Should we be like using brute forcing or a dictionary?
Definitely brute force. Sorry, go ahead, Raphael.
Okay.
Raphael, you want to say something? Raphael?
Oh yeah, I was thinking it was dictionary.
A better word?
No, brute forcing. It take longer, but brute force, chances are I have more options, right?
Okay, all right. So
Well,
let me
a
explain
trick
that.
question.
Let me explain that. How this works. Definitely, brute forcing has got 100% chance, basically, because in brute forcing, you're trying every single password, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then A to Z, then combinations, special characters. You're trying every single password in this world. The problem is time. In a pen test, you got like, how much? Like the maximum length of pen test which I have done in my life was 2 months, okay, 60 days. You cannot brute force a website with a password of 20 characters. That's what enterprise is going to use, like 12, 20, 15, those kind of things, long passwords. You cannot brute force those passwords within a 2 months time. It can take 2 years. And in 2 years, someone will change it. There is a policy of changing the password every 15 days in the companies. So when you have a offline cracking, so there are two kind of cracking. You got a hash or something, and you're trying to crack that offline. You got a password which is encrypted, and then you're trying to crack that offline. You use brute force. When you're doing it over the web, you always try to think about the time limits. Okay. And it is practically not possible to break a 15-character password within a year, actually. Okay, that is what you have to think. And you will, of course, get blocked. So someone will block you because you're trying millions of requests. Someone will notice you. That is the time when we use a dictionary, because in a dictionary, we are using low amount of words. Of course, brute force is 100% success. That will, of course, break the password. That's not a doubt, regardless of the time. But when we say there is a time, we have to manage the risk. There is a risk that we will not find the password in the dictionary, and there is a risk that someone will change the password due to the time limit in the brute force. Okay, dictionary, we will not get the password. Brute force, someone will change the password. Those are the two things you have to evaluate. Which one do you care about? in a LPT exam or in a normal 3-4 days or a week pen test, of course brute forcing is not at all an option. LPT is like 6 hours. You got only 6 hours to hack this machine, this kind of machine. Of course you cannot go ahead and do brute forcing, so we go to the dictionary attack. Does that make sense now?
Yep, makes perfect sense.
Right. So what do you say, if we go ahead and search WP-H, the syntax is quite similar. You can find how to brute force, and the syntax, the one which I see right now is password, username. So you can give a password attack list. Sorry, you can give a password list, and you can give a users list. Okay, so -P for single password or a list, -U for a single username or a list. That is how it works. You can do a brute force. So there are the options here: maximum passwords, blah blah blah. There must be an option for brute forcing as well. So you can do that. That's another day work. Today, let's talk about how to do a dictionary attack. We got -P, -U. Two options. Remember them: -U, capital, -P. The problem is we don't know the username. We don't know the password. Let's go ahead and try to find the username. And username is very easy. -EU. Enumerate the username, and it is very successful. It will come up with a username. Here you go. Users identified. There are 2 users. First is admin, second is developer. Let me show this on another terminal on my website. I'm quite sure it will find it there as well. So let's see. wp-scan-URL Sagar Bansal. Let me do one thing. Let me instead try on another website of mine. Okay, I think this is not that secure. Let's see, -EU. I'm just trying my another website over here, and it seems you're not updated. Do you want to update? Oh, yeah, let's update it. Okay, and we got an error. We got an error. Why? Permission denied. Oh, we are not root. I do hope everyone know how to become root, right?
Yeah. Hey, what's the difference between sudo su and sudo su root? I usually type in sudo su.
Yes, so when you type sudo su, which is sudo switch user, it will by default switch you to the root. But for example, if you want to switch to another user like Paul, then you will use sudo su Paul. So if you specify username, it will switch you to that. If you don't, it will by default, it will switch you to root.
To root. Okay, got it.
Okay, very quickly, wp-scan-URL, my tutorial.rack.com-e-u. Disclaimer, I don't own this website. I'm the CISO of the company, so I can do whatever I want. It's a security test. You need to give that disclaimer. Tomorrow the company sues me. What happens? Okay. Right, so keep that in background, but let's say we got the usernames, admin and developer. Now, just being creative here, of course, developers are the people who do the mistake, isn't it? Developers are the people who will always use weak passwords. They will do mistakes in coding, etc., etc. So if you can, of course, try with both of them. Just for the example, just telling you as a practical life scenario, and if you have time, you can try both of them. But if you have only one to choose, you will always try to go with developer. Now, admin account is, of course, going to have more privileges, but there is a greater chance that you will get some access in developer. And once you have access, you can then maybe ask your client in a real life, you can ask your client that, listen, we had only 2 days, we were able to get access to developer. You give us 2 more days, we can try to get access to admin as well. You get some leverage there, right? If you try directly on a hard target, maybe you will not get anything. Client will think you don't know anything, you're not good. Your reputation gets damaged. So when you're doing a practical pen test, professional test, always try to first target the weak targets. And as an admin and developer, I will always choose a developer. So let's go ahead and choose developer as a username. We need passwords. Where are the passwords? Paul, you want to say something? Where are the passwords?
I'm sorry, what's the question? You said, what are the passwords?
Where are the passwords? Which passwords will we try? Where is the list?
Oh,
password. Oh, Etsy shadow.
Nobody. So see.
-P.
No. I'm asking about a password list because we need a password list.
Oh, like dark code? I usually
Yeah,
use
just
dark
like
code.
dark code, right? So one of them is dark code, one of them is rocku.txt. There are popular lists on internet. The problem with those lists is, if I show you, locate rocku, we got a list there, that is the list. So let me copy this list. I'm copying this to home, Kali, and Kali is the username, yep. Desktop, I just copied that there. Let me open it. Yep, here is the list. Let me extract it. Oh. All right, so I'm just going to extract it, tar-xf, rocku, home, Kali, desktop, and what it is, rocku. Yep. And it says it's failure due to errors, skipping that error. Okay, let's try with, okay, permissions problem. Yep, let's try it manually. I'll just drag and drop. There you go, we got the word list. Let me quickly move to that same folder, home, Kali, desktop, clear the screen.
A basic question, tar-xf, that command does what exactly?
To extract, X is extract, F, I forgot what is F. So you can check the syntax, but I was just trying to extract that file. I did not work due to some reason, not sure why.
Extracting is like unzipping, right?
Yeah. So I just did it manually right now. I just opened the zip here and I just got it out.
Got it, okay.
Okay, we got this file .txt. Let's see word count, wcro, rocku.txt. Let's enter. The problem is this, in these kind of word lists, there are how many? 14,344,392 passwords. 14 million passwords. To try 14 million passwords, let's say there is a throttle on the website, you can only try you can only try 5 passwords and then you have to wait for 5 minutes. Let's say that kind of thing is there. It's gonna take years. It's gonna take again years. So that's again the problem. You need to come up with a great word list. Now, these are good word lists, of course, you can use them, but when it's a professional test, and if there is a throttle, you always want to use a custom word list, okay? No doubt you can try it, but it's all about risk management. You need to check your risk for a pen testing purpose. Do you have that much time to do it or not? Normally, you will have that much time. You can use Rocku. So Rocku is a good list. The benefit of Rocku is they have put the passwords in a order. So the most common password is on the top, the least common password is on the bottom. So you are always trying best passwords first, and then you are moving to low complexity and low success passwords. So high success chances are in this starting. That's why Rocku can be a great way. I'm not going to use Rocku because I'm quite sure that will never work, because I have designed the machine at the end. I know that is not going to work, so it will waste our time. But I'm just going to show you how to create a custom list. Maybe in a LPT exam or in real life, whatever, you will get the list. So your client may tell you that we want you to try to brute force the password. This is a list of passwords. You can try this. This can be your scope of work. Okay. In LPT exam, they can tell you that use this list or that list. You can use their list. If you do not get success, then try Rocku. Rocku is your last attempt. You never do brute force in the LPT exam, but if you are having if you're failing with the list which they are providing as the client, if you are failing with that, try with Rocku as your last attempt. And you do it. You are you start the brute force and you keep it aside and do other work. You don't just sit on that and wait for it. You just do other work till it is brute forcing. So just to show you how to create a custom list, anyone? How to create custom lists?
Start a text file.
Okay, I'll come on that. Give me a minute. So here, by the way, in my tutorial rag, we got a username whose user is my capital T, capital R. So my tutorial rag is the username. That is how you can get usernames on a WordPress, by the way. -u. So -e space u, enumerate users. Now, yeah, what you were saying again, sorry?
If I were to create a custom list, I would create a basic text file, and I will try to recon and figure out what the target might possibly use so I can have a high probability of cracking it.
Right, that's
perhaps
absolutely correct.
birthdates and things like that.
You just create a text file and you try to recon the words, you know, related words, and then get them over there. Now tell me, you got like 2 hours, only 2 hours to crack a website. What is your best shot to get those recon thing done? How can you do that recon?
Social media, it's a big one, I think, if I know who my
That's
targets
correct,
are.
but let's say you don't know anything about company, there is no social media profile.
Could you try and build like a web scraper to kind of go through employees for the company, see their social media accounts, and then try and get a password that way?
Yeah, I mean, all of these are valid options, but I'm just saying, let us assume this is a beta website, right? This is a beta website. This is not public. Let's say the company is not even started. That is just a project, a you know, test project. You have to do it. Then what?
Top known default passwords.
Yeah, I mean, the top known are in the raw queue, so we will use that as the last resort. But before that, there is one thing which you can do. Let me tell that. You can go on the website and you can take, I mean, this is a beta website, but this is a website. You can go on that website and take the words from that website itself. I mean, instead of going on Google and trying to find, because Google will only get data when it is publicly available to everyone. But you got a website that is private to you. Now you can go on the website and find the words, isn't it?
So basically use words that the company uses.
On the website, yep. I mean, just you know, you can just, because we are targeting a developer account, just say we go to beta.hackerinthehouse.com, we get a website here, right? We got words, hacker, house, license. We got different words, you know, some complex words there. We got different words there. Phone number, you know, you have a phone number there. Address, maybe you got address there. You can use all of these words, isn't it?
You make a good point there. One of our clients uses our Wi-Fi password is part of it is the building number.
Yep. A lot of people will use phone numbers. A lot of people will use this kind of stuff. So that's your first shot, because I'm just saying you use this because how many words will be there on the website? Let's say we say that we will use a 12 to 20 characters stuff. How many words will be there? There will be like 10 words, 12 words, 20 words, 100 words, 100 passwords. How much time will it take to test them? So that's the first shot you should be, you know, taking, right? That's your first shot. Is that making sense?
Yep.
Right. Now you can do that. The problem is if you manually go ahead and test all the pages of the website, that's going to take a lot of time. There is something called Civil, C-E-W-L. Okay, C-E-W-L, which you can use. And you can say civil-help, and these are all the options. Now Civil will do the work for you. You can give minimum length and maximum length of words. You can tell it how much depth you want to go to Spider. So it will basically go to two levels. For example, beta.hackerinthehouse.com, that's the first level. beta.hackerinthehouse.com/uploads, that's the second level. So anything on that file or that page. That is how levels work. If there was level 3, then beta.hackerinthehouse.com/uploads/2020. So those slashes, different multiple nested pages, they are getting levels. So default is level 2 here. Let's just go ahead and use it just to show you. Clear the screen, CEWL-M. Let's keep the default depth level as 2 only. Minimum words, let's say 12. Maximum words, let's say 20. The length which we think the password can be. Of course, no company will use less than 12. There is a rare case someone will use more than 20. That's why 12, 20 is my best shot personally. Then just give the URL, beta.hackerinthehouse.com. Press enter. Here you go. You got these words. How many words are these? It's starting here. It's ending here. Yeah, just one line. You can always try this list. Maybe you will get a password there. You see, this kind of words, they can be passwords. These kind of words, they can be passwords. So just go ahead and try that. That's one of the best shots you can do. I'll just go ahead and create a file. Okay, I just created a file there. Let's save it. Okay. Now we just got 35 passwords. How much time it will take to try these passwords? 35 passwords won't take a lot of time. we can always try that. That's one of the ways I'm showing you. You know, you create a custom word list with the website words and you try it. It may work, it may not work, it really depends, but that's one of the ways. In the exam, always try this once. If you're breaking a password, just try this. Before this as well, you know, even before this, you try default passwords. Admin, capital A, admin, capital A, admin, you know, first letter uppercase. Admin password, user password. Just try 2-3 default combinations. If they don't work, try a custom list of password from the website. If that doesn't work, try RockU. That is the level you want to try it, right?
Quick question. So when you typed in the CEWL and then you go -M-1220 and then you put the URL, so it automatically searches that website and extracts the words?
Yes.
Okay, got you.
So we got a word list. Let's go ahead and attack it. WP scam -- URL beta.hackerinthehouse.com. Then let's use -U and let's, you know, U, let's use developer -P password list. Let's just give it a password list. Let's press enter. Now we are brute forcing it with the words which we found on the website. Here you go, words, all words tried. You see performing password attack on XMLRPC. We are using that XMLRPC, that's what I said. It's very fast. Against one user, trying developer, and this was the last password we tried. 35 out of 35, we did not got any password, no valid password found. In such a case, you should go ahead and switch back to something like RockU. Just try RockU over there. Right? That is how it normally works. We did not got passwords, we can try with RockU. Again, that's gonna take a lot of time. Is that making sense?
Yes.
All right.
Makes sense.
So what I can just do here, I can go ahead and try with RockU, and I can keep that pushing. And of course, that's gonna take forever. That's gonna take a lot of time. If I show you.
I have one question. I don't know if it's out of scope.
Right.
But just I know some people use known words, and even if we're using, we run CEWL, we pull out words there. I know people, you know, you have special characters and numbers. Is there any kind of software that kind of automates maybe adding numbers to the end?
Yes, I am about to come on that. That's called transmutation. Okay, that's called transmutation. We improve the list. That's one of the ways. So let us say we keep this RockU.txt running, okay, on a separate terminal. Yeah, we just keep it running there. Let's go ahead and keep that running there. On a separate terminal, we open another terminal and we can work on improving our list. So if it is a test which is all about, you know, if it is a test which is all about brute forcing, we will have to try everything, and then we can transmute. Now transmute, what transmute is, let's say there is a password Sagar, right? Now you can write Sagar, or you can write S@G@R, or you can write Sagar @123, all right? Or you can write capital SAGAR. Different versions of the same password, isn't it? That's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. Right.
This is called transmutation. There are different kind of transmutations. This kind of thing, when you use the words like A becomes @ or you capitalize things, this kind of words, this is called leet mutation. Okay, leet mutation, LEET. This is called leet mutation. There are different others as well. There are substitutions, additions. In additions, you are adding passwords like 123. You add @123 at the end. Now there are multiple tools for that. One of them is CUP. So CUPP, CUP, that can improve a list. One is Kane-Enable. Kane-Enable is the most famous tool in the whole history of pen testing. Kane-Enable can do it. There is a Python script called transmute.py. Okay, transmute.py. That is my personal favorite because it's like a one-page Python script, py script. You can keep it anywhere. It doesn't take a lot of time. It's like instant, and it gives me great results. So you can use transmute.py. How to get it? You can go on Google again, Firefox. Oh, sorry. There you go. We can search for transmute.py. Now, just to mention one thing, guys, in the LPT exam, you do not have internet access. So I'm sorry. You can use internet in your local machine, but not in the machine which they are going to give you. They will give you a virtual machine, a a Kali Linux machine, that is the virtual machine. You cannot use internet on that machine. You can use it in your machine to research. But let's say you download this in your machine, you cannot transfer that file because that machine is not having any internet. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes. You see, simple but effective word list. Just open it. And it works. Yep. And there is a file transmute.py, which is a very effective file. I can just go ahead and download the zip here. I'm just, this is now going out of scope of the LPT exam, but this is like practical stuff. You should be learning this. It's good stuff. Oh, cancel. There you go. Let's drag it out on desktop. You got it? No? No. Oh, what's going on? I'm trying to. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Yeah. This is what we need. So we got transmute.py Python file. Now we can go ahead and improve our list. This is still going on. Brute force over there. I'm just stopping it. We have already tried like 5,000 passwords. You can keep it running in a professional test, of course. In the LPT exam, if you're not getting any result within first 20 minutes or 30 minutes of a brute force, it's not going to work. Just understand it's not working. In the exam, if you're not getting anything in 30 minutes, it's not working. Because they are not fools. They also understand this is a 6 hours. You have to hack 3 machines in 6 hours. One machine is like 2 hours. You cannot keep a brute force running. So if you're not getting any password within 30 minutes in the exam, don't do it. Just stop it. Just to show you how does transmutation work, I'll become root. Just like Paul do this. I just did that. Home Kali desktop. There you go. Clear the screen. Now we got a list of passwords, right? Pass.txt and transmit. How does transmit works? Just to show you, .transmute-h to help. You can specify a word, single word, or you can give it a whole list. So that is the usage. Transmute options usage input file. Otherwise, you can give a single word. Then there are different mutations, right? Typical transmutions. Typically, it will just make from itself. Append, it will add some things. Prepend, it can insert some things. It can add characters, numbers. It can add symbols. It can add lowercase alphabets. It can add uppercase alphabets. It can create common lead mutations. It can create lead mutation. Now, this is apart from the scope of LPT. LPT does not, wants you to actually go ahead and transmute lists. They will give you the list in the exam. You will get the list to brute force, or you will at least get the option to use ROCU. You don't have to do it, but just for the common reference, let's use -L, which is common lead mutation, transmutation, -L. So transmute -L input file. That is what we're going to do. Clear the screen. Transmute -L input file. Input file is pass, right? If I press enter, I'll press Control-C just to. It's a long list. You can see it just made so many complex passwords out of the list which we were using, right? Guys?
Yes, I see it. Looks good.
All right. So I can just output, the output which you're getting, I can just save it by, angular bracket, and I can give new passwords. I just say new, I just press enter, and we just got a new file which is new. And you see how fast this was. That's why I like this transmit script. And now we can say word count. Sorry, I just opened it. And now you can see first password is hacker in the house, but then there are transmitted version of this. Okay, there are so many versions of this. Then there are different words, different versions. So that's the improved list. And you can of course go ahead and try this list. Let me try this for you. You got new, right? You got that new list as new. Press enter. Let's hope this will work. I know this will work. I created the machine, but anyways. And it's brute forcing now. And of course, this is like 100,000 passwords, which is way less than RawQ, which is 14 million passwords. 14 million versus 100,000, way more difference, right? And these are quality passwords. And you can see this one works. Valid combination found. Username is developer. Password is this. It looks very complex, but at the end, it is hacker in the house, lead mutated, and the word is even on the website, all right?
Oh.
That makes sense?
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah.
Right, and now I'm gonna take this username and we are going to make notes, you know, because you will need to reuse it, right? Of course, you got the password, but what now? You will of course need it. So let's create a file. I always use touch, I don't know why, just to create files, but anyways, let's say notes. I'll paste it there. I just like to remove non-necessary things. This is something we don't need. This is something we don't need. In the house.com WordPress credentials, right? Yep, that seems fine, right? We just got the username and password there. Let's save it. And now anytime we are in another tool or wherever we are, we can always do cat notes. And this will give us the username and password because we just saved it, right? Now we just got the valid username and password. And now we can further exploit it. We can dive into Metasploit and use multiple things. We can go to the website itself and try to attack it from there, from inside. There are multiple ways we can do it. One of them is like hackerinthehouse.com. We can go on the website. Oh, okay. We can go on the website, we can just go to login and it doesn't work. We can go to -wp login. And it doesn't work. We can go to /wp-login. Hopefully that will work. Yeah, here you go. It works. Here we can use that username and password, which we got. Okay, developer, paste it here. Then we got hacker in the house, username. And see, I know the lecture is getting too long. Everyone needs to go home. So
No,
I'm just gonna, okay, cool. Now what, that's fine. So you see, we can log in, all right? We just got logged in. Now tomorrow, and tomorrow's class, let's go ahead and further exploit it, you know, privilege escalation, blah, 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 different kind of things. Let's do it. The username is development department, by the way, you can see here. But it does work, right? It does work.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So today, what you learned was how to brute force a CMS, okay, and further how to create custom lists, which is out of the scope of LPT. Just you still learned it, but how to use word lists to brute force a CMS. So how to do a dictionary tag on a CMS. That's what we learned.
All right.
All right.
So.
Oh no, go on, Paul.
Yep.
Oh, no, after you, Raphael. Go ahead.
Are we going to cover like directory busters? Because I know you were trying the different type of logins. Okay, cool.
Yep, we will. Oh, I just deleted that. I just deleted notes file.
So my question was, you know, we went through quite a few commands here and there. In preparation for the exam and in preparation for tomorrow, should we go back through these videos and kind of notate all the different commands
Of course.
and what they all do? Or what is your recommendation within the next 24 hours?
Right. So what I suggest is you download the lecture. I will upload it and I'll give you the access. You will download the lecture and watch it and follow it. Actually do it. You know, you got these machines. You got the beta machine. You got the license to pen, the hacker machine. Go ahead and do it. Just try to get the password yourself.
Okay. I'm not too familiar with what is this thing called again? This hypervisor, VirtualBox. I know it's very popular. In the event that I get stuck, I'm sure I can just Google some things, right? In order to see how
Google
to
things.
upload.
Otherwise, if you know, if you are doing that right now, which I don't assume you're doing, but in case you're doing that right now, this is daytime for me, right? I'm in India right now, so you can always call me.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. I'm willing to stay on if you
That's cool.
want while I.
I'm available then.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm willing to stay on just to have my VMs loaded and everything.
Mhm.
I don't like to take anything for granted. It sounds real simple, but you know, I think I'd rather just have my VMs all set up and make sure they're set up properly, and then I
Right,
can
that's
get
absolutely
straight
good.
to it.
So what you just have to do, by the way, you just have to click on this tools here. Can you see this tools here? And
Uh-huh.
import. And once you click on import, you just click there, and you can
Okay.
open the files. And I have given you the files. So LPT,
Yep.
LTP, you got these files. Just open them, and everything is loaded. Just click on import. That's what you have to do.
Oh, okay. That sounds simple enough.
But before doing any of the import, make sure you create the network first, because then it will mismatch. So
Oh,
go to preferences, network,
got it.
you got these networks. So create 100, 148, 155, 115. Create all of those four.
Got it. So let's create the network. Okay.
Right.
Sorry, if we're done, then I don't want to hold anybody up. I can stay with you while I kind of just run through that real quick, if you don't mind.
Yep, sure.
I've got a lot of energy. I can be on for a while.
Okay, sweet. All right. Okay. So just bear with me, Cigar. Since you're not in a rush.
You want to share your screen instead?
Yeah, sure. Let me do that.
Let
How
me
about
stop
that?
the share then.
All right. Oh man, Zoom is so respectful. It doesn't let you share unless somebody else stops sharing.
Yeah, I mean, if I am sharing something, you can share. Right, that's how it works.
Yeah. It's Teams. You just share and you just boot somebody off.
Yeah, that's correct.
You can be rude with Microsoft. Okay, cool. So I got my Windows. Can you see my screen?
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to
Now, networks.
first in file preferences.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to my networks, and now I
Right.
need to create those different networks.
Yes. Plus.
And
Click on the plus icon.
hit the plus sign.
Double click.
And this is
Yeah, give it a
network
name.
domain.
Let's give it range 100. Let's keep everyone on this same thing.
Range 1.
100.
Range 100. I'm sorry. And what was the IP address? I didn't notate that.
10.0.100.0/20. So just change that to just Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Yeah, just change
Got
that
it.
to 200. Right? That's the standard
Got
that
it.
we are using.
Got it. Okay. It supports DHCP, port
Yep,
4, and then click OK.
Yep, you got a
And then I want
network.
to create another
Similarly,
one.
create another.
So this is range 200. Okay. And what was the IP address for this one?
Change the
I
2
didn't
to
mark it.
200. Yeah, that
The
2
2
is
to
going to
200.
change.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm following. I see the pattern now. It's clicking. All right. And then we'll do it again. And then range 3. Got it.
That was range
300.
115.
I'm sorry, range 1.
15.
What did you say?
115.
115. Oh, sorry, I missed that part. Okay. And then so this is
I think
115.
it's 155.
Yeah, we got that as well. So we got 4 ranges.
Okay. So that'd be range. So that's
And now
115.
155.
Got it. Okay. One five five and okay.
Yeah.
All
All right,
right.
you
Let
got
me
all the
click
ranges. Click on
OK.
OK.
All right.
And now
And then I'm
import the
gonna
machines.
import my machine. Go to my folder. Go to my downloads. And we've got start with this one.
And that's gonna take a lot of time.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me do it one that was a
that's a
pretty
4
big file.
gigabytes of machine. Others are like
Yeah.
500 megabytes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So click on next and then import.
Agree the
And then I
agreement that you will
agree.
not share this machine to anyone.
Right. Okay. And that's it.
Yep,
I don't
it's
need to
gonna
do
import.
any other
Nothing.
customizations.
No, IP address
Okay.
will be automatically assigned. I have already fixed everything in the machines itself. You don't need to do anything.
Got it. Perfect. This is what you were talking about, right, Raphael? Just kind of having it out of the box
Yep.
for CH.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Quick question.
Hmm?
So if I was to walk into a penetration test right now, will everything be configured after putting the network ranges?
I mean, that company will of course have network ranges, isn't it?
No, I'm referring to in an exam scenario. You know how you just said everything else is configured?
Everything else is what?
Configured.
Yes, I mean, the exam is just like a real test. There are 30 days, so you have 30 days. In 30 days, you have to do the pen test. You have to do it 3 times. So there are 9 machines. You have 9 machines. You have to hack 5 of them within 30 days. You can use 3 days to do pen test, 27 to make your report.
Oh,
It's a big exam, guys. OSCP, people think OSCP is the best exam. OSCP is like 24-hour exam. It's not even teaching you those things, practical things which you actually use in the industry. LPT is much wider exam. LPT is much better.
I thought we just had 18 hours full stop. Didn't know we had 30 days.
No, you got 30 days, and every day you can use 6 hours. I mean, you get 6 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours. That is 18. You got 3 days to do pen test, 27 days to do the report.
Hey, Cigar, let me rephrase my question. So you know how we just created the VM, right? We set the network ranges, and then we configured the IP addresses, and we named the
Yep.
Yeah. So my question to you is, you just stated that after we do set the network ranges and we import the VMs, everything else has been configured by you to operate accordingly. My
So
question is,
in this case, it is configured by me.
yes. So I'm asking, are you going to go over additional configuration steps that we may require?
In exam?
Yeah, or would those be already set to the,
So
to
that
the
will be
network
pre-configured by AC Council. Here it is
Got you,
configured by
okay.
me,
Got you,
then
got
they
you.
will configure it, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Paul, you're not importing the third machine. What happened?
Oh, I was gonna wait for you real quick because you say that one takes a while. I
I
wanted
mean,
you to.
still like it takes like 3-4 minutes normally.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. Again, it all seems simple, but I don't take anything for granted. So let me just make sure I'm clear here. This is a VM or this is an environment
This is a
for
VM.
each one? Each one is a VM.
Yep.
Got it. Got it. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's pretty much just turn it on, and then once I turn it on, I click on here to turn it on.
Start is
Oh,
there in the right corner.
oh, there.
Mhm.
Okay. Start. And then it'll turn on. Oh, I guess I'm waiting for it. Oh, okay. So once you start, it just pops up.
Mhm.
Okay. There's no RDP needed or anything. It's just pretty much connect like that. Okay. Cool. Let me get the third one. All right. I guess I'm good.
Yep. So the Kali Linux, which I have given you, the hacker machine, that is running the VirtualBox add-ons. Those add-ons will allow you to copy paste files between your host machine and the virtual machine. You can go full screen, all the video drivers, everything has been pre-installed, so that's fine with you.
Okay.
Yeah, as I said, 4 minutes.
Okay.
You are also using SSDs, right?
Yeah, solid state drive. Oh gosh, yeah.
On SSD
Can't
drive,
do it.
it's 4 minutes. I got some students who were using hard disk. I was like, guys, this is
Yeah.
gonna take forever.
Yeah, I know this guy named Victor. He did the same thing. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah.
But I upgraded him,
Left
so
legacy.
he's good after that. He's standing right here, so that's why I was bringing up
Yeah.
his name.
So just going back to the test, I know we're not going to really have internet access to download things.
Yes.
When they're looking for kind of
Exploits.
software like for transmutation, are we going to have
Okay.
availability?
No,
for, like,
so that is what I was saying from last 5
outside?
minutes, that transmutation is out of the scope of LPT. They do not expect you to transmute.
Wow. So all they pretty much expect you to do is use a word list and crack it, or at least
Yeah,
attempt
so
to
they
crack
will
it.
give you a word list actually. To
Oh,
test.
wow.
Mhm.
You just have to plug it in.
Yeah, you just have to plug it in.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope the
Right.
rest of the test
Yeah.
is that simple.
It's not that simple. When you will do it, you will know.
Like I said, I don't take anything for granted, so
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. Sorry, I think I know
You
told me this
can
part.
close
It's like-
those messages from there. Not the cross sign, the message, and then the slash sign. No, the other sign.
Oh, damn.
There were
Sorry.
two options, right? The cross is like
Yeah.
temporarily closed it. The second one was permanently remove the messages.
My fault. I think you gave us the. So what do I do now? Just log in, right?
You log into what? Oh, okay. The pen tester machine. Yep. Just open that.
Yeah. It was what did you say the username password was?
The root username is root with the password as license to pen test. Which is
Licensed
to pen test.
pen test. Is
Where
that
are you
like
writing that?
past tense?
Are you writing that somewhere?
Yeah, I was writing this. I was writing it here. Sorry, you can see it.
Oh, for
Does
this
it say right
machine,
here?
sorry, I'm giving you the username for that machine, the pen tester machine.
Oh, licensed.
Okay.
This is the machine
Is that
you
it
have
right
to
here?
hack. Why do you need the password for this machine? you
Oh,
gotta hack
right,
it.
right. I'm sorry. I'm tripping. I'm
Yeah.
tripping. You're right. You're right. My fault. Pen tester machine is what I want. Let me turn that on.
But we are going to hack the beta machine, not the media, because you are not in the same network. Media machine is in the internal production zone. You are in the DMZ zone right now.
Okay. Did I hit the
Just
wrong-
can you just close the VM? Click on close VM. So
Okay.
go to settings.
Okay. Failed open session.
Yeah. Oh, close it.
Okay.
Yeah. Go to settings.
Okay.
So you got to change the network adapter. Go to network because my Wi-Fi was different. Your Wi-Fi is different. So here in the
True.
bridge, in the bridge, just make sure this is your Wi-Fi, right? I mean, it has automatically done it
Should be.
after the error. So this is your Wi-Fi now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
What
that
is the?
should be.
Can you check the adapter 2 as well?
Sure. You want me to check my?
No, I'm saying
Oh, what?
adapter
Oh,
2. Yeah.
adapter 2.
All right.
Got
So
it.
this is correct. This is correct. Yeah, that's correct now. So you are in the adapter 2,
3.
right? This is the range 100. You are in that range, and the
Mhm.
beta machine is in that range, not the media machine. Media machine is in a different range.
Got it. Got it. Beta's in this range. What
Right.
about? I guess you didn't put on the other ones.
Right.
We don't need
So
those.
you only need one range, which is 100, because using
Got it.
that you will hack other machines.
Got it. And then I can start the machine. Okay.
Yeah. Now it should work.
Cool. Okay. You guys following along over there? It might be beneficial for you.
They are gonna call you. I know that.
Cool. Got my Kelly. All right. Sounds simple enough. I've always been avoiding VirtualBox. All right. Let me read this time. Do you want auto capture keyboard to turn on? Yeah, I like that, right?
Not that one. The second icon.
All right.
No, the second icon, not the cross. The second icon. That message with a
Second
cancel.
icon. Oh, okay. Move somewhere. Let me bring it back.
It's minimized.
This one.
Yes, this one.
Don't
Do not show
me
this message again.
Got it.
So you can press Control F to go full screen. Control will be always right when you are using VirtualBox commands. Right control
Right control. What do you mean by that?
with F. So there are two controls. There is a left control and there is a right control on your keyboard.
Okay.
When you are using VirtualBox commands, shortcuts like Control F to go full screen, you use the right control.
Okay. The right control.
And you can
gotcha.
always click on switch. It's just saying that you want a full screen. Yeah, now you are full
cool.
screen.
Sweet.
If you want to come out, again, the right control and F.
And F. Got it.
And if you are, if you want to use control in the VM, you use the left control, right?
Got it. So
And by the way, if you click in a VM, your mouse will be logged into that VM. If you want to bring your mouse to the host, you
Control
can
Alt.
just press, no, you just press control.
Oh, okay. Okay. So license to pen test.
Yes, that's the root username.
Okay. Oops,
LICENSETOPENTEST.
Hold on one second. This, right? LICENSEDTOPN.
Yes.
Okay. License to pen test. Guess I couldn't spell. What?
Man, you're doing some mistake there.
I know. It's probably me. Hold on. LICENSED TOPENTEST. Log in. You want me to give you control?
Okay, do one thing. Can you try Kali Kali? That is the known root user.
Yeah.
That worked.
That worked.
That works.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess Kali Kali is what it is.
It's taking some time. First boot. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can close that browser.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Rockio is already extracted. You can delete that if you want to do it yourself.
Oh, nice. I do. Okay.
It's just a copy of my personal machine, so I just sent it.
I got you.
All right. Isn't that logo cool, by the way? It's our personal.
Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. Three-dimensional.
Yeah.
I like that picture too, man. You gotta tell me who your photographer is.
Which picture?
There's a picture you were showing, I think, on your desktop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this James Bond thing
that's my
going.
another course, CISO Unleashed. It's for CISO kind of people, you know, those having a lot of experience. Just like
That's
Easy
cool.
is a CSSP, so to grow further, maybe CISO Unleashed is a good.
So nice.
Can you log into root using terminal now?
Yeah. Let's do it. Damn, I always forget it's one click. You want me to go do sudo?
No,
Yeah, I'm in.
so you become root now but without sudo, you know, of course, without sudo permissions. Exit it, just type exit.
Okay.
And now just type su root. So when you type sudo su, that will ask you the password of your account because you are using your sudo powers. When you directly type switch user to root, now it is asking you the password of the root user. Okay, so just type license to pen test. Okay, I believe the password is something else then. Probably I had
Let me
done
try
the mistake with the
Kali.
password.
Kali,
Paul, try instead of licensed with a D, try license.
No, oh, yeah, sorry. Are you using licensed D?
Yeah, I did a D, yeah.
Oh, I think I even didn't saw that. Yeah, it is license without D. Yeah,
it worked.
So
yeah.
I didn't notice that you're using with a D.
Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. We're good.
All right. Just quickly, just check one thing. Just try to ping the machine in the DMZ area, the beta.hacker in the house.
What was that IP?
Beta.hacker in the house.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
I've already configured
Hacker in the
host file.
house.com. I have it run it, don't I? Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not running, I think. Is it? It's media is running. Yeah. No, media is running.
Media is running. Okay.
Yeah, it's not reachable. Can you
Yeah,
just
it's not running.
Yeah, so just run it then. And then
Yeah, let's run it. Let's run it. Beta in the house. Let me start.
Also, guys, just adjust the amount of RAM according to your system. So, like, I'm just assuming
I got
everyone
16
is having.
gigs.
Sorry.
I got 16 to play with, so.
No, you got 16, but maybe someone is using like 8 gig or 4 gig. So just adjust the RAM always before launching any kind of machine. You want to close this first of all. You know, you might want to try it again after the machine starts.
Okay.
Control C.
Yeah, that's what I typed.
You're
the wrong side?
Yeah, no, you're on full screen basically. You can just say clear and it'll bring you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that part.
All right. I think machine is
so
on.
I'm in.
I think the machine is on. Can you check that?
The beta?
Yep.
Yeah, here it is. It's on.
Oh, okay. I think, are you using two desktops?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can only see one of them.
Yeah, I know. You can see this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
so it's
just
on.
ping it now.
All right. Let's see. Pen tester. Yeah, we're in.
There you go. It's working now. So you can work with it further, and you can try to do whatever we did today.
Sweet.
All right. All cool then.
Cool.
Any doubts? Anyone?
No, we're good, man. Thank you very much. That was very clear and concise.
Right. So basically, the Metasploit framework is one of the most popular frameworks in the whole pen testing field. There are three main frameworks. Basically, we have the Core Impact, we have the Canvas and Metasploit. So these are the three most common frameworks in the industry which we use, of course. If the project is like, very expensive, a big project, you may want to go with Core Impact. That is a much better tool. If it is a normal organizational day-to-day activity, then Metasploit is kind of fine. Now, Metasploit comes with 3 flavors. So actually now it's coming with 2 flavors. Earlier there were 3. There was a pro version, a community version, and a framework version. Now community is no longer existing, so they discontinued it. So we just have Metasploit Pro and Metasploit Framework. What's the difference? Metasploit Pro has got much more exploits, much more features, and it has got a graphical user interface. Framework has a command line interface. So that's the whole big difference. You got a command line versus a graphical. That's where the whole difference comes up. Let me just go ahead and become Suit. Let me become very quickly. There you go. How to start Metasploit? You just type MSF console. That's one of the ways to start Metasploit. In the framework we're talking, of course, Pro version. You cannot buy the Pro version as an individual. You need to be a company, and import license is needed. So, but you can always try to sign up for the trial version. They got like 15 days trial. In the LPT exam, basically, you will get Metasploit. So, unlike OSCP and OSCE, the offensive security believes that you need to do everything manually, which is like exploit development work. We are not exploit developers. We are professional pen testers. In professional pen testing, we never develop our own exploits. It's very rare that you will make your own exploit. You will always use, industry specific, already made exploits which are accredited. So I think we got 2 CISSPs here, right? Paul is a CISSP, Izzy is a CISSP, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So you guys understand the accreditation and certification process, isn't it?
Right.
Right. So for Rafael, basically, see, when you are doing any kind of change in the company, you need to go through a proper change management process. Okay. When you're doing a pen test, of course you're making changes. You can crash their systems. You can do a lot of work. Maybe you run an exploit from public. You just go on internet, you find an exploit, you run it. Maybe it will make some changes to their system. So you cannot use such kind of things in professional environment until it has been gone through a process where there is a proper change management, proper testing, a lot of different stuff. That is called the accreditation certification process, where you get proper authority to run that. So that's why we don't use public exploits. We use professional frameworks. Metasploit is one of them. We use these exploits and the exploits from these frameworks. That's the whole reason behind using it. LPT exam is very, very professional. They believe that you are in the real life going to use it. So they will give you the Metasploit framework. You will have access to it. And this is going to be like 80% of your tool, which you will be using for the whole exam, basically. So Metasploit is something you need to learn very deeply. Now, if I go ahead, okay, let me just open a new terminal and so if I go ahead to a directory, I hope you know how to navigate. So user is one of the root, is one of the folders, user folder. In that there is a folder called share. In that there is a folder for Metasploit. Okay, do we have Metasploit? Yep, Metasploit framework, Metasploit framework. So there is a folder user in which there is a folder share, there is a folder Metasploit. In Metasploit, there is a folder called modules. Okay. Now you can see these are the modules. This is what Metasploit is basically made of. These are the main modules. You got auxiliaries, you got encoders, evasion, exploit, knobs, payloads, post. Let's discuss them very quickly, like 15 minutes, and what exactly does this all mean. Now, I always like to start with exploit and payload because that's the easiest one. Okay. And I always like to give this gun analogy. So think about you have a gun, right? You have a gun, you want to shoot someone. Then what do you need? You need a bullet, isn't it? Guys?
Yep.
You got a gun, you need a bullet to shoot someone. That's correct?
Correct.
Now that bullet is your payload and that gun is your exploit. Okay. So the thing which is actually going to hurt, I mean, the malicious code which is actually going to run on a system, that is a payload. The thing which you will use to send that exploit to the system or to exploit a vulnerability, okay, to take advantage of a vulnerability, a loophole in the system, the process, that thing is exploit. So you use exploit to deliver a payload or to run a payload. Okay, that is how exploits and payloads work. That making sense?
Yep.
Right. Then after that, you got auxiliaries. Auxiliaries are the most important part after exploit and payload, because auxiliaries are supporting elements. They will support your exploits and payloads. How? For example, if I show you in auxiliary, CD auxiliary ls, here you go. For example, you got a scanner here, okay, scanner module in auxiliary. You got fuzzers, okay, you got those attacking stuff. You got cloud, you got analyzing stuff. You got, for example, spoofing stuff here. Okay, if I even show you in scanners and I do ls, you can see you got different kind of scanners. So FTP scanner, DNS scanner, HTTP scanner, different kind of scanners. So what exactly this is? The supporting elements. First, maybe you will need these scanners to find version numbers or do a lot of information gathering. That's why auxiliaries will help you out. That's where auxiliaries will help you out, right? Any doubts out there?
No, not really. It's not coming out crystal clear in my head, but I think I understand what you mean. It supports the payload.
Supporting stuff base. So, okay, let me give you an example. Have you ever, all of you know what is Nmap?
Nmap? Yeah, it's a scanner.
Rafael?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So what we do with Nmap is we scan ports and services, right?
Right.
Now, you can use Nmap within Metasploit. So there is a module for Nmap. But there are other kind of scanners as well in Metasploit in auxiliary modules. So you have TCP scanning module, you have SYN scanning module, you have UDP scanning module. So all of those modules are there in Metasploit. Now you might say that why do we need that? I mean, Nmap is the best tool. Everyone knows Nmap is the best tool. Why do you need a scanner module? Think about it when you are attacking a target using Metasploit framework, and you need to use a lot of information. So you need to collect a lot of information. Where will you keep all of that information? You will keep all of that information in Metasploit. So you can create a database here that will collect all the information for you. And then you can use that further. You can use that information in your payloads and exploits. Are you getting it? So it's reusing the same information again and again. Is organizing your information. Are you getting it? Yeah, is it making sense now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what exactly is POST? POST is the post exploitation tools. So normally people don't talk about POST, but it's very, very important. It's one of the most important things. POST comes, on the basis of different operating systems and the environments. So one example is Android is there, iOS is there, BSD, Cisco, Firefox, Jupyter Linux. Multi is basically it's multiple operating systems. It will work on multiple things. OS X, Mac OS X, Solaris, and Windows. So if I go with something like Windows, then you can see we got post exploitation tools, which are again divided into categories like capture. So you can capture some things. Now, for example, you want to capture keylogging. You want to have a keylogger there. You hack the system. Now you want to install a keylogger. You can use a capture post exploitation tool. So cd capture ls. You can see you got a keylogger recorder, and you got a lockout keylogger. So you got two keylogger modules here, and you can read them to understand what's the difference. So that is a post exploitation tool. You got some reconnaissance. Post exploitation. You got wireless post exploitation. You got managing stuff, gathering information, escalating the usage. So a lot of people they struggle a lot with escalating the privileges. So you see, right now we were using Kali Linux, right? Kali user. That is a known root user. We cannot run a lot of commands, but we may want to escalate ourselves to root user. So how do you do that? You use escalate post exploitation tools. You can escalate your users. You can try to escalate yourself. That is the escalation. Any doubts? Like, is that clear enough, or shall I give you more examples?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then after that, we have encoders and evasions. Evasions was a new module which was recently added. Encoders is an old module. Almost do pretty much the same job. Basically, encoder will change the coding. Okay, this will encode your code. What exactly does that mean? Basically, it can basically change the code. For example, it can change the language. It can change the patterns of the code. How does this help? To bypass firewalls, to bypass antiviruses, IDS, IVS, IPS, all of those security stuff. They look at patterns. there are two kind of security devices. One is pattern based, signature based. One is heuristics based, which is behavior based. So signature versus behavior. Now signature based can easily be evaded by encoders. You can just encode yourself and you're good to go. Encoders also help to do a lot of web attacks. Sometimes you need to encode your virus, your malware. You need to encode that into different languages, right? Base 64, different kind of encodings. Sometimes it is required. So encoders will help over there. Evasion, similar version. They just improved the encoders and bring evasion, which was antivirus evasion. So you will find like Windows Defender. Let me just show you. CD evasion. It is only available for Windows right now. If you just do ALS, you can see only Windows is there. They will add it. They will improve it. So for example, Windows Defender, you can evade Windows Defender easily using this. A lot of people they don't have paid antiviruses, so that's where it's very helpful. That was encoders evasions. We are left with one, which is NOPs. NOPs basically is no operation. NOPs are used when you are making things like buffer overflow, when you are writing your own exploit. So Metasploit framework, it has got its own language. You can code, Ruby is the language basically. It has got its own formats. You can code in Ruby, in Metasploit formats and make your own exploits. That's where you might need to use NOPs. Or basically NOPs means you are telling the CPU that do not do anything. Just stay quiet, stay idle, don't do anything, be in the idle state. That's a no operation. We practically don't use it. Exploit developers will use it. Pen testers rarely will use it. I have never used a NOP in my whole career. So it's kind of, you don't use that. Maybe in a buffer overflow, you might want to do it, but normally you won't do it. That's a NOPs. Just to show
So you basically, you want to be quiet, not to do anything so that you don't get detected? Is that the purpose?
No. So do you know what a buffer overflow?
Sorry, do I know what?
Buffer overflow.
Yeah, buffer overflow, yeah.
So do you know how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you tell me?
Yeah, sure. So in the buffer overflow attack, basically I try to get into the bucket of another running application to either manipulate it, to steal data, or to control it, right? Pretty much how it works.
Yeah, that's the theoretical part, but do you know the practical, what's going on behind the scenes?
Oh, no, gosh.
Okay, let me explain that so it will make much more sense. For example, this is your program. Let's just say this is your bucket, okay? So this is the code capacity, right? This is the code capacity which it can handle. This is the capacity for any program, memory allocation. Okay, think about it. It is the memory part. This is the capacity, this line. Now you send so much data to this input. You send so much data there that it overflows. Okay, let's say it overflows. Now when it overflows, this thing, this is overflow. This is the overflow area. Here in a buffer overflow, I'm just giving you a high level overview. You can ask it to have a jump instruction. So JMP. Okay, you can say assembly language. You can say that jump to somewhere. Now you can tell it where to jump. When you are overflowing the data, you send a payload as well. You send a malicious code. Let's say we have a code here. So let's say this is our code, or let's say here it is. Okay, so this is your malicious code. You tell it that, listen, I want you to jump to this code. Okay, so basically this is the program. It's already executed. You overflow it till you control this byte. This is called the ESP. So you control this ESP byte. You put a jump instruction there. That jump instruction jumps the program to your malicious code. That's how a buffer overflow works. Okay, but the problem here is, if you are using a jump instruction, you need to jump to exact address. So for example, 0x06 AB. Okay, let's say that is the memory address. Memory has got addresses. You have to jump to exactly this address, and it's very hard. It's almost impossible to jump to the same exact address. So here we use NOPs. We just say that instead of jumping to this address, you jump anywhere before it. So you say that you jump anywhere. Let's say it will jump here. Okay, let's say this is the point where it jumps, your program. Now here you add NOPs. You just add NOPs, no operations, and CPU will not do anything. So here CPU is not doing anything, here CPU is not doing anything, here CPU is not doing anything, here it is not doing anything. So you added NOPs, and finally it will hit it, right? You're sending your jump instruction before the address and then adding NOPs So it doesn't do anything, and eventually it will hit the program and your code will be executed. That is how NOPS works. That is how a buffer overflow works. Is that making sense now?
Makes sense. Yeah, thanks.
Right. But again, you don't have to do this anyhow. I have never made any buffer overflow or any kind of custom code for any program. You never do that because of the accreditation management process. That's one of the reasons people think that OSCP is a good certification. They teach you how to code, but what's the reality? Are you actually going to do that? No, you're not going to do that. All right, so that was the NOPS. Let me just quickly show you the payloads. There is a difference between payloads. So payloads comes into two flavors. Third one is stages. You can ignore that. That is something else. I'll talk about that. Payloads are singles versus stagers. Okay, what's the difference between singles versus stagers? So think about it in this way. You are sending your payload, you're sending your bullet, right? Will you send it in one shot or will you send it in parts? So part by part. That's the whole difference between single versus stagers. Singles are one shot. You send the whole payload, let's say this 5 megabytes of file, you send that file within one shot. That is a singles. You make it into small pieces. You send it 1 megabyte first, then 2 megabytes after that. So small pieces, that is a stager. Now, really doesn't matter what you use. Sometimes stagers will not work. Sometimes in some cases, stagers will die. So you get a session, it will work, you will get the access, but then access will automatically die within a second. That normally happens when you're using a stager. So you have to use a single there, okay? Understand this thing. In your exam, in any kind of test you're doing, if your session is dying, it's 99% chance that you're using a stager and you need to use a single there because the connection is not able to handle multiple files. You need to send it in one shot, okay? In some cases, if the exploit is not even working, exploit is working, but you're not getting a session, you may want to go to stagers. So maybe session is not able to handle one file of that size. Okay? Size matters. Maybe session is not able to handle one file of a big size, then you want to use a stager. But in case you are getting a session, it is dying, then go to a single. It is not able to handle multiple files. Making sense?
Yep.
Yep. Stages is based, sorry?
Oh, I just wanted to confirm. So you're just saying if the file is too large, use stagers. If the connection is dying, use singles.
Singles, right.
Okay. Thank you.
Stages is nothing. Stages is basically, you can say, an extra part which stagers will use as, it will make stages out of it and then it will send in stages. It's like both of these are connected. Just think, that is why I said ignore this. There is only single and stager. These are only two kind of payloads. And I will show you that, in practical as well in a few minutes. That why there are only two.
So overall, don't really focus on stages. Is that what you're saying?
What, sorry?
Do not focus on the third one, stages.
Okay, let me show you that. Okay, give me 1 second. Right, there you go. Oops. Okay, so here, let me show you the stages versus stagers, and then stages. Okay, can you see there is, so first of all, this is the pattern, understand the patterns. There is Windows/64/something/something_something. Okay, this is the pattern. So Windows, or let's take this example. Windows is the platform, operating system. x86 or x64, that will be your architecture of the CPU. So if your processor is 86-bit, 32-bit or 64-bit, that is the architecture. Then this is the name of the payload. There are multiple payloads. There is PowerShell payloads, there are shell payloads, there are Meterpreter payloads. I will talk about that. This is the payload type. Then bind versus reverse. So there are two main things, bind versus reverse. In a bind connection, you are trying to connect to the target. In a reverse connection, target is trying to connect to you. Okay, bind, you will connect with them. So you attack that, it will open a port on that system and you can connect with that port anytime. In a reverse, you will open a port on your system, that target will connect to you. Now when you're doing a reverse, it may bypass a lot of firewalls because On a system, it is possible that they are not allowing anyone else to connect to them, but they are able to connect to everyone. So in a reverse, it may bypass a lot of firewalls. That is bind versus reverse. Then it is the protocol. Are you going to use TCP? Are you going to use HTTP? Are you going to use UDP? That is the protocol. Okay, that is the pattern. Now, when you see here, for example, shell, and then can you see this slash here versus can you see PowerShell underscore here? Okay, so PowerShell underscore bind, shell slash bind. What this slash versus underscore means? This underscore is single. Okay, you see PowerShell underscore bind underscore TCP. It's one word. It is a single stager. When you say shell slash bind underscore TCP underscore whatever, this is a stager. This is a stager. It is staged. The slash is a stage. Underscore is a single. So there are only two kind of payloads. You can see there is nothing else. It is either slash or it is somewhere either underscore. There are only two kind of things. When you go ahead and go to stages, I'm trying to, oh, okay. Modules, payloads, stages, I'm talking about stages now, okay, not stagers, which I said you to ignore. Stages. You can see stages are for different platforms. If I go to Windows, now you can see these are just stages. These are like supporting elements that the stagers use to go there. You know, these will divide the stager into stages. That's what it is. Okay. And now let's talk about exploits. Exploits are platform dependent. So there will be, again, you will find, for example, Android is there, Firefox, Linux, different things. Let's talk about, again, Windows, very, very simple. In Windows, you can see then they are coming on to the services or protocols. That's what they're coming up at the end. You can see you can exploit antiviruses, you can exploit firewalls, you can exploit FTP service, email service, MySQL, you know, a proxy, SMB service. So just to show you SMB here, SMB is very, very popular thing. SMB, you can see there are some exploits like MS06040 and MS08067 Net API. What exactly this is? This was a exploit which works in Windows XP. Okay, Windows XP is exploitable due to this specific exploit, the Net API issue. For that, they made an exploit. Then there is Eternal Blue. Everyone knows about Eternal Blue because this was the exploit which was used in WannaCry attack. The WannaCry ransomware, it was using Eternal Blue. This was developed by NSA, the National Security Agency. They developed it. They kept it for themselves for years, exploited everyone. Whenever they wanted to exploit any Windows, they used Eternal Blue. It was one of the most powerful tools in the whole history. But it got leaked. Everyone used it. And now it's in Metasploit as well. Eternal Blue has got other options. Eternal Blue Windows 8 version, PSEX. This one works on Windows 10 as well. I have used it on Windows 10. You can hack it. Very, very popular. So these are exploits. They are used to take advantage of a vulnerability. Okay? These are exploits. And with that, I hope it's extremely clear now how Metasploit works.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't even need this terminal. There you go. So to start Metasploit, you just type MSF console, right? That's how you started. Let's go ahead and do a little practical on hacking the WordPress site, which we yesterday cracked the password, right? So very, very easy. You can find, you know, exploits in multiple versions. There are authenticated exploits and non-authenticated exploits. When you say authenticated, it means you need a password and username. When you say unauthenticated, you don't need anything. You're going to take advantage of any kind of vulnerability. That's what it is. Now, let me open the notes so that we can have the password. Now, if you go ahead and if you try to find an exploit for the WordPress, how will you do it? You can just say search in Metasploit, of course. You say search, and then you can tell it like, I want to search exploit. So type : whatever, exploit. I want to search a exploit, and then tell it what do you want to search. I mean a keyword. So I'll say WordPress. Okay, I just say WordPress. There you go. This is the list of WordPress exploits. I can go up and you can see they will give you the matching modules. And because we only search exploit, they are only giving us exploits here. So this is the ID number for your reference. This is the name. So this is the path basically. This is what you need to select this exploit. Okay, this is the exploit. This is the disclosure date. This is the date when it was disclosed in the public. After that, there is the rank. Metasploit will give you the rank. So excellent is the best. After that is the good. After that is the normal. Excellent, great, average, normal. That is how it works. Okay, ranks are given there. Then you have check. Now, what is check? Check will allow you to check if the exploit is working or not on a target. So, you know, it's going to tell you that if the target is vulnerable to this exploit or not. So before exploiting it, of course, you're not sending any payload. You're just you know, firing a dummy bullet. It's not a real payload. It's just a dummy bullet. And you are actually not firing even a bullet. You're just testing the gun, okay, on a person, on a system. That there is a system, you think it is vulnerable, you test a exploit by using check. And it is very important that you check things before you actually fire them. Okay. Then there is the description, which you can use to easily understand what the exploit is. So I have just zoomed in, you can zoom out. So this is the description which you can use to check what the exploit is all about. Now we have the admin username and password. So this exploit will work very fine. WP admin shell upload. Shell is another name for payload. We want to upload a shell. We want to upload a payload, and this is the exploit here. You copy. You can say clear, and you say use. So use this exploit. And now you are using that exploit because the module has changed to exploit. This is the module name, and you can always type info. Okay, info will give you the information about how to use it, what it is all about, etc., etc. So some information about the author and all. After that, available targets. What is the target? WordPress website. Check supported. Yes, you can check before using any payload. Then basic options. These are the options you want to configure. In this, required options are this, and this. So password is required. It's an authenticated upload. Proxies is not required. rhost is required. Rhost is target host, your target basically. In this case, it is a website which is beta.hackerinthehouse.com. rport and SSL. Rport is the remote port, so the port on which you want to attack. Now everyone knows, I think every one of you knows that HTTP work on port 80 and HTTPS work on port 443. Are you all aware of it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So if the website was working with the SSL, we will change this port to 443 and we will change the SSL to true. In our case, even in the exam, I believe, I'm not sure on that because it's been long I have taken the exam. So, in a simulated environment, of course, it's a non-SSL version. It doesn't matter. You just have to keep it on port 80 and false. If it is SSL, keep it true, port 443. That's the only difference. Target URI. What is a target URI? Anyone knows about that and want to explain?
The URL of your target, so if you're hacking.
I know, but that is our host.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Okay, let me show that. So, for example, I hope you can see the screen on the lower side, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can see what I just typed, right?
Right.
Right. So, for example, this is our target, right? beta.hackerinthehouse.com. So here, when you say a target is a domain, which is basically in the root directory, this is the root domain, you just type a /. But there are possibilities where companies will install websites or will have data in folders. So there can be a folder in this domain, beta.hackerinthehouse.com/secret website. Okay. So when you go to that /secret website, it opens a new website. That is also a possibility. Or there can be something like, employees. So there can be a specific portal for employees, and let's say it is made in WordPress. So when you get to know that there is a subdirectory which is having a website, then this is your target URI. So in this, if this is the URL which you are trying to attack, here the target URI will be /employees. In our case, we don't have any subdirectory. The website is installed on this domain itself, in the root directory. So our target URI is only a /. Make sense?
Yep.
Right. A username, of course, if you have a password, you will have a username. A vhost, it's basically for the Nginx or Apache web server stuff. You will probably never use it. It's just kind of custom. If if you are working in a company and it's an internal test and your things are not working, you can ask them that, are you using a specific vhost? It's a virtual host. They will give you the information. It's like white box testing work. In the exam or in normal professional testing, you will, of course, never be changing a vhost. But you can always ask your client or your company if they're using a vhost, separate vhost. Okay, I hope it's quite clear. Now, just to give you the description, this module generates a plugin. Now, WordPress has plugins, okay? WordPress uses plugins. Now, plugins are just like apps. In your phone, you install apps. In WordPress, you install plugins. This module will generate a plugin, pack the payload into it, so it will make a plugin and have the virus code into that, and upload it to the server running WordPress, providing valid admin credentials. If you use it, if you give it the valid credentials, it will make a payload for you. It will upload that payload to the website for you and then execute it and give you the access. That's what this module is going to do. So let's use it. How do you use it? You need to set these options, which we just saw. We need to set a password, username, and our host. Set password. What is the password? You can copy from there. There you go. Set username. Set our host, which is beta.hackerinthehouse.com. You can always do a show options to check what you have set and what is not set. So password is set, our host is set, our port is okay, target URL is okay, username is set, right? And I think I just did something there. All right, so that is how you set things. And once you are all set, once you are satisfied with the tuning your exploit, we just tuned that basically, you can always type exploit and you can press enter, wait for it to complete. You can clearly see right here, sending stage. Can you see it was a stager? It has sent in stages. Okay. Metasploit, session 1 open. What is Metapreter? Metapreter is the type of a payload. So there are multiple payloads. There is Metapreter, there is PowerShell, there is Shell, there is generic shell, multiple types. Metapreter was developed by the same company, Metasploit, Rapid7 company. The name of the company is Rapid7. So they developed Metapreter. It's one of the most powerful payload in the history ever created because it gives you a lot of options. You can do a lot of stuff with Metapreter. You can take screenshots, you can record voice, you can upload files, download files, you can run commands, you can take sometimes you can even take a graphical interface using a RDP or something. You can crack passwords. It's a very, very powerful payload. It gives you additional options. Now that you have a Metapreter shell right over here, you can start using it. I mean, you can use any kind of command. I can just say help, and specific Metapreter will give me specific commands. So this is a WordPress website which is running on PHP. Now I hope you guys understand what is PHP, right? PHP is the language which websites use, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. So this is running on PHP. Now PHP Metapreter is regarded as the weakest Metapreter. That has got the lowest amount of features. If it was a Windows Metapreter, it will get the maximum features. You can use a lot of things, but here also you can see you can run these commands. Okay, so you can.
How do you know it's running on PHP? Sorry.
Sorry.
How do you know it's running on PHP?
WordPress always runs on PHP, so
okay,
you research about that when you're doing information gathering. Also, you can actually go ahead and check that. Let me show you how to check that. By the way, I'm going to say background, and I'll show you what that means. I'll tell you. Okay, so you can type sessions. Yeah, you can type sessions and you press enter and it will tell you what are the sessions you have available. You can see the type of the payload is Metapreter PHP, which is running on Linux. Okay, that is how you know it is PHP. The user which you just hacked is www.data. It's one of the users. It's basically the user of web server. This is the host name. This is the IP address of you. So it's my IP. Port is 4444. This is the IP of that machine which we hacked. On this port we are connecting to that machine, and Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's how you view your sessions. That's how you can know that it is a PHP. By the way, it's like experience thing, but still you can check it. If I want to go back to this session, so, you know, I can have multiple sessions at the same time. That's why it's a framework. I can manage a lot of things together. If I want to go back to this session, I want to interact with this, I can just say sessions, -I, interact, and session number. So 1 is the number, you can check the ID over here, right? I'm just saying session 1. Now press enter, you're back in session 1. And I can always background it. When I don't need it, I want to go back to Metasploit, I can just say background and press enter and I'll be back over here. And then now, why do you want to background? Maybe you want to exploit something else, or maybe you want to use a scanner, an auxiliary, or maybe you want to use a post exploitation tool. That's why you need to background things. That's how it works. So I can again say sessions -I 1, and I'm back into Metapreter. Now, when you say help, you can see what you can run. You can execute a command. You can get the UID, which is the user. You can kill a process. You can, you know, do a lot of stuff here. You can check the processes. You can get a shell, command shell. So what that means, if I say shell, I just got a shell over here. It may give you an error. That's fine. It's a shell. I can type ifconfig, and you can see the IP address is 10.0.110. My IP is 10.0.109. This is 10. Right now I'm controlling the terminal of that machine. Okay, that is a shell. If it was a Windows, it will give me a command prompt. So right now I will have a command prompt instead of a terminal. This is the terminal. I can have a command prompt if the target is a Windows. Interesting thing here is this machine is running 2 network cards, right? Because we set it, we know that, but as a pen tester, you can see this is the IP range. Okay, this is the DMZ range, right? We are in the same range. We also have 10.0.100 IP. There is one more range, 10.0.148, right? That is another range, and there must be machines in that range. But we cannot go in that range. We cannot even ping if I try to ping. So if I try to say ping 10.0.148.1, which should be, of course, 1 is the router. So if I try to ping there, and I don't know why am I getting the signal.
Oh, I think you said 146.
Yeah, 148. But still it is giving me, yeah, it's not working now, right? That's fine. So 148, we are not in that same range. You see, we are not getting any signal, right? So, but this machine can. So if I give from here, if I try to say ping, because I'm right now controlling that terminal, if I say 148 dot, sorry, 198, 10.0.148.1, you can see we are getting replies. And now I can terminate it. So this machine can ping, but we cannot ping. But that's where pivoting comes in. You know, we can use this machine as a pivot. We can use it as our gateway, internet gateway. We can route our traffic from this machine to that network. That is a pivoting stuff. We will come on that, but later. Right now, it's not the time for pivoting. Right now, it's time for exploitation and you know, all that stuff. And you can come out of Metapreter. By the way, if you want to close the connection, you can say exit. And by that, you will exit the connection. Connection is closed. Now you should try to see sessions. You will not have anything. That's how sessions work. And I'm quite sure with that, Metasploit ends. I mean, approximately. There is one more module which I want to show you. That module is multi-handler. So if you say use exploit multi-handler. Now, what is a handler? If I just show you the info.
Listener service.
Sorry. Yes, to listener service, right. So a handler is the part of this framework which listens for a connection. Okay. When you say it's a reverse connection, right? Any kind of connection. So that target is trying to connect to you, but there needs to be someone which will listen to that target, right? That is trying to connect to a port. That port needs to be open. There needs to be someone who is listening. That is where you use multi-handler. You can just say show options here. Right, you need to first of all select a payload as well. So let me select a payload for this. Sorry, use. So you need to first select a payload for a multi-handler, and you can say use payload, and then you can tell it which kind of payload do you want to listen to. Let's say we want to listen to a PHP based Meterpreter, just the one which we just used a few minutes ago, but we are doing it now manually. Okay, so let's say PHP. Okay, I don't see that. Does anyone know what's wrong? Why I cannot get a PHP? Paul, any ideas?
Yeah, what's that?
I'm trying to get a PHP payload here. I'm not able to select it. Use payload PHP. Oh, now I can do that. I think there was a space. So use payload PHP and let's see. Or oh no, sorry. Can I just set it? Set payload. Yeah, I need to set it. That's the problem. So we will set a payload, and we will set a payload PHP. I just press double tab to see what are the availabilities. So let's say I choose a payload which is Meterpreter, and let's say we choose a stager. So stager version, Meterpreter reverse TCP, this one. So I can just copy this.
Sorry, can I ask you what you said? You said you did double tap?
Yeah, so you can always press the tab key. You got a tab key, right?
Yes.
You can always press that tab key 2 times to see the availabilities.
Okay, I never knew that. Thank you.
All right. And you can press that once to autocomplete. So 1 is autocomplete, 2 is check availabilities. There you go. I just set that payload. Let's clear the screen. And now let's see the options. And you can see we got some options. There are 2 options in this payload. Option is L port and L host. So what is the listening host, which is your IP, who will be listening? What is the L port, which is your port, on which port you want to listen? Okay, L port really doesn't matter. I suggest, okay, I do suggest always to keep L port to be 1, 2, 3. Anyone knows what's the reason for using 1, 2, 3?
That's NTP server, isn't it?
Yep, network time protocol.
Because everybody needs time, so
Yes.
it's always open.
Yeah, normally what happens in enterprises, the best practice is to have a local time server. So the best practice is to have a time server machine itself in an enterprise network. But people don't follow best practices. You see, they will always, in their firewall, they will always keep the 1, 2, 3 port open, and they will use publicly available time servers. So that's the problem. 90% of the enterprises I have ever pen tested, audited, whatever, they never have their own time servers. They will just use public time servers, just like Google server or Microsoft servers. That's what they use. Due to that, port 123 is open in the firewall. That's most of the cases you will find it. That's why we use time server port. Some people use port 80, port 80 because everyone allows to connect to internet, but that sometimes can be suspicious. So I just like to use either time server if it is possible. Whenever it is possible, use time server 1, 2, 3. We just said L host, L port. What is L host? Now you may want to give it a specific interface. So I may want to tell it that, see, I got 2 IP addresses, listen on this IP address. But the best practice here, the best way to do it is you always set L host to 0.0.0.0. This is a wildcard. You're telling accept everything. Anyone who's trying to connect on any IP, any interface on port 1, 2, 3, just accept it. Because at the end, it's a multi-handler, right? We are expecting a connection on that port. That's why we are running a multi-handler. So we just keep L host 0.0.0.0. It doesn't matter. It's like a wildcard. Anything comes, accept it. That's how you do it. Well, this will be your listener. You're listening to a connection, and you can always say run, and it will start running. So it's
wait. So if you set your L host to all zeros, it doesn't matter what IP address.
It's a wildcard. Yeah, it's a wildcard. So any connection which is coming to you, it will just listen.
It would listen. I got it.
Yeah. Now we are listening on port 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter who is connecting on which IP they want to connect. So if we have multiple network cards, multiple IPs, then it is important to give it. But 0.0.0.0 works fine because now we are saying any IP will work.
Right, as long as it hits. Okay.
Yeah, as long as someone hits. But the problem is, this is just listening. Someone needs to send you a connection, and who's going to send you a connection? For that, you need an exploit. That's what an exploit does. An exploit will exploit a vulnerability, send a payload, execute that payload, and then even open this handler and get the connection. But let's say there will be some cases when you need to do it manually. There may be some cases where there is no exploit. You have to do it manually. So just to give you a practical example there, let's say there was no exploit. Okay, let's say there was no exploit on on what we were doing. Let's say there is no exploit about WordPress admin shell upload. Okay, let's say it's another CMS and there is no exploit on uploading a shell. How will you do it? You will do it manually. How to do that? You open the website. You open the website and beta.hackerinthehouse.com/ this link. There you go. What is the password? Password. This is the password. We can log in there. And now we need to find a way to paste a code here. So we need to give a code on this website. So we need to find a way. Multiple ways are there. You can see there is something called post. So maybe I'll just go to post and I'll just click on add new, and here I can give it a title and an article. Basically it's like writing an article, and I can paste some code here, right? That's one of the ways. There is pages. I can create a new page in this website and I can paste the code there. There are plugins. I can make a plugin. So multiple ways, right? So that is what you can do. But the question is, which code? Where is the code? Which code will you paste that will make this website connect to you? That code is a payload, and you can create payloads. When you use an exploit, when you select a payload in Metasploit, it will do all of the work for you. But again, manual is important because maybe there is no exploit for that. So you need to do it manually. So that's why you need to create a payload yourself manually. How do you do that? Open another Metasploit framework. Open another terminal. Don't open Metasploit framework. Become root. And I'll just go to desktop. There you go. Now I'm on desktop. In Metasploit framework, MSF console, what we were using was a console that is used to use the framework. There are other modules as well. One of them is MSF Venom. MSF Venom is the interface which we use to create payloads. Okay, let's say -p, and here we can create a payload. So we will create a payload which we just used in this thing. So I'll just Control C and I'll just say show options. And here, this is the payload which we are using. So I'll just copy this and I'll say clear screen. I'll paste it here. Now this is the payload. What we also need is in that payload, you can again go here. You can see we have two options, lhost, lport. So we need to give them. Here we will say lport equals 123 lhost equals. Now this is the tricky part. On this listener, we are giving listen to any connection. We can say 0000. Problem is over here. Here we cannot say 0000. This is the code. This will be on the target. That target needs our IP address because that target needs to connect to us. Is that making sense? Right? Here will be your IP address, not 0000.
Yep, makes sense.
Yes, because that target needs to know where it has to connect. To check the IP address, you can easily use ifconfig. I know my IP address on this 0.0.100.9. That is my IP. Right? That's pretty much it. You just give it the payload name, options in that payload, and now you can tell it a format. Which kind of format do you want to use? I can say -f for format, and there are multiple formats. And now I'm going to do a wrong format. I will just say PHP. Actually, the format you want to use is raw, RAW. I'm just using PHP just to show you the error, okay? And I will output, or let me just do it as it is. I'll just press enter here. It will give me an error, okay? Now wait for the error. There you go, invalid format PHP doesn't exist, and these are the formats. So you can create a bash, C, all the different things, Java, Perl is there, PowerShell, Python, Rho, Ruby. These are basically the languages or the scripts which you will be making, right? So that is what you have to select. And here, in our case, we want to use Rho. What is Rho? We don't want to code it into a language. We don't want to have a Python file, because of course, a website cannot run Python, right? A website is not going to run a Python file. It will run a Rho code. We just need that code as it is in our screen. That is what a Rho format is. If I show you what happens when I use a Rho format, if I just say I want to use a Rho format, if I press enter there, it will put the whole code on my screen now. Here you go. So now this is a Rho code, and you can see this will automatically take the format using the payload. It is a PHP, so the Rho code which I'm getting is in PHP. This is a PHP code, and now I can copy this, make a file, or this is basically the code. So I can just copy it here, and I can go to the website, and I can paste it here. So let's say A, paste it. Maybe I need to paste. I can like paste it as HTML text here. Yeah. I can just paste it there, and I can say publish, right? And that is one of the ways. Of course, this will not work for WordPress. For many other CMS, it will work, and I will show you why it doesn't work in WordPress. If you open this link, you can see WordPress will automatically remove that code due to a security feature. It will remove the PHP code from there. And even if I run that handler, even if I run the handler, you will not get any connection. I'm running the handler. If I reload this page, you can see I don't get anything, because WordPress has a security feature that it will remove any kind of PHP script. Okay, that's the problem. But there will be a lot of CMS. There will be a lot of CMS, different, even custom coded sites. They will always render the page as it is. Render the code as it is. That's the problem. That is one of the exploitation ways. I can do the same thing with pages. I know it will not work. One of the things I can do is themes. You can go to themes. You can go to editor, theme editor. Now, themes are important because in themes, you have, oh, sorry, I just pressed back. In themes, you can have multiple files. For example, here in the right side of my screen, I hope you can see that, there are files, header.php or different kind of files. One of them is 404, very, very common file, 404. You can find that, and it will be there somewhere. That's what I'm trying to find, 404. Seems like there is no 404. Do you guys see any 404 there?
I'm looking.
Might be on the different team.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do now. 2015 should, or 2015 is not there. Okay, 2016, 2019. Yep, let's see. 404 is it?
Right there, right there.
Yeah, this one, 404 template. 404 is like a common one. I mean, you can also use the header file, footer file. In this website, I have designed the website. It is not using the header and footer of the theme, so that's why I'm not using footer and header. Normally, no one designs custom footers, so they cannot do it. This is the PHP code for 404. Instead of this, I will put my code for 404, and I'll just say save, right? And you see file added successfully. Now your code is also on the website. You got your code delivered. What's the problem? Execution. How do you execute that code? That's another challenge. You need to execute that code. In this case, I may just go ahead and on Google, I mean, of course, that is the normal step you will do. Just go on Google and search how to open 404 page on WordPress. Because, just to show you, because if I open normally 404, like this is the thing, and I just type anything and I press enter, it will not be a WordPress 404. This is coming from this server. Okay, in this case, it is coming from the web server, not from the WordPress. That's the problem. I need WordPress 404. I can see 404 template, how to customize, how to open, how to fix. No one tells you how to open it. I do remember something like if I just try 404, will it work? No, it doesn't work. No idea how to do it 404. Let me go ahead and quickly check how to do 404. I have some notes on my phone. Let me quickly check that. I always create some notes, you know, on your cloud or whatever, whenever you're doing such kind of tests, because future it will help, just like it is helping right now. So I'm just gonna open a file and see.
That's true. I'm looking at my end as well.
Yep. There you go. Index.php question mark error equals 404. Index.php. First of all, let's try if that works. You know, we don't want to try things which, yeah, that works. Index.php question mark error equals 404. I mean, that's what my note says, at least. Let's see, XYZ. There you go, page cannot be found. And you can see there is something, I don't know, it's like A is coming, but I'm quite sure it did not work. I mean, if it would have worked, we would be, yeah, it did not work. that's the end note. Why it did not work? I'm quite not sure. This is the error page, but maybe what I can try here is the note which I have is for theme 2015. Okay, maybe I can just go ahead and change the theme. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to change the theme, and maybe I can try with that option. So themes, I'm going to change it. How will I change it? I will go ahead and say 2015, add new. I'm going to search for a new theme. And this specific web server is not connected to internet. Of course, it's a virtual machine. So what we can do is we can upload a theme. For that, we need to download a theme. So I'll say 2015. Oh, I just remember one thing. Okay, and this is the silliest thing you guys will ever remember. We edited which theme again? If anyone remember, guys, which theme did we edit?
2019.
2019. But which theme we are using at the moment in the website? It's Hestia.
We're using Hestia.
We need to change the theme first. 2019, because our code is in the 2019, not in the Hestia, isn't it? Yeah, let's try it now. Okay, error 404. There you go. We hacked it. Why we hacked it? It's not loading. It's not loading because it's connecting to my system. You can see here is the MetaBreaker, right?
Got it.
Session 2 opened. Connection is coming. Blah blah blah. That's how you hack it. I can just say exit, and now that page will load because I remove the connection. You can see it loaded. This is the part which is in that PHP to show that, you know, it's in MetaBreaker shell, you will always have this part. If you are getting this part, either connection has been died or it did not work. So that's how pretty much you do it. You know, you physically exploit a machine. You put a code there, you execute it anyhow, you execute it and you get it. One of the options was plugins. So I can create a plugin here. I can create a manual plugin. I can upload that plugin, and that should work. Because if you see in that that exploit of the WordPress, that exploit which we used earlier, that was creating a plugin. The description says it was creating a plugin. How to do that? I'm quite not sure. You can go on Google and you can just, you know, search how to hack a website by creating a plugin. How to hack a WordPress by creating a plugin. There you go. And you need to learn to Google. You know, that's like 90% of the time that's your best friend. You always need to Google. Here you go. Exploit this plugin. I don't know what it is.
Could you inject your payload inside a legitimate plugin and have it run?
Yes, you can do that. Otherwise, you can create a plugin yourself. It's like plugin is just a zip file. You know, it's a zip file with 2 PHP files, index.php and all, and that's a plugin is. Making sense? Like, let me even show you what is a plugin. Let's say file upload plugin. File upload, WordPress manager download. This is one of the plugins. I can go on Google and download it manually here. And I can just say save. And where it got downloaded. Yep. It is still working. So you can see a plugin is basically a zip file, right? You can see .zip. And let it load. Let's open it. And if we open it, you can see in this, there are, basically it will depend, but basically there are files, right? There is a PHP file in the name of that plugin, and then there are additional files. When we are creating a plugin for hacking a WordPress, we just create one PHP file that has that code, and we make a zip and we upload it. But to do that, there is a specific format. I have done that in the past, and I have always used Google to do that. So you can always find, uploading a shell to WordPress using plugin, something like that, and making WordPress plugin or shell upload. You see, there is a video on that. You can always go ahead and watch that. And by the way, in LPT exam and in professional pen test in real life, no one is going to stop you. You can play videos. You can go on Google, YouTube. You can go ahead and play that in the exam time as well. You can do that. No one is going to stop you. You can go on Google. You can go on YouTube, watch videos. I did it when I was giving my exam. I went and I don't know how to use OpenVAS. So I have always used Nessus. Okay, and Nessus is a professional tool for scanning. I use Nessus in my real life. The problem was in the exam, they did not give me Nessus. It was a OpenVAS. I don't know how to use it. I went to Google, I went to YouTube, Hacksploit video. I saw that 40 minutes video how to use OpenVAS. Then I used it. No one stopped me. So you can do whatever you want. No one is going to stop you. Okay, you can see here how to upload a shell in WordPress. And you will see how to make a, oh, here you go, 2015. I think I did my research from here itself. You know how to hack a WordPress. They are using footer file. Maybe you can still read that, right? Yeah, they're not giving about plugin, but that video will tell you how to make a plugin in case you need to do that. Another way will be, one more way will be a file manager plugin. You download it, you upload it, and it's a file manager. Of course, you can upload files after doing that, right? If I try to show you, you go to file, add new, upload. There you go. Let's select that plugin which we downloaded here, install, and maximum size in the PHP, our file is bigger than that. So maybe there is a restriction on the website. You cannot install maximum plugins. You cannot manually install anything on this website. So that is possibility. They will block you to install things. Maybe your access will not be there, PHP environment will not be there. But in case you were able to install it, it's a file manager. Then you can just upload whatever you want. It's a file manager. There is one more possibility which you should check. Whenever you get initial access, I got the password. What I should do is I should always go and check the available themes, available plugins. Maybe there is a possibility. Maybe there will be a theme. So when I go to appearance themes, there will be a theme like 2016 is there, and I don't have any possibility. I go on Google and I say 2016. WordPress vulnerability. I can see if there is a vulnerability in that theme as well. Maybe there is a vulnerability in that theme. You see, WordPress theme directory shall upload. This seems like there is a plugin. There is a plugin called this theme directory plugin, which has a vulnerability to upload a shell. So there is a possibility you will find a plugin or a theme which is pre-installed and that has a vulnerability. And then you can exploit that very, very easily. So maybe let's say this is WP Forms Lite. I go on Google and search about this thing, and I get to know that there is a vulnerability to upload a file, or there is a vulnerability to take any kind of different kind of access using this plugin, and it is already installed on the system. So I can take advantage of this. This is your post exploitation. You are doing post exploitation after getting initial access, which is the password and username. Is that making sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, let's say if our case, if I go to users and I say all users, if I say developer, you can see The role of the developer here, I think you can see that here. You see, both of them are admin users. Admin is also admin, developer is also admin. That is just a username, but the role, the rights, the privileges we have are of admin. In case our rights were not of an admin, see, we were an author or we were just a user, authenticated user. We cannot upload anything. We cannot install new files. We cannot do anything. In that case, we want to see what is there in the system and can we attack it or not. Make sense?
Yep.
Right. That's how it does works. Right. So we just attacked the WordPress site. Right. And I think it's quite clear now. I will though give you a practical explanation on how to do it. Like if you have a vulnerable plugin, how to further exploit it. I'll do that later. Not right now. It's not the right time because we don't have enough knowledge at the moment to do that. I mean, you guys don't have that. Like Burp Suite is needed in that. So I'll show that. That's pretty much it. I mean, that's how you create a shell. That's how you use Metasploit. I think I'm quite done with today's class. I know it's still early, but there is nothing else to cover for me. Like if you guys have any questions, I would be happy to get them.
Yeah, so my question was just, so we know in Metasploit they have thousands of modules that are available. What would you know, what's the best place to start to know which one you should be using?
Can you give me a situation like example?
Yeah, just say you're trying to hack into the Hacker in the House web server. How would you know which module you're going to employ for that?
You mean you're asking about exploit?
No, more about the payloads.
Okay,
Right,
payloads.
so many options.
So payloads, as I said, there are only two types: singles versus stagers, right?
Yes.
Now, in those singles versus stagers, there are only selected types which you have to use. First preference is always Meterpreter. After that, your preference should be shell. Okay, Meterpreter. If that doesn't work, shell. These are the only two you should be caring about. Even in the real life, yeah, these are the only two which you will be using.
Okay. How about all those like other modules with like PHP?
Oh, you mean the architect? Okay, you mean the system type. So, okay, let's say I am testing a target which is a Windows machine. Of course, I know that is a Windows, right? But let's say it's a website. I can go ahead and, I need to gather some information. Basically, I need, if I am on this website, right, and we all did that web and got the technology profile, that clearly says that it's a PHP. So if I just go ahead and say, what web, and I say beta dot hacker in the house. It will clearly tell you that it's a PHP. You see, it's telling you it's a PHP 5.5.9.
Okay, yeah. Could you actually jump into the Metasploit and just open up that modules folder?
There you go. Oh, okay, in the folder.
Oh no, if you go back to multi-handler and just like search
Okay.
PHP.
Search type payload. I think that's what you want to search, right? PHP?
Yes, sir, yeah.
There you go. 21 different
Yeah,
payloads.
so my kind of question is, how would you know, like I want to use PHP bind Perl over PHP bind Perl IPv6 or bind bind underscore PHP?
Okay. Let's take it step by step. First of all, PHP you understood how to get. Meterpreter is your first choice. Shell is your second choice, right? That is something you already understood.
Yes.
After that, you will use a stage versus single. That is also very much clear till this point, I think.
Yeah.
Then it is all about bind versus reverse. Majority of time you want to get a reverse connection because it is seen that people will not allow a connection coming in, but they will allow a connection going out. In all the systems, in this world, if you have a company, you will not want anyone to connect to you, but you will want to connect to internet. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
That's why you always try to use reverse first. If that fails, bind is your option. Okay, you just have preferences. Just take simple logic and get the preference. Bind is your second option. If reverse is failing, there is a possibility where reverse will fail. A reverse will normally fail. I mean, if someone, firewall is blocking, it's very rare chance that a firewall will block a reverse versus a bind. But a reverse may fail when you are using proxy or pivoting. When you're doing pivoting or proxies, a reverse normally will fail. And that is the situation where you will have to use bind. So if reverse is failing, use a bind. If it is not failing, that's good. So it's like if you are using Metapredator as the first priority, reverse is the first priority. Then it is about TCP or HTTP. There are multiple. In PHP, of course, we don't have a lot of them. But if it is, let me show you on Windows. That will make more sense. There you go. So, oh man, there are too much. Right. In this one, you can see you got a HTTP, HTTPS, TCP. These are just protocols. So maybe that website is having a HTTP protocol open, so you can connect over the port 80 or port 443. If that, it really depends on the firewall of theirs, or they may have TCP traffic, coming in and coming out. They may be blocking UDP traffic. So in that case, you may not be able to use it. That's basically the protocol, and you just have to test and try. But TCP is the most reliable because everyone knows that TCP is the most reliable. UDP is the fastest. Okay, TCP is the reliable, UDP is the fastest. But we want reliability. We don't want our exploit to work. We get the access and then suddenly it just loses the connection. We don't want to lose any connection. That's why we use TCP as the best option. If TCP doesn't work, HTTP or HTTPS is your best option. That's basically priority order, and it just comes with the experience. Now you know it, right? Now you got the experience. Now you know that TCP is the best option.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Any other questions, guys?
No.
Just a quick tip: when you are creating your payloads, always save them. Okay, you don't want to lose your payloads for a specific test. So always save them, and to save a payload, this Angular bracket, and give it a location. So I always like to save them like on desktop. You can create a folder if you want for the project, but I can just say shell.php. Just save it. That's how it works. And that will make a PHP file which will contain my payload. And always save them because it comes handy. It comes very handy to reuse them. It's a good practice. If one is working on one system, most probably it will work on all the systems they got, because they are identical. And now you can always, for example, a lot of people say that, how do I know what is the IP and port this payload is using? Very simple. You just go ahead and check the code. So you can just say, you just go ahead and check the code here, and you will see IP address is this, port is this. So there are two variables, and you can always change this. You don't need to generate it again and again. You can just take the payload as it is, just change the IP here and port here, and it will work. So that's a quick tip. Well, with that, yep, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was gonna say, I noticed your payload, you didn't encode it, right?
I did what?
This would be a good stage if you were dealing with antivirus to encode it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. So let me show that. In case I want to deal with antiviruses, I can always use encoders. It's very easy. You can just say MSF Venom. So you can encode them after making the code, or you can, but then you will have to use another tool. Metasploit cannot do that. I'm quite sure it cannot do that. Otherwise, you can just say PHP Metapredator. I'm just giving an example here. PHP Metapredator reverse TCP. All right. L host. Let's say 10.0.100.9 L port 123 -F row. So I'm going to show you side by side. This is the first terminal. Split this terminal. Can I split this terminal? Split terminal, but horizontally. Yep. So this is the first code without encoding, and then I can actually take this as it is, and I can paste it here. And I can hereby, before giving the format, I can say -e encoder, and then I can tell the encoder name. You can of course go on Google and find the encoders. Otherwise, you can say MSF Venom dash list space encoders. It will give you the encoders. Metasploit.
Shikata Ganai is the best one out there.
Yes, but I don't know how to spell it. That's why I'm checking it. Oh, and it is, I think, SHIKATAGAINAI. Something like that. There you go. These are the payloads. Let's say Shikata Ganai. Where is that one? Yeah, here it is. Why is this best one? Do you know the reason?
No idea.
Okay, it is best because it is a polymorphic encoder. There is a difference between a polymorphic, versus a non-polymorphic. What is it? So, just to show you, if I paste it here, and I will show you what's the difference. And I will just press enter now, and I'll show you what's the difference side by side. Okay, now can you see this code versus this code? The first one is PHP. The second one, you cannot tell what it is, isn't it?
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can never tell it's a PHP payload because it's encoded. Now, why other encoders, are not that good as Shikata Ganai? Why Shikata Ganai is a polymorphic and it is the best? Because if you use any other encoder, which is not a polymorphic, that will use a algorithm. That will, for example, a alphanumeric encoder. What it will do, it will change your letters to numbers. Okay, like PHP, it becomes something like 343. Okay, but everyone knows that it is changing P to 3. That is a fixed algorithm. In a polymorphic, there is a randomization. Every time you create a code, it will be different. If I try to do this again, this code will be exactly different. It will be absolutely different. If I try to do it again, I will just do it in the upper hand side. Here you go. Though we cannot read it, so maybe we will not be able to have the difference, but let's see. Here you go. Yep, you can clearly see the difference. Question mark, something like that. And here, question mark, Z question mark. Can you see the code is completely different? Of course, we cannot read it, but the pattern you can see, pattern is not even the same, right? So that's the polymorphic. It's always changing the code whenever it is encoded, polymorphic. And that's why Shikata Ganai is the best, because there is no pattern in Shikata Ganai.
And do you know why it's running a 32-bit architecture as opposed to like an x64?
Shikata Ganai is a 32 architecture. For the x64, we have some payload encoders. One of them is Zor. So I think they don't have a list here. Let me check. No, they don't have a list here. You can actually check the list using this MSF Venom -h. Let's see the help. We want to list the things. So list this one space type, and type is encoders, etc., etc. So yeah, list -l, right? So MSF Venom -l and then encoders. Come on, 1, 2, 3. There you go. So these are the 32-bit, and these are probably, yeah, these are independent. They don't really care. And these are 64. These are only 2, which are actually 4, which are x64. Earlier there were 2. They might have added it. I don't remember when this has been added. But you can either Zor it, again, other form of Zor. So what is Zor? I think you guys have attended a seminar or a class on gates, electricity gates, Zor and XZor, those kind of things. Zor is basically changing the bytes and to 0 to 1, 1 to 0, that kind of thing. So these are the only 4 encoders available in 64-bit environments, and these are the 86-bit environments, 32-bit. So you just have to choose accordingly. So we got 3 machines today. First is the pen testing machine, the second is the beta server, and the third machine is the Windows XP machine. Just to sum up with the IP addresses, you can see our beta server has 2 IP addresses. One is in the range of 100 and one is in the range of 148, right? So dual network cards. And Windows XP is also in the range of 148, and our pen testing machine is in the range of 100. So I hope that's much more clear. Pen testing is in 100, Windows XP is in 148. We are in different ranges, but this machine is in both of the ranges. So this is the common platform using which we will route ourselves to the next network. That makes sense?
Yep.
All right, let's go full screen and let's log in. There you go. I will open Metasploit. Very quickly, we will hack the first machine. We have everything set up. Let's just become root. Oh man, give me 1 second. Now it works. So we are in the range 100. Let's very quickly attack the hacker beta server, right? So ping beta.hacker in the house. I hope it's working. Yep, it's working. So I'll just open MSF console and let Metasploit load here. This is the password and username for the website. There you go. Let's clear the screen. Use exploit web app. Nope. I don't know. Let's search it. So search admin_shell if I'm not wrong. There you go. Let's use it. Copy. And we have covered all of this in last lecture, if I'm quite sure, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe we went over this. Yeah.
Yep. So options, there you go, set password. Password is this. Copy, paste, let's enter. Set username, developer, set rhost beta.hackerinthehouse.com. Let's clear the screen. I think everything is all set. Yep. And run the exploit. There you go. We got our shell opened. So now this one, which we have got, is our first Metapredator shell. And I am going to background it. Control Z, Y, enter. So Control Z to background, or you can type background there. Okay, now let's see sessions. So you can see we have one session here, which is session number 1 coming from www.data from this host. And this is a Metapredator shell, PHP based, running on Linux. And here, this is my IP address, okay? .9 is me. I am connecting from port 4444. Basically, I'm listening on 4444 on this IP, which is the server on this port. So it's a random port over there. Now, that's the whole scenario, but let's go ahead and interact with the session. So I'll say clear sessions-i for interact, and I will interact with session number 1. And if I say shell here, I get the terminal of that web server, right? So that web server, now I can control it. If I do ifconfig, you can see by doing an ifconfig, we can very well see there are 2 network cards. This is the first card using which we are hacking it, but this is another network card. And if there is another network card, of course, there is a whole network there. There will be other machines. And that's very normal. Just to give you a practical insights, normally, let's say you had a smart TV. Okay, there was a smart TV which was having a all kind of networks, all TVs and similar devices basically were connected with a network. So your smart lights, smart bulbs, smart TVs, all of these smart devices were connected with one network in your company, and you hacked one of them. And you found out that they also are connected with another network range. So you pivot using that TV to another range, and then you attack those devices. That's one of the examples of routing. So, you just need to find multiple network cards. As soon as you get multiple network cards, you start attacking them. That's basically the thing. Now here, okay, why do it says fine? Let me close it. Yep. So let's say we know that there is another network card, right? Now let me just copy this very quickly, this range. Let's copy, and let's get out of this. So I'll just say exit here, and do not exit the Meterpreter. So I just exited the shell, but never exit Meterpreter. If you do that, connection will die. So always background it. Okay, backgrounded the session. Let's clear the screen. And now we will use a post exploitation tool, which will be a ping sweep, because we want to know how many other machines are there in that network, that second network card, how many machines are there in that network. That's what we want to know. So I can just say search ping sweep. And there is a post exploitation tool, post multi-gather ping sweep. Right? That's the tool. Let's go ahead and check it. So use post multi-gather ping sweep. There you go. Let's see the options. So show options. And now you can see we have our hosts and session. Now, why does it need sessions? Because this will automatically take this session and automatically route us. So, we don't have to set a route. It will automatically route us using that machine to that network. So by the way, if I just try to show you, if there's the new tab, there you go. If I try to ping, right? If I try to ping a machine, now this is the IP address of that machine. Let's say I try to ping 1, right? .1. This should be the router. You all know that, right? This should be the router. .1 is always the router, right?
Right.
If I try to ping it, it should work. I mean, if I was in the network, but you can see I am not in the network. It just says time to live exceeded. It's not going to work because I'm not in the network. Okay, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
However, this module can ping it. So this module will use the session which we have just hacked, which we have just got. That session will be used to set a route, and this module will do that work for us, and this will automatically ping all the devices. Our host, we can set our host here. And for our host, I'm going to set the whole range. So I will remove this /24 because it's a 24 network. We'll just give it the whole range. We want to search the whole range. You can actually give it like this as well. So .0 to let's say 100. So it will check all the IPs from .0 to .100, or you can just say /24. It will check to 255 hosts. I hope that's very, very normal. Everyone knows about how IP addresses works. Even if you have any doubt anytime, just let me know and I will see. Set sessions. Session and session number, you just have to give a session number. Our session number is 1. There you go. Let's go ahead and run it. Now, can you see we are getting hosts here, and we cannot ping these hosts, but this module is pinging the host. Right now, what it is doing is it's just going there, pinging the host, checking if it is getting a reply. If it is getting a reply, it's just showing us on the screen. That's what it is right now doing. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it does. But why couldn't we have just pinged the subnet while the Meterpreter session? Well, I mean, while we have a Meterpreter session going, while we're inside that Meterpreter session, there's no command that we could have used to ping directly from that machine?
Right. So what you're trying to say is we have a Meterpreter session, we can open a shell and then ping it from that machine itself, right?
Exactly.
you can do that. It's not a problem. That's one of the approaches. But think about it.
Right.
How will you use a tool there? Let's say you want to scan for ports. How will you do that using that machine? You will have to install something in that machine, right?
Right.
And
Okay.
in pen testing, normally you're not allowed to, change things and install things on their machines. They got a company. You cannot just install
Got it.
tools on their machines.
Makes sense. Doesn't exist there.
And think about it in this way. Now we know it's a Linux, right? Now just think about it. It was a router or it was a smart TV. How will you install Nmap or something on a smart TV, right? You cannot do that.
There are ways, Cigar. There are ways. But you're right. I see what you're saying. I hear you.
Right. I mean, see, still, let's say you can install Nmap or something, but then think about bigger things,
Yeah.
You need more memory, you need more power, you need more processing. All of that is
Right.
not available in, on those machines. And at the end,
Right.
you cannot do that because your scope will not allow it. So anyways, we found these machines. It was basically pinging from 1, 2, 3, 4. It was just continuously pinging for us. And now we do have all these machines. And we know that .84 is our Windows XP machine. I just show you there, right? So let's go behind it. .111 is basically the same machine from which we are getting the session. So it's that same machine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I just had some problem there. All right, so let's go ahead for this machine, .84. I'll just copy this selection and we will clear the screen. Now, I mean, this module can do that, right? This module can auto route, but what if I want to do something manually? What if I want to run an exploit? Exploits don't have this option that we can give them sessions and these exploits can run automatically. We need to set a manual route. How do you do that? There are two ways. You can do that either inside Meterpreter or you can do that outside of the Meterpreter. Okay, it's basically the same thing. It's gonna set up the same route, but how do you do that? I'm just showing you. For example, right now I can just say I can just say route add. So I'm trying to add a route, and now here, and let's actually check the syntax. I don't remember the syntax too much. Here you go. Route add or remove, you can remove as well. Then subnet, then netmask, and then basically it's basically going to be the channel or the ID or the session ID. Basically, that's what it is. So that's how it works. So route add, this is our subnet .0. Here you go. And netmask 255.255.255.0. And you can check it by going into the machine itself and typing ifconfig. And session number, session is 1. Press enter. Route has been added. Let's try to print it. So print route print. And here you go. Now this is your routing table. So you are routing all of your network from this machine, okay, from session 1 basically to this subnet on this netmask. So this session 1 is now your gateway, right? You're routing everything in that machine. That's what you're doing here. Session is what you're trying to do. And you're trying to reach this subnet on this netmask by this session. That's what you're trying to do. That's how you add it out. You never add the IP address of the machine in which you are as well. You always add the destination, the subnet where you want to reach, which you are not in, right? That's the destination subnet. That's what you add here. And once you have added it, I mean, it's going to be quite simple now. You can basically run any exploit. You can run any scanner. It will always go through this route. So it's quite simple now. If I try to show you, if you just go ahead and say, if you run a scanner, let's say, let's search for a scanner. So search scanner. Yeah. And we got a lot of them. Okay. Let's go ahead and check. So we got like SMTP scanners, blah, 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 different kind of scanners, SMB scanners. I'm trying to find a TCP scanner, basically. There you go. Port scanner, ACK scanner, FTP, SYN scanner, TCP scanner, XMAX scanner. So all these scans which you do in Nmap, they are already here, XMAX, TCP, SYN, ACK. Let's go with TCP, which is the most reliable in routing. So I have tried SYN scanner earlier. SYN scanner normally will give you problems. And here is the thing you need to understand. See, why do we use SYN scanner? Anyone? I mean, SYN versus TCP. Why do we use SYN?
Well, SYN is half open. You usually use it for DOS attacks, but it's more detectable.
Why is it undetectable?
Well, SYN scanner is more detectable because it leaves open connection, half open connections, versus TCP scan, which completes the three-way handshake. I'm giving you a CEH response, I know.
Yeah,
I think
you
SYN
got
is
that
less.
concept a little wrong.
Okay.
Okay, let me explain that.
I think SYN is less detectable.
Less detectable, yep.
Yeah.
A half open scan?
Yeah.
Yep.
You
And
taught
let
me
me
that.
explain why. Let me explain why.
Wait, am I tripping? Okay.
No worries. And I said this is our target and this is V. Okay. So in the first shot, we always send a SYN there. Okay. And let's say this is our SYN. This will reply back with, I know how hard it is. I'm not having my pen today. Okay. SYN ACK, and we will reply with ACK, and the connection will be established. Okay. That's how the TCP handshake works. Now, this is what happens in a full TCP connect scan. That is the TCP scan. In SYN scanner, basically, we saw that how do we know that a port is open or closed? So this is how we know how a port is open or closed. When we are sending the first stage, when we are sending the SYN, right? We get a new pen. Yep. When we are sending SYN and we get a response such as a reset, or we don't get a response, that probably means that the port is closed. If we get a SYN ACK, that means the port is open. Okay. If we get a reset, if we get a RST, or we don't get a response at all, that means the port is closed, or there is a firewall, something like that. The port is basically not open. That's the response. If you're getting a SYN ACK, it means the port is open. Now we came up with this concept that, what happens if we just keep on sending SYN? Okay, we just send SYN on port number 1, then we send SYN on port number 2, port number 3, port number 4. Now let's say port number 2 and 3 replies with SYN ACK, port number 1 doesn't reply, port number 4 doesn't reply. It simply means that, yeah, port number 2 and 3 is open, 4 and 1 is not open. That's basically the automatic response. That we know that, right? So why do we even need to send this ACK? Why shall we send this ACK? There is no reason of sending this ACK. This helps in two things. First, we are saving bandwidth. That maybe there is a network which is not that heavy. It can be a sensitive link. We are saving bandwidth there. That's the first thing. Second is that any firewall, any IDS, any IPS, they will only know that you are scanning something when this ACK is sent. Okay? Until the connection is established, a firewall or a IDS, IPS, it will not be logged. Basically, the connection is never logged if it is not completed. That's the thing. But if you are not even completing the connection, it will not be logged in any firewall. It will not be logged in any backend server. It will not be logged anywhere, and no one can just read the logs and tell. So that's the whole purpose of a SYN scan, that it will not be logged and no one can tell that you are doing something fishy. However, with latest technologies, and even if you talk about SIEM solutions, SOAR solutions, they have started to monitor the SYN packets as well. So when they see that, all right, SYN packets are coming, continuously SYN packets are coming from someone, they will understand that it's a port scan and they will block you. So it's quite useless these days. I mean, SYN TCP doesn't really matter. Both are quite same. The advantage of SYN in these days is it will save bandwidth on a low profile network. If a network is not capable of handling a lot of traffic, SYN is the best option there. It's not too much reliable, by the way. I mean, if there can be some firewalls, there can be some systems which may block the SYN ACK. Even if it is open, they may block it. So it's not too much reliable. Packets may go left in middle. So it's not too much reliable, but it's a good one to give it a shot. So that's what we try to do. It's a good shot, basically, to save bandwidth. That's the only trick. It used to be undetectable. These days, advanced technologies, it's not detectable, but it's a good shot. That's the whole thing. But in our case, when we are doing port forwarding, and for port forwarding, for routing, we are normally always using the meterpreter. Now with meterpreter, you need to understand a big E. Okay, there is a big E. What is this big E? It's encryption. Meterpreter sessions are encrypted. They cannot be decrypted. They cannot be seen by firewalls. Firewalls don't know what's going on. For them, it's just an encrypted connection. They don't know if a port scan is running. They don't know what's going on. So they don't know if you are sending a payload. So it's quite undetectable when you are doing a port scan in encrypting and routing. It's quite undetectable there. So really doesn't matter. You can always go ahead and use a TCP scan. It's more reliable. And in port forwarding and routing, you are always looking for reliable opportunities. Always try things which are reliable, because sessions, they will die. They die very, very easily. And that's the reason you always try to get reliable things. Let me clear the screen. We will use an auxiliary, which is a scanner, which is into, which is into port scan. Yep, TCP. That's what we're going to use. Sin scanner, again, is not too reliable. That's why we're not using it. A session may die. Show options. So that makes sense, right? I hope it's now clear why SYN is better and why we're not using it still.
Right, it does. Thank you.
So set our hosts. Come on. Here you go. So we are going to set our host, and we will set only one specific IP because we are targeting it. And now here, there is something more than you cannot. You can always select the ports. And I never recommend, searching for, there are some 65,600. I never remember that number, always Google it. But whatever the ports are, 65,000, never, scan all the ports in one shot. Always go in, sections. So maybe first 100 ports, then first 200, 100 to 200, then 200 to 300. So go slowly. Just don't push it like 10,000 ports in one shot. It's going to break the connection. You will lose the route. So you just say set ports, and let's say we keep it 100 to 500. So just give it small ranges, divided it into project. It's a project now. We are dividing it in small things. That's first thing. We just set our host, we set ports here. Now threads. So people will go with 5 threads, 10 threads. What thread means? How many ports it will scan at the same time. So maybe it will send 10 SYN packets to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All those ports, it sends SYN packets to all of them in one shot. And then from 10 to 20, then from 20 to 30. Again, I never recommend this. I mean, until you know that the network is stable, company has already told you that, yeah, network is stable. And this is kind of like, if it is a gray box test, where you can call them and tell them that, hey, I need you to restart this machine, blah, 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 that kind of things. Take your risk. I never recommend going more than one because it really doesn't take that much time. So just go with one thread. It will take like extra 5 minutes, but it's worth it. Timeout, 1000 is fine. Timeout is basically when it will stop the scan if it is not getting any response. Delay, you can add a delay if the network is sensitive, as I said. Concurrency, it's basically, again, how many ports to check. So basically, thread versus concurrency. Basically, it's quite same. Here it is port, here it is host. The same concept. Basically, it is machines, it is ports. So the same thing. 10 is fine. You can keep it on 1 actually. So 1 is the most reliable. I'm just going with 10 because I know my machine is stable, my network is stable. You can again go with least. Okay, just always go with least. Show options. If I do that again, you can see concurrency is 10. It is 0, 0, 1 to 500 ports we are going to scan. And this is the IP. Thread is 1. Timeout is 1000. Let's run it. And here you go. We started getting ports. So we just got 3 open ports. And you see, it doesn't take really much, too much time because we are at the end, we are in the internal network, and internal networks are always fast, right? That's fine. So 135 is open, 135 is open, 139 is open, 445 is open, which are basically the SMB ports. Let's still go further, just to show you, if you go ahead and set the ports, this time from 500, 2000. So this is what you will normally do. Maybe you can just keep it in, 1,000 ranges. So 1 to 2,000, then 2,000 to 3,000, you can do it in that range normally. So I'm quite sure we will not get any result here. Yep, you can see no result found. There are only these 3 ports open on this machine, and I know that because I know it's a Windows XP and I have made this machine. Normally in a test, you will go from 0 to 65,000, whatever. You will do all of them because there can be services. There can be services running on non-common ports. There can be a service running on port 5,000. Maybe someone has configured that. There can be a web server running on port 20,000, something like that. So it's even possible. Companies, they do this kind of work. Their internal portals, they are always on random ports. So it's a good, good way to always scan all the ports. Okay, just always scan all the ports. Right now we are just leaving it with 1,000 ports because we know that there is no other open port. Good. Now you got 135, 139, 445. All right. Now what next? Anyone? Scanning part is done. What's the next step in the methodology?
Vulnerability scan?
Nope. It's enumeration.
Oh, right.
We are going to enumerate. So we just know that, yeah, we got a port, we have scanned it, but what we also know that 445 is SMB. I mean, that's common sense, but what can we get using this port 445? What can we get using this SMB? We'll start enumeration. And I have seen people, they try to do it manually. I mean, if you're using a framework, you're doing a professional test, why will you do it manually when there are tools for you? You have paid for the framework, why will you do that? So let's go ahead and search for a scanner. So I will just say search SMB. That's what I'm trying to find. There you go. And we got a lot of them. Let me increase the size. And now you can see these are exploits, these are auxiliaries, and we are always interested in auxiliaries. This is MySQL. Nope. Here SMB is starting. So now you can scan for multiple things. You can scan for vulnerabilities here. These are all vulnerabilities in SMB. So MS09, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm trying to find is a enumeration tool. So just see if there is some SMB enum or something like that. SMB enum, SMB enumeration, those kind of things you will find. And I can see there is SMB1, SMB2, SMB enum, SMB enum shares. So it is starting, the list is starting right over here. The list is starting right over here. And we got some cool ones, right? So the first thing which I want to detect is, I mean, we know that there is SMB on port 445, but which version? We have not even done version detection, right? Because it's not Nmap, it's TCP scanner of Metasploit, which is not Nmap. Nmap is the best tool, but we are not using Nmap. So for version detection, I'm going to use this one. So I need to know if it is version 1 or if it is version 2. After that, we can go ahead and try something like enum users, enum shares, enum domain, those kind of things. Let's start it. Let me just go ahead and quickly use this SMBv1, copy, clear. So use SMBv1 scanner, show options. Okay, here you go. Now set our hosts. And it was 10.0.148.84. If I'm not wrong, that was it, right? And that was the IP?
I gotta scroll back up. Yeah, 148.84, that is correct.
All right, let's run it, and it completed, and you can see this host supports SMB v1. Well, that's cool. It is supporting SMB v1 because it's Windows XP. We know that it's going to support, but still we get to know that it is supporting it. Now what? Now we can go ahead and maybe search for SMB v2. Okay, and we can go ahead and search SMB v2. So just testing the next version, basically. Show options, and I'll just clear the screen and I'll run it. And you can see this time it doesn't give me any output. You see, it's just saying scan completed. It's not giving me any output. Now that's very common with auxiliaries. They will not give you the output if it was not successful. Okay, that's one thing to note. If you're not getting anything, it's not successful, or your auxiliary was not properly set up. You're not tuned. It got completed, it's running, but either it is not tuned or it is not successful. You always check the options once, and when you check the options, you can see, yes, it is properly tuned. It means it's not there. SMB v2 is not there. Now, why SMB v2 is not there? In Windows XP, I think it was not even created at that time. So it came with Windows 7, I think. When Windows 7 was released, they came up with SMB v2. In V1, there was no SMB v2. So that's why we don't have it, which is normal. Well, now you got it, right? Now you got that we have SMB v1. What next? Let's try SMB enumeration. So how do you do that? Again, let's search SMB enum. Here you go. We got enumeration, users, domains. Let's go with users. That should be fine. Let's go with users. So use this SMB users, show options. There you go. We need our host. We need SMB password user. These are not needed, required are not. You can give it if you want in a white box test, sorry. We are doing a black box, really doesn't matter. We just need our host. So set our host, let me bring that command from there. There you go. We have the our host. Let's go ahead and run it. Doesn't give any output. Again, does it mean there is no user? No, there must be user, but it's not, it might be secure enough that it's not giving us which user it is. Are you getting that point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if we have any other SMB tools. So search SMB again. I'm just going to go ahead and do SMB again. Right. Let's see what we have here. SMB. SMB v1, v2, and shares. Maybe we will go with this. SMB version. Okay. What will this is version detection again. I mean the same thing which we did manually. Maybe this may give us more information. Let's try it. It doesn't really hurt. SMB version is there. SMB login. So let's try these three. After that, we will see what we can do. But I mean, once we know that there is SMB v1, we can always try to find, exploits for that. And everyone knows that Eternal Blue is going to affect SMB v1 as well as SMB v2. So Eternal Blue is the one which we should be using. It's quite common sense if you are in pen testing. So I'm just using it. Show options, set our host, and run it. So this is SMB version, and here you go. We got the OS version. Host is running Windows XP, SP3, language is English. The name is the name of the machine basically is this. Work group is hacker in the house. Signature optional. That's fine. So we got a lot of information here. It's Windows XP Special Pack 3 or the Service Pack 3, and language is English. Why is it giving us language, and why do we need? There will be some exploits where you have to specify the language as well. There are some exploits, I have seen them in past. You have to give the service pack version, then you even have to give the language pack. Normally it is, with the case of servers, there is a web server, maybe Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2013, those kind of things. You need language packs normally. So that's a good thing, you can get it from here. Okay, Windows XP Special Pack 3. What do? We go ahead and search Windows XP. So let's say type exploit. I want to search exploit, and let's say XP. Okay. Press enter. Oh, there are hell lot of exploits, and these are not for XP. These are mixed, but they have XP in there. They got like XP there in common. So that's the problem. That's why we're getting it. Okay. The first one you can very well see here. Microsoft Server service related path stack corruption. This is a very, very common one. And guys, just remember this. It was specifically made for Windows XP and earlier. I think it even works in Windows 7, not too sure, but still. This 08067 net API. Remember this, maybe take a note, you know, MS0867 net API, very common. Everyone uses it whenever they find a web server which is like a old web server, you know, it's going to affect them. So I'm just going to use it. We can use Eternal Blue, by the way, you know, that was recently released. You can always use Eternal Blue. That's of course definitely going to hack it, but let's try another exploit. I just randomly got it now. I'm just trying it. So you can just say use this and we'll say info, because I don't know what it do or how it works. So these are all the targets. You see Windows 2003, so you can actually hack Windows Server here. XP, all of those are there. XP, Windows 2000 is there. XP Special Pack 2. You see now language is coming there. So if it is not English, maybe you will have a problem. In our case, yes, it is English. And I think this one is basically our target, English Special Pack 3. Anyways, let's try this. Let's try this. Special Pack 1 is there. Yeah, Windows Server basically. So I'm just gonna try it. We have check option. So you can check the exploit before running. Our host, you can specify our host here. Our port is there. SMB pipe browser really doesn't matter. You can try between both the options. They have given you the options. So that's cool. Let's try it. Set our host. 10.0.148.84. Set, yeah, our port 445 is correct. I mean, we don't need to change it. In case SMB was running somewhere else, custom port, we can change it. Pipe, let's keep it as it is. Let's just go ahead and check it. So I'm gonna say check, and target is not exploitable. Can you see target is not exploitable? It just comes up, it just tells you. What I can try here before leaving is we can, right now it is on 0 automatic targeting. I can just go ahead and tell it that, listen, this is Windows XP Special Pack 3 with English. Target is 6. So I can just tell it that go ahead and try with 6, or maybe this one. I don't know what is this always on NIX, maybe some version, but let's try it. So 6 and 7, I'm going to go ahead and tell it. Set target 6. So options very quickly, and now you can see we have specified the target. Let's check it. Target is not exploitable, that's fine. Let's set the target as 7. Now let's check it. Target is not exploitable. This is not going to work. I mean, even if I try to run it, it's not going to work. And if I run it, it will break the SMB. That's why I'm not doing it. That's why I'm using check. But it's not going to work. It tells you. And believe me or not, this normally works, okay? It normally works. Every Windows XP, I have tried it in past, it always works. The one which I have set up, it contains some security features. Maybe due to that, it's not, you know, I have done some updates on that, some security updates. Maybe due to that, this vulnerability has been fixed. And normally in pen testing, if you find something like Windows Server 2003 or Windows Server 2000 or Windows XP, rare case, even if you find that, use this exploit, MS08, MS08067, I think, net API basically. You can always search that by using search net API. And you will find all of the net APIs. 067 is the one, right? And it always works. Just try that. I'm just going to try one more, very randomly. I'm just going to try one more, which is this one. I know it's not going to work, but still just want to try it. Maybe we use this. Show options very, very quickly. We have set our host 10.0. Okay, let's leave it. It's not going to work because it's only for Windows 0, Special Pack 0 to 1. We are running on Special Pack 3. It will not work. That's why I'm leaving it here. Doesn't matter. I just clear the screen. What happens there? So you got to know there is SMBV1. Of course, you can go on Google and find how to exploit SMBV1. but I think everyone knows about Eternal Blue and SMB v1, v2, all of them are vulnerable to SMB Eternal Blue. So I'm just going to search Eternal. There you go. These are the Eternal Blue variants, different variants. One of them which I will try if I was, doing a pen test is this one, SMB MS17010. Just note it down as well. It's one of the most popular ones. So 010, most common. I would rather try it if I was doing it. Very normal. Or sorry, this is the auxiliary, this is the exploit. So the same MS17010 Eternal Blue. So I would rather do it. It's not going to work, I know, on this machine, but I'm just doing it. Show options. You can see why it's not going to work. It's not Windows 7 or Server 2008 R2. XP was before Windows 7. Really doesn't hurt. You can check it. I know it's not going to work. That's why I'm not doing it. But you can always check it. If it was a pen test, you are doing a real pen test, you can always check. But thing to remember here is this one is for Windows 7 and Server 2008. There are more. There is this one. If I move my screen up, there is this one, Eternal Blue Windows 8. This one was for Windows 8. Then there is this one, MS17 for PSEXEC. This one was even able to hack Windows 10. Okay, one which we use right now. This can hack Windows 10 in many cases. Okay? It's not going to hack in most of the cases. In many cases, this one can hack Windows 10. So really doesn't hurt. You can use it. It's a very big combination. They are using Eternal Romance, Synergy, Champion. These are all forks of the same exploit. They just made one Eternal Blue and then improved it. The final one was PSEX. You can always try to go with this one, and that's one which I'm going to use now. So clear the screen, and of course you can try it with Windows 10. It may work. There is a good chance it will work. Show options. Okay, it's completely messed up. Let me decrease the screen size. Right, now these are the options. What we need to set is required is this is already set, this is already set, this is not required, this is already set, this is not set. We need our host, that's fine. This is already set, not required. This is already set, not required, not required, not required. Right. So we only need to set our host basically. Set our host. And which our host we're going to set? 10.0.148.84. That's cool. We just set it. You can always tune it. So, you can always tune it. Maybe you can just go ahead and change the port number. There are pipes, so you can always change the pipes, and you can download a list of pipes from Google. You can just go ahead and search on Google SMB pipes and a list, and you will get them for Windows 10 and all. Now let's go ahead and check it.
What do pipes mean?
Sorry,
I'm not familiar with pipes. What does that mean?
So SMB basically is server message block. It's the protocol, and it uses pipes. It's like technology through which it communicates. Okay, it uses pipes. So this exploit requires you to have the exact pipe on which you want to attack. The communication, you can just say it is like the phone number basically on which you're going to call them. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. So you can get a list of them from Google. Metasploit always has a list. If I check it, can you see target is vulnerable? And that's always you want to hear, right? So it's vulnerable. I'm going to go ahead and say exploit. And understand one thing. Right now it worked. We got the interpreter. It worked. In many cases, it will not work. It will either crash your server. It will crash the whole machine itself, which you are trying to hack. Machine will get crashed. It may sometimes even, crash your Meterpreter, the earlier one which you have, the only connection you have, it will crash that. Just restart it, just hack that first machine again, set a route, try the exploit again. You have to do it multiple times. It always works. For me, it has always worked. Really doesn't hurt, just try it again and again and it will eventually work. And that's basically it. So Meterpreter session 2 opened. Now you can clearly see we are getting this session from .112 on this port. Okay, sorry. What is .112.0? I don't understand how is this 192.168.
Me either.
Yeah, it's like I'm kind of confused there. Actually, maybe Meterpreter is doing some mistake. Let's check in sessions. That will be much clearer. Sessions. I don't know how it's working, but it's just saying 112. But one thing, one good thing here to understand is that's fine even it is saying 112. Basically, it is routed. So I think 109 is.
That's the bridge, right? The bridge IP.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But here, this is what you always want to check. The last one in the bracket. So in the bracket, earlier one, the first one is our beta machine IP. The second one is our Windows XP machine IP. That is what you want to check. Basically, that's how it works. And you can see you are getting the connection from NT authority, which is basically the highest level of user. From this machine, Windows XP, it's a Windows shell. So you can just go ahead and say sessions-I with 2. I want to interact with session number 2. And oops, yeah, help clear doesn't work in Meterpreter when you're using Meterpreter. Help, let's try to see. We can do a lot of things here. Okay, we can. These are the normal stuff. What I want to show you is basically migrate and all. So where is migrate? Okay. You can find that yourself. I'm just going to show you how it works directly. Basically, for example, if you try to go ahead and let me just do one thing very quickly. There you go. So basically, if I go ahead and say PS, it will show me the list of all the processes that are running on that machine. Okay? You can see there are these processes running. Okay. Now, normally what we would like to do is, if you try to see, we will have a process running for us as well, which will be, I don't know where that process might be, in which name we are using. It depends on the exploit, but we will be in one of these processes. Okay, we are one of these processes here, and we normally want to change from our port to any other port. Okay, now any other process, because maybe someone will close the process. Maybe someone will. Maybe the process may crash. What we want to always do is, this is like maintaining the access. We want to change our process number to some other process, and you always want to go ahead and see which process is running with the highest authority, okay, with your user. So I can see these all are running as high end user. WinLogin is the login service. It's great process. I can just go ahead and choose it. What I need here is the PID number. So PID number is 644. So what I can do is migrate 644. And yep, I just see. So we migrated successfully. Now you can see migrating from 296 to 644. Can you see here 296? This was the process we were using. Okay, this was randomly created by our exploit, and now we are running in this process. So until a user completely shut down the machine, they restart the system, they basically cannot remove us from the system, because we are running as the WinLogin process. It's basically, I think it is the process responsible for logging users and logging out users, that kind of thing. Or you can go ahead and maybe migrate to this process, VirtualBox. Until someone closes the VirtualBox completely, they cannot log us out. Or you can maybe just go ahead and migrate to one of the processes like IASS. Really depends. Go on Google, search what these processes are, choose the best process and migrate. That's the thing. Now we are WinLogin. That's one thing. You can do some good work like screenshot. So it just saved on our Kali folder. You can go into your home, and we got a screenshot here. You can see we took a screenshot. Screensaver is running at the moment. So you can always do a lot of stuff with Windows Meterpreter. Windows 1 is the most, Windows 1 is the most powerful one. You can do a lot of stuff with Windows. there is something called get system. Okay, let me just background very quickly. There is something called get system. Oops. Sessions 2. Yep, there's something called get system. Okay, what get system will do is privilege escalation. So think about it. You were like, you know, a non-root user or a lower level user. You were like given a access of a employee. You want to go up because you may want to run some commands. You may want to install something. You may want to do something special. You cannot do that. Get system will try to do that for you. And here you can see got system, we have technique 1. So it has got like 3 techniques, I think 3 or 4 techniques. It will try to privilege escalate you automatically. It's like an automatic escalation. Will work in most of the cases, will work. In some cases, it will not work. There you can do manual escalations. And we will talk about manual escalations in another class. Right now, just understand get system is your best shot. Whenever you have a system and you need to escalate yourself, always try to do get system. So if I do get priv, I think that's the command. Yep. Now you can see these are my privileges. Okay. I can do all of these things. What these means, always Google it. So, you know, what does this privilege do? What does this privilege do? Lock memory, what does this privilege do? I'm just telling you, like normally you may want to go into some folders. You may want to, you know, search the machine. You may want to go into some folders. You may want to run a program. You cannot do that because you will not have the privileges. You will have limited privileges, and then you want to escalate. So always try get system. It will try to escalate you, and it will work. It is a very good one. It normally works. Get system. If it doesn't work, there are manual ways. I will show you that in next other class, maybe not next, but yep, I will show you. It's a good one to remember. Get system. One more, persistence. So yep, sorry, persistence doesn't work. Okay. Anyone knows what's the spelling of persistence? I think that's correct, right? P-E-R-S-I-S-T-N-C-E.
Yes. P-E-R-S-I-S-T-E-N-C-E.
That's what I typed. Yep. Okay. Let's go ahead and quickly see why persistence is not working. Persistence not working, Metasploit. I mean, that's basically what you always do. Just go on Google and try to search. Persistence not working. And guys, I'm just telling you, if you are considering LPT exam or something similar, learn to Google. Okay, you need to learn to Google every single second. Whenever you have a problem, whenever you're trying to find something, always run Google. Screenshot. Yeah, we got run persistence. Oh, okay, run persistence. I see. This is how you run persistence. I'm just showing you. I'll not do it myself. Basically, in persistence, it's a script. I just remember. There is also a post exploitation module, by the way. If you search for that, here I will just say background. So background. Clear the screen. Search for persistence. We got a lot of them. We got a lot of them. Okay. I do think this is the one. So we only have 2 posts here, right? 3 posts, and Windows is this one. It's manage and it's the persistence. Maybe this one is the one which you can use. I'm not too sure. You can run the script. So run persistence in the Meterpreter. You just type run persistence and then the command line. That's how you can do it. Use this, show options. The name to call. No, this is not the one. This is not the one. Anyways, you can always run the script using it. I'm just showing you using this blog how this works. Okay. So, and this one, basically what persistence will do is it will create a reverse shell, which will automatically, start when someone restarts the system. For example, if right now someone restarts the system, I will lose this shell. This shell will be gone. There will be no connection coming back to me. It's a reverse shell, but I will not get anything if something is restarted. Because Meterpreter always works in the memory. It's directly going to your RAM, your memory. It's not stored in the hard disk. It's going to memory. With persistence, we store it. Okay, we store the Meterpreter on the hard disk, so that whenever the system is restarted, automatically that triggers and we get a reverse shell. You can do that with this. So I can see port -P port as the port. They're using HTTPS ports. You know, as I said, not too much experts. They are non-professional hackers. We use 123 normally. Port 443 can be blocked. That's why -R is the IP address of yours. So this will be your IP address on which you want to get the connection back. And -I think is the interval. So every 30 seconds, it will send you the connection. If you're not getting anything, it will just send you the connection every 30 seconds. -L, and this is the location where you want to store that script. -X, I'm not too sure. Maybe it is to execute the script every second. You can check the options, right? So you can just say run persistence -help, and it will show you all the options. -A also, I'm not sure what it's going to do, but this is the structure. And if you even copy this line as it is, just change the location to like temp. Don't do it in C. C is very common. Do it in like temp folder. And interval, set it yourself. Port you can change. R you can change. But that will make it, that will just give you persistence. Every time system is restarted, you will get the persistence done. You'll get the shell. If I just try that, I'm not sure how this will work. Oops, run persistence. Yeah, it's just, yeah, here you go. No, run persistence -help. It doesn't work. Okay, persistence -h. Oops, -h. Will it work? Yep, here you go. You got the options. So -A is automatic. It will just take the machine ID automatically. -L was the location. -X was the automatically start the agent when system boots. So every restart, just start this. That's the persistence, right? Automatically starts when user logs in. So you can always give these options, right? And interval, as I said, interval and port and the remote IP, your IP. So that is how persistence works. You can always set this up. Yeah, here it is. So you can try it using exploit Windows local persistence. That is it. It's a local exploit. You can always run it. It's going to be out of scope. Just telling you, if you're considering something like LPT exam, it's going to be out of scope. You are not supposed to set up persistence. But in professional testing, in real life testing, if you are doing a test, of course, it's not going to be one day work. It will continue with, multiple days. It can go 2 months. I have done tests which are like 3 months test. In those tests, of course, you need a lot of persistence, and you try to establish persistence at that time. That's pretty much it. I think the concept is quite clear, right? How do you set up a route, guys?
Yep.
The concept is quite clear, right?
Yep.
So if I just do a route print, okay, can anyone tell me how to remove this route? I mean, you guys know how to set it, so of course you also know how to remove it. What's the command?
Route remove.
Right, route remove. Then subnet netmask gateway, that same thing. Okay, so 10.0.148.0 225.225.225.225.0 session number, press enter, route removed. Okay, route not found. Right.
So then you type 225 instead of 255?
Oh, yep. No, 255. Yep, route removed. And if you try to print route, you don't have anything, right? That's how it works. But you can also set route in one more fashion, just telling you one more quick way. In case this doesn't work in your exam or anywhere, this sometimes doesn't work. You can use the auto routing feature. So for auto routing, you need to go into the session. So session number 1, the original session. Here, if you are in the session, if you have a Metapreter, you can use auto route. So run auto route. And then -S and just give the subnet. You just give the subnet 10.0.148.84. Press enter, it will do all the work for you. It will select the session for you. It will select the subnet for netmask for you. You don't have to do anything. You can see finally adding route this with this subnet, 10.0.148.84. Press enter, it will do all the work for you. It will select the session for you. It will select the subnet for you. It will select the subnet for you. You don't have to do anything. You can see finally adding route this with this subnet, 10.0.148.84. Press enter, it will do all the work for you. It will select the session for you. It will select the subnet for you. You don't have to do anything. You can see finally adding route this via this session. So automatically it does all the works for you. Very, very good thing to do. The only problem is it says scripts are depreciated. So it's going old, you know, they are not updating it. Maybe they will update it someday. Right now they are not updating it. That's the only problem. But it's working till, you know, in these days it's working. Try it whenever you get a chance. Auto route is a good one. Otherwise you can always set a manual route as I show you, right? And even if you try to print the route, you can see it's the same route which we did manually. It has done it automatically. That's the same thing, right? That makes sense?
Yep.
All right, I think it's quite clear how to route and how to do all this work. I hope you guys are much more clear and you can practice that. Any doubts? Otherwise,
Hey, I do have a quick question though. Can I share my
Yep.
screen with you?
Yep.
Okay. So, so I was doing a little bit of practice with. I've only gone through, like I said, half of the first video. Let me see. Can I share my? Oh no, you're sharing, so I can't share.
Let me stop it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let me share my screen real quick. Okay, so I started doing some. This goes back to day one.
You are not sharing the screen till now.
I'm not. Can you see it now?
Nope.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I clicked on share. My fault.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, it's late. It's late,
now we
cigar.
can
Please
see it,
forgive
yep.
me. All right. So so yeah. So day one, just kind of do a quick recap. You at damn. What was that right here?
Hey, send those notes to me once you're finished.
Sure. Sure. So you had showed us how to do WP scan, WordPress scan. And so I went ahead and got curious and started looking at PJ courses. One thing that kind of struck my my attention, gosh darn it, what am I doing here? Seriously? There was a thing about a key.
Oops, give me 1 second.
Gosh. I'm sorry. I had it already. I guess I don't have it as ready as I thought I did. All right, so one of the things on the scan, oh Lord have mercy. Sorry guys, I thought I had this on hand.
No, that's
Apparently,
fine.
I think I took the wrong screenshot. Hold on, maybe I'm just feeling pressured. Oh, here it is, right there. So you can see that right there. So I was curious, you know, it had an exclamation point. It says,
Oh,
if you had
okay,
token,
1
ready,
DB. So yeah, so that's a website, and it just gives you the register link there, right? So you can always go ahead and register on this link and provide your API key, and with that, it will actually do, you know, better vulnerability scanning. So right now, what it is using is it's just using a database. It just downloads a database of vulnerabilities and uses that locally. But using this, it will use a, you know, online check. So that's the thing. But at the end, the free version is not worth it. I mean, it's just 50 requests. 50 is very, very less. Okay, 50 requests are very less in a normal stuff. If you are doing a professional test, it's definitely worth it. Yeah.
Got it. So
it's an online service, basically. It's a paid service.
Online service. Okay, so the way it works now, what you're saying, the way it works now with WP Scan, it pulls the database and then scans it?
Yeah, so when you start the WP Scan for the first time, or normally it will, you know, with time it will ask you to update the database. So whenever a significant change is made, it asks you to update the database. So it downloads a file from the server of WP Scan.
Right.
Right. The problem with that is it's not real time. So WP Scan, the database is not real time. Every time you are doing a scan, you have to update it manually. So there is an option WP Scan dash update, something like that. You can check in the help menu.
Got it.
So you always have to update it manually before doing this kind of scan. Yeah.
Got it. So basically, what it's saying is you can buy a service that will automatically update it for you.
So if you buy the service, it will basically do the scanning and it will take the results and it will send the results to this website. This website will process them on the cloud. It will find the vulnerabilities on the cloud and send the data back to you in WP Scan, and then it will show you the results.
Oh, okay. So it's like auto scan. It scans like on a regular daily.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So there's a new vulnerability. So it's like keeping tabs, keeping a recon tab on your target.
No, I think no. I think it's not
Oh,
clear. It's basically the same thing. You got a local database, they got a remote database on the cloud. That's the only thing they got.
right. Okay.
I mean, you are not processing things on your machine. You're
On my
processing things
machine.
on their machine. That's the only thing.
Okay. That's it. Okay. So it's,
And you know, it's a paid service, so it's much more detailed. It's they got new vulnerabilities, so every second they update vulnerabilities. That's a
okay.
quite difference, you know. So if there is a
Got
vulnerability
it.
found like 10 minutes ago, it will not be in WP scan, but it will be in that website.
Got it. Okay. All right. I'm back on the bus. Thank you.
Right, right.
All right. Appreciate it.
But I like to do it in manual, you know. WP scan will give you the results, right? It will send the same
Right.
results to this website, and you can
Right.
much better way. You can take the results and Google it. You can take the plugin name it found and Google the plugin name, and that's much better way to do it. Using a service,
Right.
automatic, you know. If I have to use automatic in my company, why would I even hire you, right? Does that make
Exactly.
sense?
Right. Right. No,
You know,
true.
being a business owner, I can buy the tool, I can buy the service, I can run it. Then what's your need?
Right.
That's the need of a professional tester. You have to do it manually.
True. True.
Yeah,
No doubt. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That one was just one that caught my eye. So I was
right.
curious to know
That's
what your
good.
thoughts were.
Let's go ahead and quickly open our terminal and do the usual stuff. Get the shell first of all, and then we will talk about advanced pivoting, which is port forwarding and all of that over pivoting. So MSF console, but before that, let's become root first. Here you go. Sudo as your root. Charlie is the password. And MSF console. Yeah, let me just push this thing down here, maybe. Yep, that should help. So shell upload. There you go. WP admin shell upload. And we should actually set a persistence on this anyhow, man. We have to do it every time. Clear the copy. Where is copy? Let's see. All right, so use this show options, set our hosts, set username, which is developer. And by the way, you can use the console as a terminal, very normal. So, for example, if I have those notes on my desktop, I can just here itself say cat desktop /notes, and it will work just like a normal terminal. It will execute that command, and I can then, whatever I want to. Basically, it's just like it works as a normal terminal as well. So that's a handy thing. Set password. This. I don't think we need anything else. Let's clear the screen and run it. There you go. We have the Meterpreter, and let's go to shell. So now we are in this shell. Let us suppose our target scope says that hack the beta machine and then hack the second machine, which is media server. And let's say we are told that the IP is 10.0.148.217. Then first thing will be to, of course, try to ping it. So ping 10.0.148.217. And we are pinging it from the machine which we have, because that's going to have a dual card adapter. We are getting the ping replies. That makes sense?
Yeah. Did you need to do the route add again, or is that?
No. So of course you will need to do that. What I did right now was I just did a ping from the machine itself. So I am in the shell. If you see that, shell means I'm getting the terminal of that machine. Right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I was not using my machine to send this, I was using that machine to send this. And we will add the route now. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. So run auto route, oops, run auto route, and then dash s 10.0.148.0/24, enter, and that gives an, yeah, that adds it, right? Added the route. You can see the last second line. Let's background this session. Control Z is the shortcut, by the way. You can type background itself if you want to do that. Clear route print. There you go. Now we have that route. Okay. So now once we have the route, we should be able to do whatever we want. We know our target is 217. What to do? First thing first, scan the ports. All right. So use auxiliary scanner, port scanner, TCP. Press enter. Set our host 10.0.148.217. Yeah, 217, right? I think we don't need anything else. Let's run it. Here you go. Port 80 is open, which means it's a web server. Of course, the name suggests media.hacker in the house. So of course it's a web server, but let's wait for it. Let's see if anything else comes up. And just telling you, there's nothing else. It's just the one port, port 80, and that's what we're gonna try. But you can actually wait if you want. I'm gonna leave that. Okay, you guys can wait if you want, right? That makes sense. I mean, I just know there is only one port. No time. Why to waste the time? But if it was a test, of course you have to wait. Are you getting that point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's say now, once suppose we know what is, I mean, there is something on port 80. What we can do is maybe we can try to search for something Apache scanner or something like that. I mean, version scanner for Apache. We are not sure, but let's try that. So search. And we don't know which service it is. Maybe banner grabbing. Do we have something called banner grabbing? Banner. Okay, no such results. Oh, because spelling is wrong, of course. Banner. There you go. So we have, do we have a banner grabber here? No, I don't see that. So we have IMAP version scanner, SMTP version scanner. We don't have a banner grabber. I mean, FTP we have one. I don't see any other banner grabber there. Okay. When you're stuck with that, maybe what you can do is go on Google and search. And guys, you need to learn this. I mean, whenever you're stuck, you have to go on Google and search. Okay. So how to do version detection in Metasploit. HTTP version detection, here you go. That's what I was looking for. Even you can, service identification. So there is a post there. Maybe all of these helps. This helps a lot. And this is something you should learn how to go ahead and do that. So yeah. Okay, they're only talking about two services, SSH FTP. Let's leave it. Rapid7 is the best website because they are the creator of the Metasploit. HTTP version detection, there is a module. Its use is auxiliary HTTP version. Okay, let's use it. Here you go. Clear the screen. And I will actually take this itself from here. So use this, copy, paste. By the way, why is this tab open? Close it. There you go. Now we are in that. Show options. So our host, which is required, port is okay. SSL, of course, if it is on 443, you will make it true. If it is on 80, it is false. Thread, that's fine. You can keep it 1. So what we need is our host. That's the only thing. So set our host. Here you go. Run it. Now let's see if it comes with some information. Until it is working, what we can do is we can try to go on this. Oh yeah, we cannot go on this website because only Metasploit is the part which only Metasploit is the framework which is having that route added. Okay, your system is not having route. That makes sense. I mean, you cannot open this IP. If you try to do that, it will not work. Let me show you. It will basically not work because you don't have any kind of connectivity between your computer and that computer. It's just Metasploit has a connectivity due to the session. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it does.
Right, but we have a solution for that, which is a SOC server. We can open a SOC server for that, or port forwarding, two options. This is not working for some reason, maybe, and this is very, very normal. I mean, on routed things, it's always the case. Really fine, we can close this, and we can try to use other methods. I mean, that's why we have other methods. So one of them is using a SOC server, and one of them is using the port forwarding. Port forwarding is the easy one. SOC server is, I mean, port forwarding is basically more reliable. SOC server is not that reliable. I'll show you both of them. First,
could you quickly just describe what a SOC server is?
Okay, have you ever heard about proxies? Just like here,
Yeah.
proxies, right? So what we can do here is, so proxies are of different protocols, different types. TCP is there, UDP is there, HTTP is there, SOC is there. These are different types of protocols. What a SOC server will do is, this Metasploit console, because this has the access to that range now with that route, this will become a proxy for our whole system, and we can set up that proxy, and due to that we will be able to use Firefox, Nmap, whatever you want. Everything will work because every traffic will go through Metasploit as a proxy. Metasploit is sending that through beta server as a route, a pivot, and then beta server is sending it to the final destination. So it's going through. Metasploit will act as one more intermediate pivot. Getting that point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that is what you can do in SOC server. That's easy enough. Before that, let's go ahead and try port forwarding. That's kind of you should know. To do port forwarding, you need to go into the session of the Metapreter. So sessions 1. Here you go, and now you can just type port forward, PORT-FWD. They just keep it low profile. Now here you have three options: -L, -P, -R. Okay. Now what is R? R is the remote host. So 10.0.148.217. That's your -R. -P and L are the ports which you want to forward. So -P is the port on that machine which you want to forward, which will be port 80. And -L is the local port where you want to forward. This can be anything, but normally we will keep it same. So port 80. So their port 80 becomes my port 80. Okay, that's what we are doing. And we forgot to write add here because we want to add it. Add. Press enter. Now we have a local TCP relay on this machine's port 80 coming to our port 80. And if with that, if we try to open our local address 127.0.0.1, which was not working earlier, but now it should work because we just added a port forward. It's just loading. Okay, you got any idea, guys, why it may not be working? Okay. What I want to try here is just try to oh, did our session died? That's what I'm thinking, because see, shell is not working as well. Okay, shell is not working as well, and it should work. Error running shell, timeout operation. Can you see? That's possibly our session is not working properly. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close the session. First of all, I'll remove the port forward. And it really doesn't matter. You can, keep that running, but it's a good habit to remove it. And I will exit this session. And let me open that session again. So the exploit which we were using, where is the exploit? There you go. And let's get this session again, session 2. Okay, now just you can see this page is not responding at all, right? Now let's go ahead and add a port forward here. So 127.0.0.1, which is our local IP, doesn't work. That's really fine. We can just say now port forward, and I can bring this command here. Press enter, and let's try to do it now. And you can see this works. So it is Hacker in the House Media. You can see that title there. It's loading now, though it's taking a lot of time, but it is going to work. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
There you go. The website is now loading up. Yeah. Though it's not loading properly anyways, but it is still loading. Okay, that's one of the things. And why does it, this problem is very common. It doesn't load, things won't load because that server is expecting a domain name. Okay, normally they're not expecting you to be running it on a IP address. They're expecting you will be running it on a domain name. That's what normally they're expecting. And you can just go in your host file and add this thing in your host file. So you can just go there, and you can just say nano etc hosts. Okay, that was hosts s, not host. There you go. And for example, I have this IP, this is wrong. Let's keep it 127.0.0.1. Let's close it, Control X, Y, enter. And now possibly this will work in a much better way. media.hackerinthehouse.com. And there you go. Now this is loading absolutely fine, perfectly. All right, can you see that?
Yep.
Yep. So we got a full login panel, clip bucket application there.
So you updated the host file, you said?
I just added the host file with the entry. So normally what happens is, if you have a company and you are having an internal website for the company, you will not keep that on IP addresses. You will rather keep that on domain names, right? Internal domain names, which only company users can open. So
right.
that web server or the website, it was not working on, it was not working properly on the IP address because it was not expecting the IP address. So we just added our local IP to media.hackerinthehouse.com because our local IP is being port forwarded to that machine, right? That machine's IP. So at the end, our local IP and that machine's local IP. For port 80, it doesn't make any sense. It's the same thing because of the port forward, right? Port 80 on this IP, our local IP, port 80 on this IP is equal to port 80 of that target's IP. Is that making sense now?
Yeah.
All right. And we have access to our local, so we just added the local here, and then we just added this entry here, right? So now if we are going to this IP, our browser is taking us, so if we are going to this URL, our browser is taking us to this IP on port 80. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So now we have the website. I mean, that's the first way. So that was the first way which I wanted to show you. And now you can use it very normally. Everything will work. You see admin is there. You can use it very normally. That's how it normally works. Since you have the port forwarded, you can possibly go ahead and run something like Nmap or something like that. So I'm just going to quickly show you Nmap and then 127.0.0.1, and I think that is the IP, right? Here you go, port 80 is open. And of course, port 80 is open because we only forwarded one port. And normally you would actually like to go ahead and specify the port as well to avoid confusions. Only add the port which you have, open. And maybe just try something like SV version detection or -A to aggressively scan it. So let's hope we get the version of this Apache. So now we are using Nmap. We are scanning the machine in the range, the machine which is in a range in which we are even not there. So it's like over a pivot, we are scanning it, over a TCP relay and scanning it. So we have the Apache HTTPD 2.4.7. You can possibly go ahead and try to find some exploit on this. I know there is no exploit on this. I'm just telling you, sorry, search exploit. I know from my experience, I know 2.4.7 is a very secure version. It's a very stable version. You can go ahead and try to find it here, but you will not get anything. 2.4.7, there is nothing like 2.4.7 in this list Apache. So you will not get anything there, okay? But in a pen test, and if you were not aware of this version, maybe you will go ahead and do a research using some tool like searchsploit and just see if there is any vulnerability or something like that. We will come on this part as well in another in the next class, basically how to find exploits, how to search for them, how to exploit services. So service exploitation, we will do that in the next class. Today we are basically talking about port forwarding and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I do hope you are now pretty clear how port forwarding works. And you don't even have to add a route to do port forward because you are doing that from the Metapreter, not outside the Metapreter. Okay.
Okay.
That is making sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Right. Port forward, add your local port. It can be anything. I can just add, -L123, -L8080, -L, 4444. And -P is the port which you want to forward. -R is the host on which you want to forward. So port 80 of that machine becomes my port 80, or anything I wanted, I can do that. And then I can just access that port using 127001.
Right. What comes to mind is FTP, right? You can port forward the FTP or
you can just put
and then
21 over here, and
right.
in this -L, it's your choice. You can keep it 80, you can keep it for 21. Just you need to remember which port you have forwarded on which.
Right.
Right. So if we go, let me just remove this very quickly. Oops. Let me copy. That was the first method. Now I'm just going to, that's the best method, by the way. It's kind of the much more, suitable method, but it takes time. This takes a lot of time. Just think about it. You got like 20 ports. You will have to open, you will have to forward all of those 20 ports, and then you can work on the machine. This takes a lot of time, and it's not suitable for, very, very quick, maybe it was like a quick test you were trying to do. You were trying to do something, it came to your mind. Then SOC server is one of the options, and SOC server is kind of it's kind of a good concept to understand. So what you can do is you can do SOC server by, let's search for it. So I'll background this session, clear the screen, and SOC server, SOC SOCs, by the way, sorry, that's SOX. I forgot the spelling. I think it is SOCKX. Okay, SOCs. There you go. You can open a SOC server. You can open HTTP server as well, TCP server as well. But I think SOCs is the most reliable in terms of the protocols. There is SOCs 5 and 4A. Now, I have personally tried both of them, and SOCs 5 doesn't work for me. Okay, it never worked for me. For that reason, 4A protocol is much better. I think this is more reliable. That doesn't work. For some reason, that doesn't work. Let's use it. Show options. Now, what you have to do is you have to just set a server port and a server host. Okay, so server host, let's keep that 0000. Doesn't really matters. Server port, let's change that. So set SRV port. Okay, dash SRV port, and then we can just say something like 6666. Randomly, I'm just giving it. Okay. Even SRV host, you can change it if you want. So let me actually do that, or let's keep it as it is. Run. There you go. We are now running a server, SOX server, starting it. So let's wait for it. Starting. What's going on? It's taking a lot of time. Yeah, it's still working. Okay, unknown command. Now it's giving me those things. Anyways, I think it has started. What you can do is, you see, this is job. You can actually just say job, maybe jobs dash I. No, you can basically say job, and it will show you every job running. So job 0 is running there. You can just say job dash I is 0, and it will show you what is running. So it's the SOC server running. Server port is 0000. Server host is server port is 6666. So now we have a proxy running, which is running on 0000 on port 6666. Okay, that's the proxy. But I mean, so now whatever our Metasploit have access to, we also have access to the same thing. That making sense? I mean, the connections which Metasploit has access to, we will have access to if we connect to this this as a proxy. But our Metasploit doesn't have any connections because we have not added the route as well. This is not a port forward. This is just giving the connection of the Metasploit to us. So we need to give Metasploit the connection first. So I'm gonna add a route here. Sessions 1. No, that doesn't exist. 2. Yep. And then run auto route dash s 10.0.148.0/24. Oh, what does it say? Okay, I added 2 times full stop here. There you go. Now it's working. We can background it, and now whatever our Metasploit has access to, we have access because of the server running. So we can just take this thing, go to our Firefox, and now if I refresh the page, by the way, it will not work. Yeah, it is not gonna work. You can see. If I go ahead and open my preferences, and I set up a proxy here in my Firefox. So manual proxy, and we are going to set SOC proxy, right? So SOC proxy, host is 000, port is 6666. Yeah. This is a SOC 4 proxy. Okay, I'm trying to do that, not working. Oh, yeah, it's a SOC 4 proxy. So every other thing is blank. We are not using HTTP, we are not using SSL, FTP, we are using a SOC proxy. So 0000 on port 6666. Let's try it. It should work. And now we can directly use that IP address. So we don't need to use 127 whatever. We can use that IP directly because Metasploit has got access to that IP due to the route, and we have got access to that IP due to the port due to the SOC server which is running on Metasploit. So 10.0.148.217. If I press enter, you can see website works absolutely fine. That making sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
We just added a proxy there. We just added a proxy, yep, a SOC proxy, which is connecting to Metasploit, and it is working over there. Now the beauty of this is you can use any tool. I mean, see, we added a proxy, right? So we can actually we can use any tool to be configured with this proxy. But how do you do that? Like, is it possible to use any tool with the proxy? It's kind of I mean, just think about it. Like any tool with the proxy is like there should be an option in Firefox. There is an option to configure a proxy, but it's not mandatory that every tool will have it. So for that, there is something called proxy chains. You can go ahead and set up a proxy chain, Nano proxy chain, Etsy proxy chain. dot config, press enter, go to the end, very end, and you will see proxies here. SOC for proxy, port is 6666. I'll just change it. And even if this entry is not there, you can add it yourself. SOC for space, your address. So you can basically keep 0000 here, 0.0.0.0. And it is always a good practice when you are starting your server. By the way, it's a good practice. When you're starting the server, make this port 127.0.0.0.0.1 instead of having all zeros. What all zero means, listen to any interface. It's like, it's not specifying any host, any interface. It's always a good practice to keep it your local host. I'm just going to try it. Not sure it will work with 00. Let's try it, save it. Since we have the proxy chain, now we can even ping that machine. We can do whatever we want. So what we have to do is proxy chains, type proxy chains, space, whatever you want to use. Let's say you want to use ping space and the IP 10.0.14, yeah, what was the IP? 148, yeah, .217. Press enter. Okay, it doesn't work. I was expecting it works. Okay, let's wait for that. Let's wait for it. Is something else gonna work? Is wget gonna work? Connecting to that, connection refused. Okay, connection refused. I don't understand why connection refused. Gonna connect to the server. Maybe our proxy is not working. What we can try is, where was it? There you go. Proxy chains.
Maybe your interpreter went down.
I'm quite sure it's about this port, this host actually. I'm gonna try this, and I'm gonna try this, and here you go. Now it works. So it was all about the specifying the interface. So see, 0000 means any interface, which Metasploit is now open to any interface, but proxy chain needs the specific, and I'm saying localhost is the one which is running that Metasploit. That's why, it's very easy. Avoid all the confusions. Easiest part here itself, make it 127001. Okay, 127.0.0.1. Instead of 00, keep it 127001. That's the easiest solution. Don't get confused. Server host, always keep it local IP. So now that it is working, I mean, I can try ping, and ping is not working for some reason, but I mean, you can see this curl is properly working. I am getting the, I'm easily getting the HTML page of that website. You can see automatically coming. And ping is working, curl is working. wget will of course work, I'm quite sure. If we try wget, you can see it works. I was able to download index.html, maybe in my home folder, and you can see connecting to, first of all, this machine. Yeah, we were connecting to this machine by using a chain. We were connecting to this server, which was connecting to this machine on port 80. Right, that is the chain which we are using. That's one of the ways. I just wanted to show you one of the ways, because maybe you don't know exactly all the ports, right? Maybe you don't want to do a TCP scan, or maybe a TCP scan is not working. Who knows if a scan will not work? In those cases, you can always try a proxy chain, and you can set up a server proxy and then go ahead with that. That was a quick tip. And now, what I want to try here is, so I have both of these things running at the moment. Did we stop our media? Did we stop our port forwarding thing? Because it's not working.
I don't remember.
Let's try that very quickly. I'm just going to, I backgrounded the session. Route, right? Let's first of all check sessions 2. So let's quickly check why it's not working. Port forward-h, I want to see the list, which is, how to check the list, forward list. port forward space list. Yeah, there is no port forwarding done, right? So we are not forwarding, we are using the proxy at the moment, okay? Website is assuming you will keep a domain name. If you check these URLs, if you check this URL, this is Media Hacker in the House photos.php. If you check this URL, this is Media Hacker in the House collection. So website is assuming it is working on a domain name. So again, we can edit the host file very easily. Since we are not using any other thing, we are using proxy chains. We can edit our host file, nano, etc hosts. We can change this IP to 10.0.148.217. Why I am changing it to this? Because now we are using a SOC server and we are not using any port forward. We are directly connecting to that using the proxy. That's why we are directly adding the IP here. So now if we try to open this, this should perfectly work. Not working for some reason. Yep, now it's working. So now it's all working. A website is working, everything is working. Right, that makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right, now very quickly I'm going to show you how to exploit this stuff. It's very, very easy. I'm just going to show you. So for example, let's say I tried everything. I tried the service version detection. I tried to find every vulnerability I can. Finally, now I am on the website going to test this application. First thing first, always check the source code. Right click, view page source. Always check the source. Now it's a long source. What you want to always shorten is Control F. So I'll just say Control F. Yeah, you can see in the bottom left corner, right? So Control F, and now I'm going to search for version. And it's very normal. You may find some version, and it says clip bucket version. Does it say anything else? Nothing, right? We don't have the version here. It just says version, but okay, yeah, sorry, version 4.0. I just noticed that. So now it's very easy. You will find comments in the page. You know, comments are very normal. People keep the comments in version, or you can search version, or you can search V. So, you know, when you search -V, you may find something called v.4.0. So those kind of things, it's very, very easy to find versions of applications. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so clip bucket version 4. It's very easy. You just go on Google and maybe just start researching about it now. So search for Google. Clip bucket version 4, vulnerabilities. There you go. Clip bucket version 4, security vulnerabilities. Just open that. It's very normal for any interface to work. Oh, we got score 10, 7.5. That's very high range vulnerabilities. So all of them are remote. You can see confidentiality, integrity, availability. That's the three CIR triad. That's the three elements on which we measure the vulnerability impact. The first one, I'm not interested at all. Partial, I'll not be interested. The second one is complete. Complete confidentiality will be violated, integrity, availability. This means I will have complete access on that system. Integrity means I can modify that. Confidentiality means I can see whatever I want to see. Availability means I can even, you know, get the server down itself. I don't even, you know, I can destroy the server basically. So I can do all these things here. Complexity to do this is low, so I would rather use it. Now, the issue was discovered in ClipBucket before 4.0 release. This. A malicious file can be uploaded via name parameter, this, or this. So we got a lot of stuff there. Okay. Now you can, of course, go ahead, read this CVE, go ahead and try to do research further. I mean, they give you the parameter. So it's basically, you just have to open this URL and then go ahead and do it. What you can try to do is maybe do some more research, you know, do some more research. Exploit DB, here you go. This will give you the exploit itself. Manually, you don't want to do it. You can just go ahead and do it from here itself. So the exploit, this is the exploit. What does it say? It's, let's go above. Okay, this is the exploit: SQL injection, file upload, and command injection. Okay, that's cool. Let me download this exploit. What it is, it's a text file. I don't need it. No, I'll just cancel it. Text file means it's basically not a code. It's just telling you how to do it. Okay, it will be POC, proof of concept. So you can keep on reading it. Here you go, proof of concept. Unauthenticated OS command injections. It means, what is command injection? You can inject a command. You can run commands on that operating system. You can run commands on that machine without any authentication. That's unauthenticated OS command injection. Arbitrary file upload means you can upload a file on that system. And this is probably something I would be much interested in, because I mean, I can upload a file, I can upload a Meterpreter shell, I can create a shell from MSF Venom, upload that, and run it. I can get access. One of them, the last one is blind SQL injection. It means you can talk to the database.
Hey,
Yep.
when you say uploading, somebody on the other side need to run it?
Yes, yes, it needs to be executed. But the good thing is we are able to open the website, right? We are able to open the website. Where is the website? We closed it. We are able to open that website. Maybe we can upload it in, home folder. So index.php / maybe so, hackerinthehouse.com/a.php. We can upload it to the location where we want. Who knows? Isn't that? We can upload the file and we can open it ourselves. It's a website. Yep.
That's true.
All right. So all of these three, SQL injection is talking to the database. It's one of the most deadliest vulnerabilities ever in OS top 10 from last, multiple years, decades, I would say. In SQL injection, you can talk to the database, extract any information from that website database, and even other websites on the same server. You can extract any information. Possibly you can get a shell. You can upgrade your, SQL injection to a shell. It's possible. But when we have file upload, why will we care about SQL injection at the moment? File upload is what I'm interested in. File upload, how does it work? There are multiple ways. So 2 ways I can see. Yeah. There is this thing which we want to run. Okay, this is the command. I will copy this. I will take it here on a non-root desktop, paste it. Okay, and I think I by mistake pressed enter there. Okay, clear. Let me quickly open a notes. Okay, what the hell is this? Text editor. Yep, there you go. We have a text editor. There is an enter here. You need to remove that enter. Okay, this is the line, right? This is the first line. And now I can take it and I can paste it here. So this is the first line you have of the code. -f file is equal to @pfile.php. Possibly this is the file you want to upload, okay, the name of the file. Then what you can change here is, let's see, what we can change here is host. That is what we can change. Yeah, that's the only thing I think we can change. So let's change it. There you go. In the host, we have media.hackerinthehouse.com, right? That's the website. Name, we can give the file any name. So I will upload it as shell.php. That will be the name of my file which I want to upload. I mean, that will be the name after the upload. The file which I will upload is going to be shell. Okay, the same name. Okay, so that is what I'm going to upload here. For that, I also need a file to upload. I mean, I don't have any file like that. So let me quickly create a file. And just to prove my point, I'm just going to, I'm just going to show you, like I will, okay. Give me 1 second. So new terminal. Okay, sudo su root currently. Just to prove my point, I'm just going to create a dummy file. There will be nothing in that. Nano, let's say nano, shell.php. And of course, by this time, you know how to create a file using MSF Venom and have your PHP code in that. We did that in WordPress, if you remember. So I'm just going to create a dummy file here. This is a shell. Okay. That really doesn't matter. You can create a real shell, right? And that will be your homework, I would say. Okay. Now we have a shell file, and let's press enter. And that will not work. Do you know why?
No clue.
Because we are not using proxy chains.
Oh,
It
right.
says failed to connect. How will it connect? We are not giving it the proxy. So let's just type proxy chains, PROXYCHAINS space, and now it will work. Here you go. Now it is working. Success. So we connected to this machine using our machine on 6666. We were able to upload that. This is the response which is coming from curl. Success, yes. File name, okay. We wanted the name to be shell.php. It did not took that. It is giving us a random name. Extension is PHP. File directory is this. So our file is in this folder. Copy this. Let's go on Firefox. Let's try hackerinthehouse.com / this folder. Press enter. Oh yeah, sorry, why hacker? It is media.hacker. Media.hackerinthehouse.com / this, press enter. There you go. We don't have anything. Right, it says there should be, I mean, it says uploaded, it says not found. Let's try, why not found? Okay, this is the directory. In our command, we tried to upload it in actions / this uploader.php. There is a possibility that it is in /actions / this folder. Okay, I'm not too sure where it will be. I'm going to try it. Okay, /actions / yep, here you go. It was in /actions folder, and you can see we have our PHP. I mean, this can be a real Meterpreter shell. What you have to do is start a listener, open the shell, and you will get a shell. Okay, let's quickly configure the proxy in my browser. Right, so options, preferences, proxy. Sometimes I know it becomes, you know, very overwhelming when I'm doing it very quick, but since we have done it earlier, so I'm just, you know, considering that you guys know what I'm doing. If you guys, you know, anytime you guys have any doubts, just, you know, let me know.
So what would you say is the preferred one? Is it the proxy chain or the port forwarding?
Port forwarding is the preferred way. I don't know, it's not working for me, so in that case, I'm doing it in that way.
Yeah, I've done it before and it worked for me, so I have no issue with
right. It normally works. It's just, you know, sometimes it, you know, when it doesn't work, you cannot basically do anything. But normally it will work. Maybe some other reason now at the moment. Okay, so etc hosts. So this time I will change the IP to the real one because we are using a proxy and we are able to access that IP directly, 148.217, to tell the browser that, listen, this is the IP where you want to go. So now if I use it, it should work. There you go. It's working because you can see the title here. It's just too slow, but yeah, here you go, it works. Okay, so the task which I gave to all of you, let me see how to move my cursor down. Okay, wait, so pin the video, move it down, there you go. So the task which I gave you, it could be easily done if you, if you right click and you try to view the source. Okay, so view the source, wait source. Here, this is the HTML version of whatever you were seeing there. A very easy tip is always do Control F, find and try to search for version. One match found here, version, you can see version 4.0. Sometimes you can try V, so, sometimes it's like V 1.0, V1 2.0, those kind of things. But very quickly you can see ClipBucket 4.0. If you go on Google and if you search ClipBucket 4.0 vulnerabilities, right? So you can easily see ClipBucket 4.0 security vulnerabilities. You can read it, and you got 3. Yeah.
I am more interested in the highest scores, so 10, 10. These are remote, good. These are low level to exploit. Complexity is low, that's very good. Now let's read what it is. An issue was discovered in ClipBucket before 4.0. That's like before 4.0, but we are on 4.0, so maybe it will work, maybe it will not work. We cannot say. I'm quite sure it may not work, but let's see. Malicious file can be uploaded. Okay. The second one is any operating system command can be injected via shell. So you can either run a command injection, or you can upload a file, arbitrary file upload. This one is also there, SQL injection. You can do SQL injection and try to talk to the database. Okay. How to find the exploit? Well, you gotta do some research. You can maybe try this part. I'm not sure. I'm just, very quickly, I'm just taking this. Okay. Copy. You can maybe just go here and say exploit this LIPBUCK8 clip bucket. Did the spelling wrong. Right, exploit DB beats upload file upload. You got the exploit, right? I just did a random search. We got the exploit. Oh, you got one with Metasploit. I was not expecting this. Okay, I was not expecting you will get a Metasploit exploit. Great. Clip bucket. Okay, let's see. So I can come in here, and I can just say background. And I think I already am background. Yep. So because I am already routed, so route print, okay, I'm already in that. I can just use the exploit. Use this. No. Let's see on the page. This exploit should be available in Metasploit, blah blah blah. Current source, download. Okay, how to get the exploit? You can download it from here if you want and manually put it. Okay, that's a way. You can just download and go to Metasploit folder, exploits. You can put it there. But let's see if it is already there in the Metasploit. So I'll just try this. Okay. Let's try to find it. So search. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So we got this one. Control C, Shift C, use there. Okay. Okay. Clear the screen. And I'm doing this first time. Okay, I'm just telling you guys I'm doing this with Metasploit first time. There is a manual method. I will show you the manual method after. If we succeed with this, that's fine. Otherwise, I will show you the manual method. I have never done it with Metasploit. I was not even aware that there is a Metasploit exploit for this. Okay, I'm doing it first time in front of you. So show options. There you go. Proxies, we don't need it. Metasploit is already auto-routed and the proxy is running through Metasploit. So really we don't need it. Rhost, set rhost. 10.0.148.0/217, sorry. Yep. Set R port, it is fine. It is running on website, right? It is fine. Target URI. So, okay. Target URI. Can anyone explain what is target URI? I'm quite sure I have explained this in first session.
Yeah, target URL is just let's say you have the domain itself. It's just like a subdomain. Let's say you have beta.hackerinthehouse.com. Then you now have beta media.hackerinthehouse.com. I think is just kind of a subdomain.
No. That will go in our host directly. Okay, you can just put it in our host directly. What is target URI? Let me just see. So for example, it is the base path. Okay, so for example, you have beta.hackerinthehouse.com, right? So you can put this thing in the URL, our host. This can be your R host, remote host where you want to attack. But sometimes there will be applications in directories. So /secret, secret. Yeah, that can be a folder. In the website, there can be this folder where you have installed ClipBucket, or they can have, sometimes you will find support. Okay, so support is very common. So people will have, for example, WordPress running on this beta.hackerinthehouse.com, but on a folder which is /support, on that folder they have another software running. Okay, so multiple softwares on the same domain name, same website, multiple softwares divided into directories. So /support. Now, for example, this ClipBucket was in this URL. So beta.hackerinthehouse.com becomes your R host, or the IP address of this becomes your R host, and then /support becomes your target URI. In our case, the website is on media.hackerinthehouse.com. So our target URI is only /. There is no directory. That's why it is only /. Make sense now? Clear?
Yes.
It's just the directory. If this was in a directory called Sagar /Sagar, then we will put /Sagar here. Okay, that's what it is.
So Sagar, one question. So for this target URI in other websites, how should we know if it's just / or if there's any other elements like /Sagar or /beta or /abc?
Okay. Normally we do directory busting. Okay. So for example, directory busting, let me try to show you. Okay. I will go in this terminal, random terminal, and I will launch a tool called Derby. There are multiple tools. The professional one which you should be using is Derbuster. It's a graphical one. Derbuster is graphical. Derby is a command line, almost same tools. So it's the command line version of Derbuster. You can just say -h and the website. For example, sagarbansal.com. Press enter. Okay, sorry. HTTP -. You don't need to give any -h in this. Okay, so that's fine. Press enter, and now you can see this will start. This will start giving you directories, special directories, or whatever it will find. It will start giving you right here. So now it is trying my website and trying to find some directories. So let's give it like 1 minute. Let's see if it comes with something.
Oh.
It's taking time because on real websites, of course, it's going to take time. It's slow, right? So let's see. And there are like 4,612 words in the default list. You can, of course, change the lists. It's taking too much time. I was not expecting this much.
Sagar, would the derb differentiates against static pages or dynamic pages, or?
Okay, this tool, what it is going to do is it is reading the response codes. So for example, 200, server gives a 200 response. It means the page exists. It is there. If it is 301, it means it is a redirection. It is redirecting you to other place. If it is a 404, it is not found. If it is a something like 501, 502, 503, server has crashed. It is an internal server error. So you can see here. sagarbansal.com/0. Okay, it says code 301. Now my website is secure, so it will give a lot of false positives. Now these does not exist. 0, 1, 10, they don't exist. It is giving 301. 301 is redirection. It is redirecting you to somewhere else. That's a good that's a good security mechanism. You just redirect every non-found page. So 404, you will never get a 404 on my website because it will redirect you to the home page or any other place. Okay, so the response code is always 301. So you cannot tell which page exists and which page doesn't. Right? That's one of the tricks to secure things. You just confuse the you just don't give the 404 at all. You just confuse the server, the tools, whatever. Making sense?
Yep.
Now, for example,
Yes.
if this was a code 200, which means it exists. Now it is confusing, right? 301, it can exist, it may not exist. It's just redirecting you to somewhere else, and you don't know where. So you have to manually go and check where it is redirecting to solve that problem. So, for example, if this was a real place /0, and you go there and you found out that hey, there is something, there is a new application there. So then you can start your whole research. You can start, testing. Your scope increases basically.
So maybe you will go to the client and you will ask them, listen, we were supposed to test sagarbansal.com, but we have found another website in sagarbansal.com/0. Now it's a completely new target. It's not the website, it's a sub website, it's a sub part, right? It's another website in /0. Do you want us to test it or not? So maybe sometimes it will be out of scope. And when you sign the agreement, so you know the rules of engagement and all of the commercials, you always talk about these kind of things, because every test you will easily, you know, I mean, I have not even given like even one single test where I have not found creeping of the scope. It's called scope creeping. It's increasing the scope. I mean, I was supposed to test sagarbansal.com, which is a WordPress site. Now I suddenly found 3 new websites. I'm supposed to test all of them as well. So it's like 4 times my scope has increased. I had to do all the tests again on these websites as well. So always make sure in your rules of engagement, your client contracts, you mention these kind of things. We will not be testing any scope, scope creeping. We will not do anything like that. If that occurs, maybe you will have to pay us additional for that. So all those things, always mention them. And by the way, so let's say this was a real website, you found it, then you test it, and let's say this was ClipBucket. Okay, let's say this is the place where ClipBucket was installed. The target URI becomes /0. Make sense now?
Yep.
All right, I hope
Makes sense.
everything is clear. All right, so I think we are good to go, right? Lport. Let me set Lport quickly. Lport. Set Lport. I'm not sure it will work or not. Again, I'm having a very bad feeling it will not work because of the the pivoting part. We may have to adjust the payload to a bind payload instead of a reverse, and some other things. I mean, there is a lot of things we can manage, but Lport. Let's say 9234. Roughly, just give that. Lhost, you can give a Lhost. Let's try to run it. We will see. Okay, it says following. You have to give it. It's the same. You cannot. So set Lhost, and let me give my IP 0. What is my IP? ifconfig. There you go. My IP is 10.0.7, right? So set Lhost 10.0.100.7. I mean, I cannot give my, I mean, that's the only IP I have, right? I cannot give my real IP, so I'm using IPv6 network here. This is IPv6. Yep. I cannot use IPv6 because that is not in the DMZ range itself. I cannot use my local address because that's only local. So I only am left with this IP, which is the DMZ one. Let's try this, if that works. Uploading the payload, executing. It may not give me a reverse shell. I have a very bad feeling there. There you go. No session was created, right? You don't get any shell. Why? Because of the, because of the double pivoting stuff here. You're pivoting through 100 machine, and then you are pivoting to the 148 network. So your machine can communicate with 148 because you have you are routing your traffic, but 148 cannot communicate to you. Are you getting that point?
Yep, understood.
All right, so that's a problem.
The front way, not the back way, right?
I'm sorry, what?
In a way. I mean, in illustration, it will be going through the front way, but the destination won't be able to.
They cannot send traffic back to us because they cannot route their traffic through beta server, right? That is a halfway middleman. They are only middlemen for us. They are not middlemen for the media server, right? Let's say, wait. Okay. ClipBucket 4.0 exploit. Right? When you see this one, you will find that this is the manual way of all those 3 vulnerabilities. This is the manual way, right? So when you see this manual way, you can easily see if you start reading this, I mean, this is a text file. If you start reading this, you will find, for example, let me just take the same exploit. I mean, you can use other ones, but unauthenticated arbitrary file upload, right? The same one. So it says here, a malicious actor can do that. Proof of concept, let's see. Unauthenticated file upload, proof of concept. This is the proof of concept. It is a curl command. So you can send this signal to, to the website. Let me copy this. Okay, copy. Let me go and open something like Leafpad. Paste it here. So it is, it needs to be in one line. That's why I'm just doing it. Right? Okay, HTTP host. Let me add the IP of that server. So media.hackerinthehouse.com. I'm putting the address directly because we are using a proxy server. Remember, we are using a proxy server, so we can communicate with the website directly. Now here, name anyname.php. You can put anything. I'll just leave it as it is. F-F is, I don't know what it is. Just leave it. File is equal to pfile.php. So pfile.php, you can of course put your own file here, PHP file, right? So let me try with a file, and I'm gonna make a very quick file. I'll just move to desktop, and I'll just make a file a.php. Oops. Okay, a.php, right? And I'll just put this as a file. Okay, this normally just for the proof of concept. So now we have a.php. Now what I can do here is I can change this pfile.php to a.php because that's the name of my file, right? I can take this line, copy, and I can come here, I can paste it and press enter. Will it work or not? What do you guys think?
Might work. 80%.
It will not work. Try to see why.
No idea.
Okay, because you are not mentioning any proxy here. How does curl is a command, right? It is a software. How does curl connect to this website? I mean, you have a proxy running, but you gotta use proxy chains. Is that making sense?
Yes.
Because
yes,
curl doesn't have any option. Yeah. So you gotta mention proxy chains here. So proxy chains, press enter. Now it is connecting through the chain, right? So let's see. There you go. You can see success, right? Success. Yes. File name, it gives you the file name as well. Extension PHP, file directory where it has uploaded in this directory, right? It is giving you the directory.
Oh, nice.
Copy. Let's read it a little bit more. Let's read the exploit which we got here. So, furthermore, the vulnerability is also authenticated with basic privileges, blah, blah, blah. Source code, no, we don't have any information. Let's read it again if we have something here. Okay, unauthenticated file upload. A malicious file can be uploaded into the web server by unauthenticated attacker. It is possible for an attacker to upload the script to issue operations authenticated something. Doesn't make any sense. Let's try that. Okay, let's try that. Where did we upload it? If you see that URL again, the POC, proof of concept, which we just used, we use this one, right? So we uploaded it in host actions beat PHP something, right? We uploaded it there. So first of all, I will open this folder, right? No, we use this one. Yeah. First of all, I will open this one. So I think this is the PHP file which was vulnerable. This is the folder where the PHP file is, right? So I will open the /actions. I'm going to open /actions. Right? So that file, that vulnerable file is in /actions, and this line says that it is in this folder, right? So this is a folder, but because that PHP file was in the /actions, so we have to put that as well. Now here, let's see if this works. Let's see. Again, it's taking time. But you can see we got the file, and we got 3-4 files because we uploaded them using Metasploit. So 3 files are using Metasploit. We did 3 tries, and one is the one which I just did right now. If I see the file name which I got is this one, 1585, right? All of them are 1585. Last 07CD. So 07CD. This one, the last one, right? This is the last one. Oh, you can even see the time, right? So 15. If I open this, you can easily see this will say this is a file because that's what I have written. You see, this is a file. So we have done it. Now, normally what you can try, if you are not getting a connection, you can use a PHP shell. So there is a very common and a very cool one, which is C99. Okay? C99 PHP shell. Very common and very, very famous one. Okay, C99. Right, download. Here you go. This works. Open. Come on. This is the PHP. I will extract it to desktop. Okay. How to extract it to desktop? Anyways, I'll just drag it. I'll just drag it here. I will change the file name to a.php because that is in my command. I will delete this. Change the file name. Rename a.php, and I can run this command again, right? The last command, which I just did, clear. I can run this command again. It's gonna take time. It's a heavy shell. It's kind of a big shell, so it's gonna take time. Oh, it did it. All right, and now we can go there, refresh the page. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Yep. So refresh the page. Okay, I mean, we uploaded it, right? It says success. Yep, success. It's taking time, and I don't see that. Oh, I think this is the one, 641 KB, and of course this is the one. And let's verify. You can see, yep, 8F57, 8F57, and this is the one. Let's open it. It may work, it may not work. Again, telling you, but let's see. It's a very famous shell. Here you go. It's a complete dashboard. Now you can easily do whatever you want. You can run commands. You can directly run commands in that machine. You can upload things. You can make a new file, make a new directory. What are you saying?
Cool. It's my first time. Yeah.
Right. It's a very powerful shell. And there is one more. There is one more which is even powerful than this one, which is called Weevily. Okay. Weevily is WWEVELY. It's called weaponized shell. It's very dangerous. Weevily, you can encrypt it, you can password protect it, so no one knows what it is. This is the GitHub.
So you have to make sure you have a proxy chain that, I mean, you have to make sure you're able to connect to that website for you to be able to do all this. To use the C99 shell, is that correct?
Correct. The only reason I'm using a web shell, I mean, not a Metapreter session or something. The only reason I'm using a web shell is because I'm not able to get a reverse connection. And again, there are possibilities. I don't know why I'm not able to get it. Maybe because I might lack expertise in that topic. I'm not the best person to do everything in my team. So there is a possibility, but I can still do whatever I want. It's a complete shell.
Okay. One question, Saga. So let's say a hacker has already done this. So from a pen test perspective, how would we detect this is basically compromised?
Okay. This is easy. This is easy. So this kind of shell, C99, its code is very famous, right? The PHP code is very famous. Everyone knows it. What you can do is you can use a antivirus or a DLP or something like that. I might go ahead and use antivirus software, something from McAfee or something from check good reputed companies. Bitdefender is one of them. So you can scan the server or the storage. You can scan the storage of that, right? Or you can use a web application firewall. For example, in WordPress, we have something called WordFence, WORDFENCE. Now, WordFence has a scanning tool. So you click on scan, it will start a scan. It will tell you that, listen, this is a malware file. This is a, this is a modified code. So those kind of things. Yeah. sometimes hackers are so, intelligent, they will take the code and they will not upload it as an individual file. I mean, I have access to the file now, right? So I can just, okay, I can move back. Here you see, I have all of these files, right? Now this admin.php, it's a default file. I can edit this file. I can edit it, and I can paste the same shell in that file as well. So, not removing the content of this file, but also putting content of my shell. That's one possibility. And normally you will use something like Vivli. So Vivli is an encrypted shell. You will use this kind of thing to evade those antiviruses. Vivli is very hard to detect. You get Vivli, it's very hard to detect. The only possibility is, trying to check the logs. What happened, when happened, why do we have this file? Should we have this file here? I mean, I know that, okay, there are 20 files. Tomorrow, if there are 21 files, why is one file more? Did we created it or what? Why is that, right? So all those kind of things. Now you can see owner of this file is root. So possibly we cannot edit it, but this folder, the owner is www data, so we can edit it. So those kind of things you have to remember. So that's how basically you can hack it. I mean, again, you can always run the commands from here, right? So you can always run the commands and upload whatever you want to upload. So that's one of the things. If you're not getting a connection back, these kind of things are what you have to use. One more quick thing. I mean, if this was a real hacking scenario, if I was not a pen tester, and I don't care about your security, one of the creative ways to do it was, one of the creative ways is I can hack the beta machine using this machine. I mean, I'm right now running commands here, right? I can run whatever command I want. I will hack beta machine with this machine, and I will pivot myself. So media machine pivots through beta to me, okay? Through beta, media machine pivots to the DMZ 10.100 range. So now I am pivoting through beta to 148 range. This machine pivoting through beta to 100 range. Two-way communication established. Easily we can communicate. Now I can upload a shell, and then I can have full access to that machine as well. So one of those ways, if it was a real hacking scenario, I won't care about your security. I will just break it in that way. Making sense?
Yep.
Using this machine, I can hack beta and then get access to 100 range. Right. That's basically it. I mean, that's the quick thing. And honestly, I have uploaded the C99 on this machine first time in my life. I have just this lecture is quite new now. Also, I also got to know that, yeah, there is a Metasploit module for this one, and I didn't knew that earlier. So maybe I will play with the Metasploit module, and I will ask them to help and get a reverse connection somehow if we can get that directly from Metasploit. We will try that. But I guess it's quite clear, right? Even if you don't have the complete resources, you can always do this kind of stuff, and you can always do this kind of thing, right, guys?
Yep.
Right. Let's start with the web application pen testing now. You guys need experience in web apps the most, because if you guys go to a job right now as a fresher, no company will give you a job if you don't know how to do web pen testing. And that is the primary skill set they will be looking for. They may not care about network pen testing that much, those services ports, they may not care about that. At the priority, they will keep the web apps. Okay, that's gonna be, maybe they will ask you to do an interview or a challenge, and that challenge or interview will contain web apps. That's kind of sure. Okay, that's the surety. When you talk about web apps, there is a very good guide, OWASP testing guide, and the latest version is 4. 5th is in development, but 4th is the latest version. Just open the first link. OWASP testing guide, release 4. Now this PDF is very small, okay? It's 224 pages. This is something I need you to read, okay? This is something I want you to read. They have perfect examples here, okay? They will give you every kind of example. It's the testing guide. it's going to teach you probably everything in web apps, basically application. They can be web apps, they can be softwares. It's going to teach you every single thing you need to learn. And once you do it, you will have so much confidence that you can go in any interview and crack it. Okay? It's going to be very easy for you. OS testing guide, definitely recommended material after our class. Maybe even after we finish the whole program, then you can get your hands dirty on this one. Very important. You need to do it. Okay, you do it. Second thing, if you search for web hacking masterclass, it's one of my courses on YouTube. It's roughly 2.5 hour. Okay. You can definitely, you should go ahead and do this one. It contains a lot of tests. It contains a lot of basics. First of all, you should be doing this one, and you should be doing this one within this week. Okay, that's going to be one of your challenges. You have to do it. It's not like after the program work. It's like you have to do it completely as it is, just like I'm doing. It's not going to take a lot of time. Like maybe one full day it will take. So just divide it, whatever, however you can, just divide it. So there are different tests in this one that you have to learn. Okay. So web hacking masterclass for this week, OS testing guide after you finish the program. Okay, just make a note of that. There are automated scanners. There is a lot of stuff in this one. Okay, that's something I need you to do. With that, yep, I think with that, that was probably what I wanted to share. After that, let's come on the topic. I will still explain you some of the concepts of web hacking in today's class, or possibly in the next class as well. Okay, but again, that is the main focus area: web hacking masterclass on YouTube and OS testing guide. That is what you are supposed to do. Now let's start. What I can explain you is with my own application. So my team has created a vulnerable application for you people, and you can go on my website here, and it will show you SBVA. So you can open that SBVA. This is the SBVA download. You can just enter your email here. Okay. And it's exclusive content, so don't use it for the commercial purposes. This is personal use. Once you add your email, it will start the download. Here you go. Download now. And the release one is the latest one. Okay. Once you download it, you need one more software, which is called XAMPP. I mean, you can use any web server. XAMPP is the easiest one. So for Windows, I'm telling. For Mac, it can be a different software. XAMPP is cross-platform, by the way. It will work. So you can just say XAMPP, open it, go to. Okay, let me close it. Go to more downloads. Don't download the latest version. Go to more downloads here, and download 7.2. So PHP version 7.2 is the one which I recommend. Of course, you can download any of these. They should work, but 7.2 is the tested version, so it is something which we have been using. So this first version, 7.2. Again, Linux has one, Mac has one, so here is the Mac. Just use whatever. Download it and install it. It's a next setup, so I know you can install it yourself. I'm not showing you that. Like, open it, next, install. That's what it is. Now, coming to the point, the SBVA which you downloaded, you have to open that. So, okay, let's see. Okay, downloads. SBVA release, here you go. This is our SBVA. You can copy this and go to your C drive, open XAMPP, go to htdocs, and then paste it here. So basically, by doing that, you uploaded your web server files to, you uploaded your website files to the web server. This is a web server now, your machine is a web server. You uploaded all the files in that. Once you upload it, it's time to start the web server. So you have to start the services, okay? You have to open the ports. You have to open the port 80 and MySQL port. I don't know what that is, 3386, I think. So to do that, the XAMPP control, you can run it as admin. Once you run it as admin, you can see there can be crosses here. Just click on them and it will either ask you to uninstall or install. Okay, if there is a cross here, just click on that. It will install the service. It will become a tick here, a green tick. If it is a red cross, you have to click on that cross. Once it is done, you can just start the service. So I can stop it like that, and I can start it like that. Okay, that's how it works. So this is the port of MySQL, and this is the port of Apache. Okay, Apache is running on 80 and 443, 80 for HTTP version, 443 for HTTPS version, and MySQL is running on this port. So once you do it, you are good to go. And you uploaded the files, right? You uploaded the files, you have started the server services, you're running a website right now. The problem is database. You don't have a database for the website where it will store the information, where it will save the information. To have that, open your browser and go to localhost, localhost, okay, localhost/phpMyAdmin. Okay, of course, guys, the video is recorded, right? So once you start doing it, you can of course follow it from the video. Just open the video and watch what I'm doing again. Don't be confused right now. Right now, just try to understand the concept. Download XAMPP, install XAMPP, open a server, make a server, open the port 80443 and MySQL by control panel. You just start the services. Copy the files of the website in the XAMPP and then create a database, link the database to the website, boom, you did it. That's what you have to do. Right now, this is the panel where you can create a database. So new, you can give any name. I can just say SBVA. Okay, and just click on create. Database has been created. Now let's again go to that XAMPP, and we will link this database to our application. So htdocs SBVA here includes and then config. Okay, that's the file which has the configurations. And let me edit it. So this is the file. Here, this line configuration equals MySQL connect. Here, localhost, yeah, that's the local server. Root is the username. This XAMPP is running on root user. Password is blank. Okay, that's fine. It is blank because by default it is blank in XAMPP. Then database name is SBVA. Now, if you give another name here, you can keep any name, doesn't matter. You just have to change that name in this case over here. But since we are using SBVA in the file as well as the database name is also SBVA, we don't need to change anything. Okay, that's how it works. It should be fine. So I was just showing you how that works. That is how connection works. You don't have to do anything if the name is same, because in the file I have mentioned SBVA by default. Now, once you're done, you just have to go to localhost/sbva/setup.php. We have created an automatic script. You don't have to do anything. Press enter, it will set up the website for you. Here you go. Website is ready, and you can test this now. Okay, it's like a review kind of website. We modeled it as people can come here, leave their reviews, and it will get stored here. So the first review has been added by me, Sagar Bansal. And I've just written the review as SBVA is an awesome application, and the country was India. That's basically how it normally works. Okay, there is a login panel here. People can go here and log in. And by default, the username is Sagar, password is Bansal. You log in there. You log in there and you can see it says welcome back, and then you can log out. Let's log out, doesn't matter. That is how you do it. Then contact page is there. Okay, you can go to contact page and you can submit a form, upload a file. That's what a contact page is. In the home again, there's the review tab. You can change this thing 10 to 100. There are entries. There is a search form here. You can just say 2. And when you press 2, nothing is found. You press 1 entry is found. And so you can search things here. Next, previous buttons, and rate us. Rate us form, you can rate us. Okay, you can leave a review there. So again, this is a test review, and maybe country, let's say India, submit, and you can see it adds another entry, and that's how it's gonna work. Again, if I have to delete this entry, I can just say delete. If I want to delete all the entries, I can click on this reset button. It will delete all the entries. No records were found. Okay, that's how it works. Now if I add a new one, randomly submit, you can see from entry 1 it starts adding again. Okay, that's how it works. That's how the application works. Any doubts in how application is working, the website is working? Any doubts on that?
Yeah, I think as you said, for now it's clear. We have to go back to.
Yeah, I mean, see, I don't expect you to understand the steps right now, but I think the concept needs to be clear. That what I have done is I have downloaded a server, installed a server. Now my Windows is running a web server, right? It is running a web server right now, and I am hosting a website. So website files were downloaded from my website, right? The SBVA is a website, and this website is working in this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you are testing a website, there are a lot of things you can do. Okay, there is a very common list: OWASP top 10, OWASP top 10. These are top 10 vulnerabilities you can test in a website. Of course, there are more tests. All of them are given in the testing guide, which I was showing you, OWASP testing guide. But these are the top 10 tests. I mean, I have explained most of these tests in Web Hacking Masterclass. The first one, the most easiest one, is the login panel. If you click on login, you will see you got a username field and you got a password field. Okay, you enter anything randomly, let's say Bansal, which is not a valid user. What happens? You click on login, nothing happens, right? You don't log in, right? You can see we don't log in. Now, maybe you can brute force it, maybe, or maybe you can test for SQL injection here. Okay? SQL injection is talking to the database. If I try to add this colon here, if I try to log in, it doesn't do anything. If I try to add a double colon here, if I try to log in, it still doesn't do anything. This is the first test you can do. Just add a colon, okay? I was saying colon. Add a single inverted comma or double inverted commas. Just add them in the username and password and just test them. Okay, that's something you can do. So if I just randomly add something like this, if I try to log in, nothing is happening because we have disabled the error reporting. You're not getting errors. In reality, it is producing some errors, but you cannot see that because in a secure environment, you will possibly never see that. But let me tell you what's going behind the scenes. Okay, when you are doing anything in the form, what is going behind the scenes? Let me open the files. If I go to htdocs, okay, login page, right? This is the login page. Let's open it. Right. Now, here, how this form is working, just bear with me with this single line here. This is the line I want you to see. Okay. SQL query, which it is sending to the database. So website is sending something to the database. What it is sending? Select star. Star means everything. From login. Here, login is the table name. Okay, there is a database, there's a table called login. So select everything from the login table where the condition username equals something and password equals again something. Okay, this is something, and then end the query. That's how it is working. Making sense till now? How the website is performing the test. It is just checking that, see, select everything from the login table where username is something, password is something. If there is a perfect match, if there is a match, right, if you're able to see a match, give me the result. Whatever the result is, just show me the result. Is it making sense to you?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and if we go to the database, actually, if we really go to the database, so we can just say XAMPP MySQL, okay, and then I'm just trying to see where is MySQL installed. Okay, bin, and do we have MySQL here? Yep, we have MySQL here. Okay, cool. Let me open command prompt. If I just say MySQL, right? So to explain the concept, if I log into MySQL as an authenticated user, which can be done by MySQL dash U, which is user is root, dash P, which is password, press enter. Password is blank, just press enter again. Okay, I was expecting it will clear the screen. Possibly it doesn't work like that. Okay, anyways, if we go there now, if we see show databases, okay, show databases, you can see these are all the databases in my MySQL server. Okay, right now I'm just trying to show you as a server administrator. I'm the company right now. Okay, there is a database called SBVA. If we go to that database, so use SBVA. Okay, if I want to go in that database, I'm using this database now. Show tables. If we see the tables, we have two tables, login and reviews. If we talk about login table, so select star from login. If I press enter, this is the whole table. In this whole table, there is only one entry, which is user ID is 1, username is Sagar, password is Bansal. Okay? There is only one ID in this username table. Let's suppose there were multiple users, doesn't really matter. It will give you the whole table. But when website is testing one single user, it is testing the command select star from login where username equals something and password equals something. Okay, if username equals Sagar, sorry, yep, okay, if username equals Sagar and password equals Bansal, it gives me this result. Yeah, if I enter a wrong result here, if password equals Bansal 123, it does not gives me anything. Can you see one row in a set and empty row? If my username and password is correct, it will give me it will return me the whole entry. It will give me the row. If my username and password is wrong, it will not give me anything. Is this making sense now?
Mm-hmm.
So that is how the database is working in the backend. Okay, the website is working in that way. So if the website is sending this query, select star from login where username equals something and password equals something. Now this something is given by the user. Website is using the query, but this something is what we control. So this Sagar and Bansal, this is what we control by the website form. Whatever you enter in this, it takes that input, it puts that in this query and it runs that query. If the query gives you a row here, if it is correct, then it logs you in. If it is not correct, then it doesn't log you in. That is how login and logout works on most of the websites. Is it making sense? Right. Because you can control this thing, right? The Sagar and this Bansal. If you can control the input, can you not try to do something malicious here? Can you try to add a single quotes here? I mean, if you are the one who is controlling everything between these two quotes, can you not say Sagar and then a single quote? You can. So if you do this, what suddenly happens? This single quote, which was supposed to be closed at this single quote, now it is closing here, which you just added. Is it making sense? Yeah. Now for the website, username is ending over here. And suddenly you are in the control. You can type anything here or 1 equals 1. You can type anything here, okay, and maybe space as well. You can type anything here because you are controlling it. So you basically type this sentence, you give this as an input, but for the website, the username was supposed to be this one, but now it is this one because of this quote, right? Because this quote and this quote was supposed to be whatever you enter in between was supposed to be a value, but since you added this quote here, this username becomes this much, and you type this extra material, right? This is the extra material which was not supposed to be here. Is it's making sense? It was supposed to be this much. Whatever you enter was supposed to be in this, and then further it was supposed to be and password equals. But now, because you closed the quote and you added some extra material, this part is extra. This was not supposed to be here, but you did it. Is this making any sense?
Yeah, actually, if you can go over. Yeah, to me, it's not making sense actually.
Okay.
So if you can go over the second part, that would be great.
Right. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. So okay. So this is the query. This is the database query which the website is using to check if a username and password is correct or not. Okay. This is what it is using. This website is sending this query to the database. It is asking select star from login where username equals something and password equals something. Now this something is what you have entered as username and password. You enter something here, username ABC, password 123. It will send that here. Select star from something from login where username equals ABC, password equals 123. Is it making sense till now?
Yes.
Right. So this is how website is checking that is a user actually correct or not, if there is an entry of that user in the database or not. So if I enter a wrong username, you can see here, if I enter a wrong password or a username, doesn't matter. If I enter a wrong password, can you see what it returns? Database says empty set. There is nothing like that. There is no user with Sagar and password Bansal123. There is no user in my database. Okay, that's what it is saying. Right?
Right.
If there is a valid user, if you enter the right password and right username, right? If this is the right one, what it returns? It returns the row. It says one row in the set. It says that yes, in my database there is one user like that. Making sense now? Because we are giving this username and password, what if we control it? It is supposed to be username equals something and password equals something, but what if we control it? We control it by, let's say we control it by saying select star from login where username equals Sagar and password equals this, right? And then maybe we can just say, okay, we can just say here or 1 equals 1. Okay, what does it do? It is basically saying select star from login where username equals Sagar and password equals Bansals or 1 is equal to 1. Just check either check if Sagar and password exist or if 1 is equal to 1. Is this true? 1 is equal to 1. Is this true? Is it a universal truth?
1 equals 1, yeah.
That's a universal truth, right? So we are just telling the database that, hey, can you check if 1 is equal to 1? If it is, then let me in. If 1 is equal to 1, then just give me access. Just let me log in. That's what we are trying to tell it. We're just saying, check if the username equals Sagar. Check if password is Bansal123. If that's correct, that's fine. If that's wrong, then just check this thing. 1 is equal to 1. If 1 is equal to 1, then just let me log in. Okay, that's what we are trying to say to the website. Right? The problem here is, you see, when something is in these single quotes, can you see these two single quotes here? When you give something in these quotes, this is taken as an input text. Okay, this is taken as a text. Now here, username equals Sagar and password equals Bansal123 or 1 equals 1. That is taken as a password, not as a command. We need to make it as a command instead of a password. To make a command, we need to close this bracket, the single quote. This is closing here. We need to close it over here so that Bansal this password is closed here like this one, and then we get our command running there, or 1 equals 1. That's what we want. That's why we put a quotation mark here. Okay. Now you can see select star from login where user equals Sagar, password equals 17123, or 1 equals 1. Is this making sense now?
Yes, it's making sense. But my question is, still, do we maintain that code at the end of the one?
Yes, that's a
Like
very
the
good
one
question, because here there is an additional code which doesn't make sense. I mean, where is it opening then, right?
Right.
If this is opening and closing, what to do? There are multiple options. This semicolon, when you see the semicolon, this is end the comment. This is used at the end of the comment. So maybe we can just add a semicolon here. This will basically end the command over here, and this will be ignored. This will be the first command. So this becomes our first command, and then this becomes our second command. And also, to ignore the second command completely, we add a hash sign. Now this hash sign comments this. This is a comment, not a command. This becomes a comment, which is, don't, just completely ignore this. That is what it is now. So we end the command here, we comment it out. This is our first command, and whatever is after this, ignore that. That's what we are telling to the database. Making sense now? So basically, if you try to see, this is what we have entered in the form, right? From here to here, this is what we enter in this form here. In this password, we give this thing, right? If you give this thing, the code will pick up this, but because you have added a single quote here, it will end this here, and this will be taken as a new command. This will be checked, and then further, this will end the command here, and it will comment everything out. Making sense?
So in this case, will it work?
Who knows?
Executing the second command.
The second command, no, it will not execute the second command because we have commented out it. Just the hash is comment. Okay. Ignore everything after the comment. We have commented it. It will not check it. It will not even run this.
But the one equals to 1 will work.
Will work because it is ending over here, not here.
Right.
Fine. So what happens if we try this? I don't know if it will work in the first place, but this is what we have to give as input. So let's copy, and I will give this as an input. Okay, sorry, it was supposed to be in password. Username, I think I can give anything, doesn't really matter. I'll just say button. So let's try to say login, and you can say I successfully logged in. Can you see there?
Right.
I successfully logged in, no problem at all. Right? That's how you bypass a whole login page by SQL injection. And basically, we were talking to the database, we were controlling the database. That's what we were doing. Now, interesting question: can you do it? Let's not use one first of all. Let's use something else. And also, can you do it with the username field instead of the password field? Who can do that with the username field? Let's give you guys a try. So this is the field which you are controlling. You enter anything here, let's say Sagar. Now, how will you control this field? How will you ignore this part and establish your command here? Let's control this field and try to bypass it. Okay. What shall I type? Tell me.
So the semicolon.
Right. By doing that, we closed this here and we got the control here with ourselves now.
1 is 1 equal to 1.
But don't you think you need to give it a condition like select star from login where username equals Sagar or 1 equals to 1, right?
Right.
Or
1 equal to 1.
Okay. And then don't you think this part is a problem?
Semicolon.
So you have to close it.
No, but I have to close.
Semicolon to close the
Put
one.
semicolon, yeah.
Okay. But still, this is a second command. This is the first command now, but this is the second command. What to do with it?
Put a hash.
So you have the comment.
Right. Now, this whole thing becomes a comment. This is ignored. So if you take this part, okay, if you take this part from here to here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you take this part, if you press here, and password doesn't really matter, so it is commented out. I can press anything there. If I try to log in, you can see you guys successfully logged in, right?
Right.
Now you may be thinking then, but Sagar, I can use the same thing and I can log into any account then, right? It doesn't work like that. Where is the vulnerability? Where is the weakness? Did you guys manage to find the weakness? Do you think there is a weakness in this code?
Yeah, there is, because it allows you to manipulate the
It
SQL
allows
thing,
you
the
to
command.
manipulate the database command itself. This whole command itself is a weakness, basically. The website, the secure website will never allow you to give the input and control the database. Okay. What they should be doing is they should be checking for special characters. They should be checking that a user is not adding colon, a user is not adding the pound sign, the hash sign, a user is not adding a single quotes. They should be checking for these characters. They should be blocking them, right? That's the first way. That is called blacklisting. You blacklist these characters. Or second way, they should be whitelisting some characters. They should say that, listen, you can only use numbers, you can only use alphabets, and maybe you can use hash @ the exclamation $, you can use some specific symbols. You cannot use these symbols, right? I mean, you just whitelist then. Don't blacklist, simply whitelist. Just say that, see, this is what you can use. Don't say this is what you cannot use. Just say this is what you can use. Because sometimes when we do blacklisting, when we say that, okay, this, you cannot use this. The problem is we sometimes forget some things. Okay, we forget that, okay, this can be done in that way also. It can be done in that way also. We sometimes forget to blacklist everything. That's the reason the best way is whitelist. Whitelist the characters which are secure. These characters, the single quote, this colon, this hash sign, these are not secure. And that is one of the reasons when you are making a password on some websites, you will find that they will not allow you to use these as usernames and passwords. Making sense?
Yeah. Right. And how do you do that?
I mean, you can just, you don't have to do it. The developer can basically add a line of code where they will check if username contains exclamation mark. It will block it. It will just say that your username cannot have exclamation mark. Okay, that is what a website developer will do. It's not our job, but our job is to understand the problem and tell him that, hey, listen, this is the problem. In this code, I can send anything to the database. I can send whatever I want to the database. I can control the whole database. That's the whole problem. Okay, we have to stop that. We have to stop the problem. We have to solve the problem. And the problem is coming because you are allowing this kind of characters. If you block these kind of characters, or if you whitelist only selected characters like this one, numbers, if you whitelist only specific things, a user cannot control the database, right? That is what you have to tell. You have to come up with the solution, not the implementation. Making sense now?
Yeah.
Right. Now, let me give you a very quick challenge kind of thing. Let us say, instead of single quotes, let's say the code of the website contains this. Okay, it is very, very possible. Sometimes the code of the website contains this kind of things. You can see it is working. This code is working very fine. And this is very normal. Okay, let's say this is the code. How will you bypass it?
I'll ask this question. Will that be different from the single quote?
I mean, see, right now, if you add a single quote anywhere, let's say you add a single quote here, is it helping? Is it helping in any sense? Is it doing anything? Essentially, can you see? I mean, this quote is double, this is double. So whatever you enter here is taken as your password in the text. It is taken as text. What you want to do is you want to close this quote so that you are in the control. So instead of adding a single quote, you have to add a double quote in this time. And then you can write whatever you want. Making sense now? you need to add the same thing which the website is using, and there is no option to find that. It's just you have to guess it. If single is not working, single quote is not working, maybe you will use the double quotes. Okay,
that makes sense.
right. So basically that was the whole point. Sometimes developers use double quotes. In those cases, always test for double quotes as well. Okay. Now, what I was trying to do earlier, you know, when I was trying to say that always try to use single quotes and double quotes and try to break it. So, for example, this is what the code is. If I try to add a single quote here, suddenly this code becomes inconsistent. There is no reason to have 3 quotes. It will throw an error. Normally, it will throw an error. In our case, it is not throwing an error. If I just give a single quote here and single quote here, it is not throwing an error because we have disabled that. Okay, we have disabled the error reporting. That is why it's not throwing an error. But normally on some websites, it will throw an error. Okay, when you add a single quote and something like that. If the website is not secure, they are not whitelisting or blacklisting, you add a single quote, it will throw an error because there is no sense of having 3 quotes. In the code, there is no sense of having that, and it will throw an error there. That's basically the concept of bypassing login panels or bypassing security with SQL injection. Again, you can use the same thing on the home page. Here, can you see there's a, let's see, if I try to open this here. So can you see this URL is taking ID equals 1. What if I can control this ID as well? You know, it's not about login panels. It's basically, it is about controlling the website. What it is doing in the backend, maybe it is checking select star from some table where RID equals 1, where RID equals 2. What happens if I try to say where RID equals 0? Okay, you see, we don't get, okay, we don't get any response, right? We don't get anything. What happens if I say, sorry, what happens if I say RID equals single quote? Okay, you can see we got an error. Could not execute select star from reviews where ID equals colon. See, I told you this kind of command is what it is using in the backend. The website is using this command. Select star from reviews. Reviews is the table name where ID equals something. Now, what happens if you start controlling this, right? What happens if you control this? Can you control this?
I guess, yeah, you can try.
You can try. So there are multiple commands you can use. For example, I can say union, UNION, right? I can say union, or let me show it in this one first in command prompt. It will be easy for you to understand, and then we can take it to the real level. Okay. For example, if I do select star from reviews where ID equals 1. Okay, select is unrecognized command. Oh, okay, we are not in MySQL. I think I logged out. Here you go. Now, if I say select star from reviews, okay, no database selected. Let's select the database first. Use SBVA. Now, if I say select star from reviews, you can see there is the full table. Now here, command is using select star from reviews where ID equals 1. That is what the website is using, where ID equals 1. This is what the website is using. But what if I can modify this? I can say maybe union, UNION, union 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't work. Okay, I was not expecting that. Okay, okay. Select 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So see, what union does it combines the output of 2 commands. Okay, I have run 2 commands here. Select star from reviews where ID equals 1. That is the command which website is running. I just added union. Select 1, 2, 3, 4. Now select 1, 2, 3, 4 is another command. If we run it individually, select 1, 2, 3, 4. If you run it directly, you will see the output is this table, right? This is the table. Is this making sense? This is the table which comes after running select 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you just do union, it means combine both of them, and this is the combined table. Is this making sense? This was the default table, select star from reviews where ID equals 1. This was the table which comes select 1, 2, 3, 4. We combined both of them, select star from reviews where ID equals 1, union, select 1, 2, 3, 4. We get a combined table, right?
Right.
What if I run another command, select 1, 2, 3, 4. Instead of 3, if I add something like @@ version. @@ version gives you the version number. You can see in the third column, instead of 3, we are getting the version number, right? If I use the same command here, if I take this union, this line, if I take this, if I go on the website, okay, if I add that here, you can see select whatever. So RID equals 1. This is what the website will put. Union, select 1, 2, 3. Instead of 3, I'm giving @@ version, and then 4, and then colon. If I press enter here, you can see we suddenly get one more entry which says 1 is ignored. I think 1 is not showing here. But if you try to see on this thing, I don't find 1, but I see 2 here, I see 4 here, and in third column you can clearly see the version number. Is this making sense?
Right.
We are controlling the database. Yep. What are you asking?
Using the word union, you combine the
table,
the new field, whatever.
Yeah, new command basically.
The new command. So whatever you enter there, it takes it as true.
I mean, I can enter. Sorry, what? True what?
What I'm saying is that using the union command, you're able to like manipulate the data or add something to it.
Yes. The whole problem is the union is not adding commands. Union is not adding commands. The whole problem is you can add command. There is another operator for that. We call these operators. Okay, union operator. It is not adding the command. It is combining the output of 2 commands. Okay, it is not running the 2 commands. It is adding the. It is combining the output of 2 commands. Output of first command was this. Output of second command was this. So it just combined the output and make a new table, but that is what union does. Okay, it's not running the command, it is combining the command output. Okay, you can use some other operator which will simply run, the second command. You can use some other operator, but you don't have to learn this language. That's the whole point. That is what I'm trying to stress now. You don't have to learn what is union. You don't have to learn the whole language itself. You really don't need to learn this. You can use automated tools to do that. There are tools to do it. You don't have to run these commands. You really don't need that. What you just need is you need to understand how the concept works, and if there is a possibility to manipulate something. If you think that, okay, this is a website, right? This is a website. In the URL, I see that there is an ID parameter. This is a parameter which is containing a value 1. If you see this kind of thing, possibly this command is going to the database. There is some command being run in the background. There is something going on in the background. Maybe I can modify, maybe I can manipulate the database, and then you just use a tool which can do it for you. You don't have to try any test. You just have to use a tool. That tool, there are multiples. My favorite one is SQL Map. Okay, let's open the Kali Linux and run it. So
what you're saying is that you don't have to learn, or you don't have to know SQL.
Yes, the tool can automatically run SQL commands for you. It will ask you English questions. It will ask you questions in English language. You answer them in yes or no. It will make commands and it will run them for you. You don't have to learn it. But why I showed it? To explain you the concept in a deeper level. Now you know what is going behind the scenes, how tool is working. Tool is also going to try these commands, this type of random commands. Is it making sense now?
Yeah.
Let's go in Kali Linux. It will do everything for us automatically. We don't have to do anything. Yep, here you go. It's quite slow today. Let's log in. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't matter. So let's open Firefox. All right. Now in Firefox, let us assume that this is the real website. So there will be an IP address or the domain name, right? So I will check my IP. So my IP address is 192.168.0.112. Okay, if we go there, and this works. My website is in the folder of SBVA. Okay, you can see this is my website. Is it making sense to you guys what I'm doing right now? I'm just opening this website in my Kali Linux, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
And I can just take this URL, right? I can just take this URL and I can open my terminal and I can use a tool. Okay, the tool name is SQL map. So SQL map -- URL, and you just give it the URL of the page where you want to attack. I give this URL and I press enter, and it will start attacking it automatically. It will start asking you questions. Okay, you have not declared cookie. Server wants to set its own. Do you want to use those or do you want to use your own? Now we have no idea what the cookie is. Really, we have no idea. Let's just go with yes. Just go with their own. Okay, that's why I just said yes. Here you can see it is saying backend database is MySQL. Do you want to skip the payloads specific to other databases? Now it is detecting that the MySQL database seems to be MySQL. Okay, which is correct. We are using MySQL. If you go ahead and check your XAMPP panel, we started the MySQL service. In some cases, some companies will use Oracle, or some companies will use PostgreSQL, or some companies will use NoSQL. There are multiple versions of databases. In those cases, you can use other tests. In this case, I will skip the test for other databases because we know it is MySQL. Yes. Here, for remaining tests, do you want to include all the tests for MySQL? Yes, include all the tests. It is now testing. Now, can you see these things where having order by, it is using different clauses. It is using different things. Okay. Here, this line is interesting. Get parameter RID is MySQL. This error based where this clause injectable. It found a payload which is working. It found a payload. RID appears to be injectable. Okay. It has found payloads. Here. Get RID parameter is vulnerable. There is a vulnerability. This RID, if you see in the browser, you can clearly see this RID here. This RID is vulnerable, right? That is what we were exploiting. ID. This is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing others? No. Why will we keep testing others if we have a vulnerability? No. So no. All right. It just finishes. It suddenly closes. What happened? It closed because it found some attacks. Okay, there are multiple options. You can use this one. Okay, now what you can use, and Boolean based type, where or having closed. You can use where, you can use having, something like that, and this will be your attack parameter. ID equals 1. And select something from something, count, concat, blah blah blah. You don't have to learn this SQL. This is the SQL query it is going to use. You can copy the same query. You can go to your browser. You can paste the same query. It will give you some information. Okay, is this making sense till now? It's building the query for you. You don't have to make the query yourself.
Yes,
it basically made that query for us. Now what we just need to do is, I mean, it will automatically make queries. This is another query which we can use. So this is just automatically making them for us. But we don't even need to care what it is making. What we need to do is we need to extract our information. I can just say -- dbs dash dash DBS. If I press enter, it will give me the databases, and I can just press Y there. It will give me all the databases on that website. It has run some query. This was the query it run. Okay, this was the query it has used, and it has given me the databases. Now I can use a database SBVA. Maybe I can use that. I can just say dash capital D. So small dash dash DBS for database finding, dash capital D to use a database. I'm using database SBVA, and I want to find tables, dash dash tables. This tool will automatically make some queries, and it will automatically bring tables. This was the query it has used. These are the tables we have got. You can copy this and paste it in the browser. You will get the same exact output. Okay, this is what it has done for us automatically. You can see there are two tables. We can select the table of login. So I will just say capital T to select table of login. Okay, and just press capital T there. And now I can just say dash dash columns. It will now make another query for us. It will give us the columns. You can see we have 3 columns: ID, username, and password. Now we can dump it, right? This was the final query we had used. Now we can dump this. We can dump it by saying column name, so dash column. I want username, so username, and I want password, so password. I want username and password, and then dump. Show me what's there in those entries. Give me the output. Now it is going to dump that. Here you can see it dumped. Username is Sagar, password is Bansal. Can you see that is how you dump things? This is the final query which it has used in the browser. This is what it has used. Union. Okay, Reggie, you were saying union. Yes, it has used union. The union all select something here, and we don't even understand what it is, but it has done it itself. We have the output. That's what it is. Is it making sense, Reggie? Is this making sense, Ken? Everyone?
Yes, it's making sense.
Right. So let's have the challenge. Your task. This is your query. Let's say DBS is SBVA. Okay. So okay. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. What's the problem? Oh, okay. I got the problem. Sorry. All right. So these are the 2 tables, right? I just show you how to extract username and password. Now you people show me how to see the reviews in this website. How to see the reviews. What are there in the reviews? How to see that? Can you guys show me?
I'm just trying to see, but I think probably you have to go over once again to use the tool to select what? Reviews?
Okay. When you have to select a database, it is dash capital D. When you have to select a table, it is dash capital T. When you have to select a column, it is dash capital C. Okay. The first letter of whatever you want to select, capital and 1 single dash. When you want to extract something, it is dash dash and the thing which you want to extract, tables, dash dash columns, dash dash DBS. Is it making sense now? Can you tell me what I have to type here? Dash dash tables and then what?
Dash dash table then review.
Review. Yep. So if I type review or reviews. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Where is it? Yep. Reviews. If I type reviews, you can, okay, what happened? Yeah, sorry. Don't you think we already have the tables? These are the tables. So don't you think we have to find columns?
Mm-hmm.
If we have to find columns, we have to select this. And how to select it? Control, capital what?
C.
T. We have to select it. Right? Table, this is a table which we are selecting. Reviews is the table. Now in this we have to find columns. So dash dash columns. So database is SBVA, tables is reviews. Now give me the columns. That is what you say by dash dash columns. You see, now this is how we get columns. These are the columns. Now tell me how to select the column of review and country. How do I select that? Review and country. How do I select that column?
So you have to do dash D SBVA-T reviews dash for column. Then you use dash for country.
Okay, are you using dash reviews here? It is simply the name, right? So simply just type country here, right?
Right.
Comma, I also need review. Okay, so review. Dash term. Right? You press enter. And you can see there is only one entry. Country is India, review is this. By the way, yeah, I mean, that is how you do it. There is one more quick option which you should know, that is OS shell. If you use a option called OS shell, it doesn't matter, just remove everything, just type OS shell --OS shell. If this command works, it is everything you need. You can just, you can just press enter here, press enter here, press enter there. If this command works for you, it will be great. Here you can see OS shell is working. You got a OS shell. What is the OS shell? It is basically hacking the system without running any command. You just hacked it. OS shell is complete shell. You can type any command, you can control that machine now. If I say ifconfig or ipconfig, it's a Windows. If I say ipconfig, you can see I am controlling that machine. What is this IP? This is machine's IP, Windows machines. I can just say dir. You can see these are all the files, okay? So XAMPP folder, SBVA zip, SBVA, Sagar folder, index. I can see these files. I'm controlling that server now. I can make a new folder, mkdir, make a new folder, mkdir ken, okay? Ken, there is no folder like ken here, right? Can you see no folder like ken? I can press that, and now I can do dir again. You can see there is a new folder ken. We just created that, right? If I just go ahead and show you, if you see in my C drive, if you see in C, okay, so if you see it in the htdocs, you will see a new folder here which says ken. Can you see ken? This is ken, right? Ken, ken. That is how we basically, we're controlling that machine now. We're controlling my Windows 10 machine because of this SQL injection vulnerability. We got a OS shell. Now this OS shell, of course, you cannot get a OS shell by manually typing the commands, impossible. But with SQL map, it has this ability to give you the shell. Is this making sense? So by using SQL vulnerability, you just got a complete access to the system. Right, so now what I want to show you today is kind of, just like you have auxiliaries in Metasploit, today we will be talking about auxiliary things for web hacking. So web apps are not only limited to the source code or the HTML files which we see. There are so many other things like directories. Directory brute forcing is one of the important things to understand, because normally it will happen. There will be a company, they have a website, hackerinthehouse.com. Now for employees, they have a secret location, hackerinthehouse.com/secret. Those kind of things, they normally happen. They normally keep non-public data there. Sometimes you will find directories will have upload listing open. So hackerinthehouse.com/uploads. Now you got everything in that thing. So directory listing is kind of a important thing to understand, and it's one of the best things if you can find. You will get a lot of data there. So if we become sudo let's open Dirbuster. Dirbuster is the software you can use. That's the recommended one. There are others as well. I will show you others. You can press Dirbuster, and here you go. Right, so I was saying that this is the Dirbuster console. It requires an IP address with a port, now or a URL with a port, same thing. So let us try HTTP. Let's say beta.hackerinthehouse.com, and we know that the port is 80 on which it is running. Okay, now you can go ahead and increase the number of threads if you want to go faster. I will not recommend it until required. In most of the cases, networks are sensitive. There are firewalls, they will block you. You really don't want that. Now lists. So this thing matters a lot. You know, you can do a pure brute force. In pure brute force, it will go to beta.hackerindiahouse.com/a, then /b, then /c. So it will go to a length. If I select that, now I can select character lists. I can select minimum and maximum length. It will come up with every single possibility, which is the most effective one. But it will take a lot of time. That's the whole problem. Now it's on you if you do have that much time or not. Of course, in a normal pen test, which is like 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, you don't have that much time. Okay, as well as in the LPT exam, 6 hours, you definitely don't have that much time. So you would want to do a list-based brute force. In that list, you will already have common places like /login, /admin. Those kind of words you will have in that list. Where are those lists? They are already there in the Dirbuster folder. You can click on browse. You can go to user. So always go to the slash. The slash is the root, and then user. User is the folder where you have a lot of stuff. Share is the folder where you have shared stuff of all the applications. Now here you can find Dirbuster. So all of these are apps. You see Cup is there. A lot of apps are there. You can find Dirbuster in this list. That's what I'm trying to do. Here you go, Dirbuster. Okay, you can double click and you will have word lists. So these are the word lists. There are alpha user enumeration. So this list contains a lot of users. Apache user enumeration. These lists contain a lot of users. Similarly, you will have word lists, directory lists. That is what we are looking for. Directory list 3 is the latest one. There are some small and medium lists. Let's go with the small one. Okay, small list. Let's click on and let's go with the lowercase small list. Normally it doesn't matter if you are going with the small lowercase or uppercase, but some websites they be smart, they become smart and they use uppercase directory in some cases. Normally it is always lowercase, but for a hidden directory they can go with the uppercase. So maybe you want to use these ones. Maybe it's big one, medium, or small. I would recommend go with small every time. Maybe try medium if you don't get anything significant. I'm just going to use lowercase small. Okay, select list. Now here you can be recursive. Recursive means, so for example, you find a path like /uploads. Now, do you want to further go ahead and find other things in that? So /uploads /something. Do you want to find that as well? So that is what recursive means. You can be recursive there. Brute force files. You can search for files. PHP is what we're searching at the moment. You can just go ahead and add other extensions, and it will start brute forcing files as well. You can always start with /. So if you're starting with /, that means hackerindiahouse.com/. It will start from that domain. If you want to start from a specific subdomain, you can put that here. But I just like to put that in the URL itself. You can just put that in the URL here itself and it will work. Just keep it default. Let's go ahead and click on start. And here you can see it has started getting a lot of stuff. What to do? You can always click on this tree view. Okay, tree view is the one which you should be looking at. And now suddenly you have the information. You can see very clearly all of these files are there. So this is the website. There is a file index.php. Then there are folders, icons, WP content, WP includes. These are the folders in that website. Soon after, it will come up with many such folders. Response code is something you need to understand. These are response codes here. Now, what are these? This 200 means okay. Okay, 200 response code means okay. You go to this URL, it will work. It will work in one shot. That is the 200 response code. 301 is redirection. So you go to this page, it will redirect you to somewhere else. You go to index.php, it will redirect you somewhere else. That is the redirection. 403 is forbidden. You cannot open this website. If you try to open icons, it will give you a forbidden error. Again, 200 is okay. 301 is redirect. 403 is forbidden. 404 is not found. And of course, if it is not found, it will not give you in this list, right? There is no point of having it here in this list if it is not found, because we're just trying to find the existing stuff. One more thing, there is one more which is called 500 errors. So 501, 502, 503, all of them are server failure. Now server is failing, okay, server is having problems, the web server is not able to handle your request, it is crashing. So all of those errors are for 500 series. You see 500, maybe you are going too fast, maybe you are overloading the system. Really depends what is going on. Maybe there is a broken application, the code on the website is broken. Really depends how the server is facing those problems. But anyhow, if you get 500 errors, there is a problem. Okay, 200 okay, 301 redirect, 403 forbidden. Let's go ahead and verify these kind of stuff. If we open Firefox and if we go to beta.hackerinthehouse, okay, proxy, let's remove it. Preferences, proxy, remove it. There you go. Let's refresh. This is the website. If I try to go to icons, ICONS, you can see it says not found, ICONS, but here it is saying 403, which should be quite forbidden. Actually 403 is forbidden. It is giving a not found error. That I'm not sure why. Maybe the web server is not configured well to give the right error, but it is forbidden. It exists. I mean, it exists. That's why it is in the list, right? There is a reason it is in the list. That's the whole point. Maybe you can try one thing. Maybe you can try with the IP address. Okay, maybe you can try with the IP address instead of the website. So 10.0.100.10, if I'm not wrong, that's the IP. Yeah, and /icons. Yeah, it's still not working, but if it is in the list, of course it exists. Maybe it's just forbidden. That's the whole point. WP content, right? So maybe WP content will work. Let us see. It is 200. So WP-content. Yes, you can see it works. I mean, it's not giving any error. It's a blank page. So of course there is a blank page on that because it's a folder and there are other folders. So this index.php is the blank page. Uploads folder is there, right? You can go to upload folder /uploads. You can see we have uploads here, right? And then further, if you see, there are all these folders and this log file. So that's the whole point. You can basically know what is there on the website, and you can try to find the whole structure of the website. If I just go to 2019. I have all these folders, but Dirtbuster has already done that for me. You can see all of them are already here, right? If I go to this one, 07, if I open 07 here, you can see now it doesn't give me anything. Why it doesn't give me anything in 07? Because if you see the names, you see these are all JPG files. First of all, we are not brute forcing JPG. We are only brute forcing PHP files. That's the reason it is not giving me anything here. Second reason is these names are absolutely uncommon, right? These names, I don't know if these names you will ever get them in any list. That's why you're not able to brute force them. At the end, what we are doing is we are just brute forcing the directories. That's the whole concept we are using right now to get all of these stuff. You see, now we can even brute force plugins here, right? And you can see WP Phone Lite. We get to know about that. And we can see there are all these, this is the README file. Maybe I can just go on this this location, open this, and I'll find something interesting. So that's what I'm trying to explain at the moment, right? That is making sense now? How to do brute forcing of directories?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. So if I click on this, I mean, there are other structures. You can, you can just go here, list view results. It will quickly give you all the locations. Right. You can go on there. Results, again, the same thing, tree view. Errors, it will give you some, if there is some error, it may show you over here. Probably you can just ignore that. These are related to, these are possibly related to the website. Kind of, you can ignore them. What I'm trying to show you is if I stop the scan, okay, yeah, here you can see we have pause and we have stop. If I stop the scan, you still have these results, so you can follow up, but there is another tool which is very similar to this one. Okay, there's another tool which is kind of quick quick, easy, and fast, which I want to show. Okay, I'm trying to close, but it's not working. Yep. So there is one more tool which can be used, which is Derby. Instead of Derbuster, there is Derby. Now Derby is a graphical, is a command line. So you can say Derby -h, so --help. Okay, yeah, you can see it is actually giving usage here. It is Derby, HTTPS or HTTPS and host. That's the only thing you need with Derby. Okay, it's that simple. So Derby, HTTP, and then beta.hackerinthehouse.com, and it will just start automatically. And you can see it will come up with all the directories, all the warnings, whatever it can found. Okay, I'm just gonna press Control-C at the moment. Let's analyze. Okay, it automatically ended here. Okay, it's not that efficient as Derbuster, but it is always recommended to try at least 2 tools of the same nature before getting to a conclusion. Okay, always try 2 tools of the same nature. This will give you some more information, if I'm not wrong. You can see, so it scanned here, it found this, a code was 301 redirection, server status forbidden. So this was another URL, it is forbidden. Then it found these directories which are working. Again, 405, not too sure what is 405, you can Google, but it is XML-RPC interface that I can tell you. Basically, XML-RPC, I think I have already covered. It is a communication interface for a lot of apps. So it's that interface. You just need to check these plus, okay? This is 302. 302 is, I think it is kind of a redirection. 302 is also a redirection, if I'm not wrong. Okay, internal redirection, 302 again here. Then this plus is 200, which is okay. Okay, and then do we have a warning? Okay, this directory is listable, no need to scan it, right? So as soon as you see a warning, of course, WP includes. Wow, you got one, just open it. Again, there is a warning for WP admin/CSS. You got another warning here. You got another warning here. So this is something which you should be considering. When you're finding all of this stuff. WP content /upgrade, this should not be listable. Maybe let's try to open that. Let's see what is there. Yep, here you go. Upgrade, it is empty, but yeah, maybe it could be used if it was a real website. Making sense? How to use Derby and
Yes, sir.
Right. Cool. Now that is how you check for directories. Okay, that's one of the extra things you should be checking apart from the web application vulnerabilities. One more is, when you are testing only web applications, that is a limited scope. Those web applications, that's one attack surface. But think about it, that web application is running on a web server. Of course, there is a web server. You can also go ahead and test that web server for common things. For that, you do have a very cool tool, Nikto, Nikto, Nikto. You can do --help. It's quite a vast tool, okay? Nikto-host is what you want to use, okay? And that should give you a lot of information. You don't even need to check other things if you have Nikto-host. If you need to force the SSL, by the way, on a specific port, and it is giving you error, like if it is giving you error of SSL certificate not valid, etc., etc., maybe just use --SSL. That is kind of something important sometimes. But at the end, -host should be fine. That should give you all the information. If we go ahead and search Nikto-host and HTTP beta.hackerinthehouse.com. Now it will start scanning this web server for us and will come up with a lot of information. Let's see. Okay, it's working. Till then, I want to show a few things. So all of these plus, okay, I just by mistake did this. All of these plus are possible, informations. here one thing is very important to understand. No CGI directory is found. What is the CGI? The CGI is a interface which Apache servers use normally, Apache servers. There was a very common vulnerability called shell shock. Okay, shell shock was there, and then there are two basic common vulnerabilities in web servers: shell shock and heartbleed. Heartbleed is a SSL vulnerability. Shell shock is a CGI vulnerability which can be exploited through CGI interface, the most easiest one. So if you get a CGI directory, you should go ahead and use Metasploit and search for a shell shock scanner and go ahead and test it. Okay, shell shock scanner, very important. You should definitely try that. If you find a CGI directory, it's definitely going to help you. Here we got some information. Okay, WordPress script reveals installed version. So think about it. If this was not a WordPress, right? If it was a custom app, maybe this can give you the version of that custom app. Then license found, license file. Maybe that is important. Maybe that's why it is listing here. It can be important. WordPress installation was found on this directory / right? So it can tell you the apps as well. Maybe it is a Drupal, WordPress, Joomla. It can come up with that technology profile. Okay, cookie doesn't really matter. Upload directory listing is open, so it is giving you that. WordPress directory listing is browsable, so it is giving you that again. WordPress login found. It can find login pages for you, right? That's pretty much it found in this one. Sometimes it will come up and it will tell you that, okay, we found this HTTP method. Can you see right this line? Web server returned a valid response with junk HTTP methods. In this case, this web server is safe because it is giving you a response on every HTTP method. That's why it's not giving you any information. In some cases, you will find some HTTP methods like put, okay, put or delete or even trace. These are the three HTTP methods which can be dangerous. Put means you can upload something on the web server. You can upload something without any credentials possibly. If you can upload, of course, you will upload a web shell. Delete means you can delete something from the web server. So that can be dangerous in some cases. Trace means you can possibly trace the whole web server. You can trace the requests. You can trace the directory listings. There is a chance you can even trace the passwords of the Linux user or the web server user. You can go ahead and reverse it and find the passwords. I don't really think that any LPT exam is going to be that complex at any stage. But put is a method which you should be considering. Put is a common method. A lot of people by mistake enable that, and you should be checking up for put. If we try some other website, now not sure if it will give any response, but if we try something like that, sorry, it is HTTPS. So, yep. Now let's see. Also side by side, let me open few more, new tab. Let's possibly open HTTPS and then something like, the real website, Hacker in the House. Sorry, I forgot the command itself. Nikto-host. There you go. Now it's starting. So we have two scanners running. This one is there, and then this one is there.
So I have one question. So you know how you're using the tools and using HTTP and HTTPS. Is there ever going to be a time where you use FTP to run that command?
So FTP can be used, but the problem is this tool is a web server audit tool. Okay, it's not a file server audit tool. So FTP, for FTP you need to use any other tool. And I'm going to show you how to, Nmap has scripts for that. Do you know how to use Nmap scripting engine?
Yes.
Right, you can use that Nmap scripting engine and use the FTP auditing scripts and then do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right. Possibly the best shot will be okay. Let me first of all cover this one. Here you can see on my website, on my real website, it says all CGI directories found, which I don't understand what it is saying, but maybe it is saying it has found some CGI directory. And I know my web server is not vulnerable to shell shock, by the way. So even it is finding that, it's a good thing it is finding. Maybe you can try, but it will not give you anything. Error limit reached 20 for the host, giving up last try. Okay, what is this? This is the firewall. Now I am using a web application firewall, which will block the server or human or anyone who tries more than 20 requests in 1 minute. So in 1 minute, this has tried more than 20 requests. My website has blocked it, and scan has ended over here. Okay, in those cases, you may want to fine tune. You may want to, you may want to put this thing as, let's see, in the help. You may want to throttle it. So let's see. Maybe there is something. No SSL. Okay, no SSL is important, by the way, if you want to disable the SSL. Timeout for request, default 10 seconds. No, that's not the one. Port to use virtual host. Okay. Extended target host allowed ID pass. List all available plugins. Write out the file. Disable list plugins. Port. Prepare roles. For SSL scan tuning. Scan tuning. Maybe this is the version of this is the option you wanna fix. So this timeout, see, after 10 seconds, my website blocks you for 5 minutes. It is timing out after 10 seconds. So of course this will close the scan. If you want to go with my website, maybe you can increase this to 5 minutes 10 seconds. Then it will keep on working. Of course, after getting blocked again and again, but it will initially work. Maybe you can do the scan tuning. You will have to check on the Google or YouTube or maybe the manual file how this one works. So if we see -h, yep, tuning. Yes, this is the tuning. Oh yeah, you can even try for these things. It can try it for file upload, SQL injections. Okay, you can try that as well. That's something interesting. But what I'm trying to see here was, how to limit. So I'm just trying to find the limiting, throttling basically. I don't see any throttling here. You can possibly Google that. You can possibly see how to throttle. The thing you should be looking at is throttle. So that's something. CGI bin. See, this was I was talking about. I'm just telling you, if you have the CGI interface, maybe you can use these two options, either CGI bin or CGI wrap, and that is an interface that can give you a lot of information. In Metasploit, you have a lot of tools for CGI. If you find CGI, you can find a lot of stuff there. User enumeration is possible, and then after that, there is a lot of stuff like, as I said, shell shock vulnerability is there. It can be fatal. You can get full system access if you find CGI listed there. So that's one of the things. If I see this scan, it's still, it also got limited out after 20 requests because, it's the same server. Both of the websites are on the same server, that same stuff, and it got just timeout. Okay, that's one thing. Right now, I was talking about, I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, I think I was talking about Nmap before this. Paul?
No, don't remember. I kind of went in and out, but I don't remember you talking about Nmap.
Yeah, possibly we can catch up that thing later if needed. Okay, no problem. Let's talk about Nmap then for a moment. Okay, so if we say locate, no, maybe it is in user share. So cd user, every time you want to access a tools folder, it normally is in the user share. Yeah, you can see Nmap. Now, if you do ls, you can see these are the Nmap modules and all. OS database is there, payloads are there, protocols, blah, blah, blah. What we are interested is in this, scripts. CD scripts. These are the scripts, okay? For everything you want to scan, there is a script. If you see, if you talk about FTP, if you want to test an FTP server, you got some scripts. So FTP bounce, FTP brute force, FTP something, I don't know, Pro FTP backdoor. The Pro FTP was a software, the version of FTP, and that had a backdoor. You can test that vulnerability with this. FTP syst, maybe it is system stats, something like that. VSFTPD backdoor. VSFTPD is a very popular one. I am using VSFTPD. There was a specific version which was vulnerable, so that can help over there. Okay, Vuln CVE 2010-4221. You can go on Google, read what the CVE is, but it must be a significant one to be in this list. If it is in this list, it was a significant vulnerability. It was a mass scale vulnerability. You can most possibly try that one with this as well. If you talk about web servers, Apache. So let's see if we have some Apache. Yeah, HTTP. You got HTTP scripts here, right? HTTP malware host, HTTP open proxy, not sure, but you got a lot of scripts. You can try all of them. HTTP SQL injection, HTTP stored XSS. You got a lot of scanning scripts here. You can search for these scripts if needed. What I recommend, yeah, this is what I was saying at that time. What I recommend, in case you feel stuck, okay? Let us say you are in the exam, you have finished 2 machines. Now you got the 3rd machine to crack. I mean, say you just need to crack 2 machines in one challenge. If you do that, you will easily pass, because at the end, in 3 challenges, 2 machines, you crack 6 machines. You need only 5 to pass. But let us say you have time, right? Let's say you crack 2 machines in 1 hour or 2 hours. You still got 4 hours. Of course, just try as hard as you can on the 3rd machine, and that is normally very hard. The 3rd one is always hard. But LPT exams gives you professional tools. In OSCP, you cannot use automated scanners. In LPT, you can use automated scanners, okay? The one which is covered in the course, in the LPT course, is the fork of Nessus. Nessus is the professional one. They will not give you that. It's a paid product. They cannot give you. But there's a fork of that which is called OpenVAS, okay? OpenVAS. I'm not sure if OpenVAS is installed in this. No, OpenVAS is not installed. But you can use OpenVAS, and if I show you, and it's very easy. I mean, I did not know how to use OpenVAS. I know how to use Nessus, but OpenVAS was kind of a cheap setup. The graphical interface was very bad, and I just went to YouTube. I just saw Hackersploit's video, like 1 hour video on how to use OpenVAS. So how to use OpenVAS. And I'm not sure if they will give you OpenVAS this time. I mean, at my time it was there. Who knows if they may change it, right? So you might be ready for scanning and going on Google and YouTube and trying to see. Maybe they will give you something like Vega, right? Vega is a web app scanner. Maybe they will give you something, who knows, something like Actionetics, okay, or Actionetics, whatever you want to call it. Or maybe they can give you something like Arachne Scanner, okay? Now, Arachne Scanner, Vega, both of them are covered in that web hacking masterclass, which I showed you. OpenVAS is here. You can see this, what is this, 22 minutes. You can see this 22 minutes video. It will be quite good, okay? You can understand how to use it. I'm not saying you do it right now. I mean, you can just do it in the exam itself. You will have time. It's never about the time, actually. You always have time. It's all about to know what to do. This is installing, 50% is installing. Now from here, after 10 minutes, it is starting how to use. So here it is starting to use it, right? You can maybe just use that. It can be helpful for detecting SQL injections, for detecting, final upload. Possibly this can help you a lot. I wasted a lot of time. Maybe you can just not waste a lot of time. Just run the scanner. But remember, this will take easily 1 hour, more than 1 hour to scan something. It's very, very slow. Nessus is fast. This is slow. It can take more than 1 hour to scan a target. If you have like 3 hours left, then try this, okay? And keep it running and still start working on something else. So that is a suggestion. OpenVAS is a very powerful tool. They will give it to you. I'm quite sure they will give it to you. Nessus is something they cannot give, so this is what they will give. So that is
so. So you're saying we can either get OpenVAS or we can get the other ones. How I guess we have to know by name to search for it. We can't just do like a search query to see what scanners we have, could we?
No. So that you can just click here and you can just see what scanners do you have.
Right,
Is it
right.
making sense?
Right. Well, I guess, okay, so because I'm not familiar with those names you just mentioned. So you mentioned OpenVAS. What was the other one?
There is
Arachnia,
Vega,
Vega,
Arachne,
okay.
and Equinetics.
Vega, Arachne. I'm not even trying to spell it.
Would it be
Arachne.
under vulnerability analysis?
ACHNI.
ACHNI. Okay, Acne.
Arachne Scanner, Sagar, Bunzel. If you try that,
Arachne.
here you go. I
Got
do
it.
have a video. Okay, so I do have a video, 8 minutes video, how automate your work by using Arachne Scanner. You can possibly try that video if you need, right?
Got it.
Yeah. In the exam, if you try to watch my videos, maybe they will question that, hey, why are you using a trainer's video? Right?
That's
He's
true.
an NLPT trainer, right? So possibly don't open my videos in the exam. That will be a problem for you. But
Okay.
YouTube is kind of big, right? Every second person is going to give you that.
No doubt, no doubt.
Right.
So that was Arachne, that was Vega, that was OpenVAS. Vega is VEGA, right?
Yes. Vega is
Okay.
VEGA.
Okay.
So
What other names are there?
Sorry?
What was the third name? Did you mention the third name?
Equinetics.
Equinetics. Okay.
ACCUNITIX.
ACC. Got it.
And
Got it.
ATIX, yeah. And ATIX.
Got it. Cool. Cool.
That is the one. It's kind of a good product. They give you a free trial. It's kind of a good, vulnerability scanner. Not sure if they will give you. My best guess is that you will get OpenVAS and possibly Vega. So both of them. My best guess is that. Yeah. I really do.
Got it.
Because both of them are open source. Vega is open source and OpenVAS is open source.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit short, but as I said, guys, if you see this, video, and if we see if we have timestamps, I'm not sure if I have made the timestamps. Yeah, I haven't made it. But if you see, you will find some topics like this one. Here you go. You see, automate this using Vega Scanner. Whatever you did till this part, you can automate that with Vega Scanner. That's why I was teaching in this part. So there are other stuff. So then there is another video here, automate this using Arachne Scanner. I have taught all these scanners, how to use them. I have taught most of these things, and vulnerabilities in kind of detail. So this video is something which is kind of a must try if you have that much time. So of course you should be watching this. Then you can see this one, demo of automated SQL injection. This is coming from the SQL map, which we covered yesterday. So that is what it is. Then what is brute force attack, how to do that, that is also covered there. And you know what, try to limit to the brute force in the exam as much as possible, like web-based. If you have a list, then sure. Without list, try to limit yourself. 6 hours is not a big time to make a custom list, right? Guys?
Right.
Yeah. And there are some popular web shells. Possibly see this. So just go over with the whole video itself. It will cover a lot of stuff which you may be knowing for the exam. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else that we need to cover possibly? I mean, in web servers or web apps, do you guys think, is there anything else? And let's talk about the HTTP method script once. I'm still interested to show that it can be useful if you find a method. I haven't found any method, I think, in my machines. I mean, I have not included the methods vulnerabilities in these machines which I have, but it will be good to have one. So a quick way is, if I want to do ls, I can just pipe the output and I can grep the output, and then I can search whatever I want to search. So I want to search something like methods. There you go. These are only method scripts, HTTP methods. Okay, let's try this script. Copy. I will just do nmap, then HTTP. Okay, beta.hackerinthehouse.com -- script equals this. Okay, press enter. What does it say? Unable to split net mask for target expression. Okay, what the hell? Any spelling mistakes there? Okay, not too sure what that means. Let's try with the IP 10.0.100.10. Yeah, it worked, but it should have worked with this as well. Possibly because this is a custom setup. Maybe we have done some mistake while making it. So that's possible. Now here you can see the supported methods are get, head, post, and options. If you find put, delete, or trace, that's your best shot. Put, you can upload a very easily. You can upload a website, a shell. It's your shot. Just go ahead and take it. One of the tools for put will be I forgot, W. Let's see what tools we have. Okay. Maybe that is not installed. WebAD is a tool which you can use, or Burp Suite is one of them you can use. Burp Suite easily can bypass how to do that. If you are interested, you can just go on Google. Very easy, you just have to intercept the request and put your shell code in that request. That's how put works. You can easily do that. It's not a big thing. I'm not sure if you will find put or these methods, but it's a good shot if you find them. Okay, I have missed few machines in the exam. One machine I have missed it completely. I'm not sure what's there. Maybe there is a method, HTTP method thing. So that's something I would recommend you to doing. Okay. Any questions on that?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, with the put method, we simply run Burp Suite, we run the proxy, capture it, and then change
the request with. So at the end of the request, you can put the data, your shell code.
Oh, got it. At the end of the
It's kind of easy. If you want a practical demonstration of that, you can go on the YouTube. And now I'm just showing you where to find it. I have a video on that as well.
Okay.
You can watch this one, offensive hacking. Yeah, okay. Offensive hacking master class. There you go. This one. This is an ad. I am quite sure this is a 4, 5, or 6 hours video. Okay, it's kind of a big video, but just go to the end. The only last thing. Okay, it's a bumper ad. We cannot skip it. Almost done. I'm making money here. Right. Okay. This is the shell code. Where is that? Okay. Possibly here. Yeah. This is the one. Here in the end. Yeah. In last 2 or 3 seconds. Maybe. You see here, I was opening this Burp Suite, and so it's like last 5 minutes stuff. You can see that. Here you can send this request to a repeater. Right click and here you can put your code. Okay, this is the place where you put your code. So it's very easy. It's like 5 minutes work. Just maybe if you are interested, just go ahead and see that. And this will help you a lot if you cover this whole stuff. It's a pre-OSCP and LPT course stuff. Okay, it's kind of a pre-OSCP but LPT stuff. It's a good one to have. If you have time, like 6 hours, maybe 30 minutes daily, that should make a lot of it. It's not required. Again, I'm saying it's not required, but it's quite good. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. At least just watch this last 10 minutes, which is this put operation. Okay. If you don't want to watch the whole thing, just watch the last one. Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, this one contains stuff like buffer overflow, which is out of the scope of LPT. I mean, you don't do buffer overflow in real life, possibly never in a pen test. So that is kind of out of scope of LPT. That is the OSCP stuff. This is buffer overflow, how you develop it. So you don't need that. This is the code you have to write. So you don't need that. Just ignore that part. Maybe just last 10 minutes is what you want. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So with that, today we have covered how to brute force the directories, how to test the web server using Nikto, and possibly Nmap using scripts. That's what I wanted to show you. Possibly just, what is the task you have to do. Just watch basically, just watch that 2.5 hours video, web hacking masterclass. Also watch that last 10 minutes part, how to exploit put operation. And if you have time, then watch how to use OpenVAS. Okay, that is kind of what you have to do.
Okay.
Right, and that should be more than enough for you to crack 50% of the exam. 50% of the exam, believe me, 50%
Oh, wow.
of the exam.
Okay.
Because
That's
it's a lot of web-based exam.
okay.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. With that, I'll end the class. If you guys have any doubts, please feel free to ask right now.
Did you
No,
mean?
we just-
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh no, after you. My bad.
Oh, do you say 50% is like directory busting or?
No, I mean web apps and servers, web apps, web servers, that stuff. So like yesterday we covered SQL injection and a file upload and all those kind of stuff. You will mix and match concepts from here and there, and that is kind of the examples.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
I mean, I'm just trying to give you the importance of all of this, right? It's kind of important.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rest 50% is kind of, how to do network pen testing, services, how to exploit services, run exploits, how to, possibly how to do privilege escalations. All those kind of stuff is there after all of this, and that's what we're trying to do. All right. So today we're going to learn about network penetration testing. Though we have already done a lot of it, and when we were hacking this Windows XP, we almost did it, right? We know how that works. It's basically the same methodology. You find the ports, you find the services, you try to see if a service is vulnerable, then you see if there is an exploit for that service. If there's an exploit, just try that, just try to hack it. That's how the limited scope is. That's how network pen testing normally works. Here we do have a server, wiki.hackerinthehouse.com. Let's start it. And it's a modified version of another Linux machine. So someone else created it and we just modified it because now that person is not continuing the project. So it's going to take some time. Let's keep it there. What I have done is, see, this machine has got 2 IP ranges. It's, let me show you. So here it is. This machine is the knowledge portal. It has got 10.0.148.106 and 10.0.115.106. So this machine has got these 2 IPs. Let's test it on this IP 148. I mean, of course, you guys can route through DMZ machine, beta machine. You can hack this IP 10.100, route it to 148, and then test it. I will just avoid all of that. You guys know till now you are already good at that. You can do it yourself. I'm directly assigning myself a range of 148. So you guys can, go here in settings, in network, and here the adapter 2, just leave it as it is. It is fixed on range 100. Adapter 1 is something you can change. I've just changed it from bridge to NAT network 148. So I'm just assigning myself directly a range of 148, just to avoid that routing and all. It will save a lot of time. I hope that makes sense.
Right. So we're basically pretending we've already pivoted, so we can skip that middle part.
Pivoted. Right. So I mean, till now everyone can do that, I think.
Right.
So the server 4 target is 148.106. Well, let's get in the action then. Here you go. Let's try to see our IP address. It will make you more clear. ifconfig. You can see this is the adapter 1. We have not touched it, but the adapter 2, we have changed ourselves to 148. So we are now in 148, right?
Right.
All right. Now, there are multiple things you can start with. I always like to do, a ping sweep, right? So ping sweep is something you should be trying. And there are, again, multiple tools you can use. You can use Metasploit. You can use, ping scanning tools from different vendors, SolarWinds and all of that. Or you can use Nmap. And Nmap is it's a small tool, it's a handy tool. Even big, even big companies like Tenable. So if you think about Tenable, they got their scanner, which is Nessus, and that's a reputed scanner, one of the top scanners. So what they do is, in the back end, they use the Nmap databases. They use the Nmap service, Nmap databases, the port scanning database, the OS detection database, all of that is running through Nmap. And that is the only reason Nmap is a free tool, because it's a free tool because these companies are paying for that data. These companies are paying for those databases, which Nmap has. So Nmap is quite a powerful tool. If these companies were not paying, Nmap will be a paid tool. At the end, it's a free one. It's something you should be using. It's one of the most powerful tools. That's why when I want to start with something, I will use Nmap. Now, LPT methodology, the license penetration tester methodology says that you should always start with a ping sweep, then take those IPs which are alive, then do a port scan, then take those ports which are there, do a service scan, version scan, and finally start, gradually. Let me show you something. This is what most of the people will do. Nmap, the whole range, okay, the whole range. And here they will type something like -a and maybe something like script equals default. They are pushing the network. They are completely pushing the whole network. You're scanning each and every port, each and every machine on aggressive mode with scripts. This is going to kill the network. Okay? Think about it as a company. When you're doing it offline, with these virtual machines, that's fine, that will work. But when you're testing a real website, a real company, a real infrastructure, they got network which is limited. They got they might have a 100 Mbps connection. They might have a let's say 1 Gbps connection. That's something normal. I mean, I have normally seen 1 Gbps, a fiber optic cable. That's the maximum I have seen in companies normally. So with that 1 GB line, they got like 100 people working, and their traffic is coming and out. And even if you are pivoting, this will basically kill everything. If you are pivoting and then doing this kind of work, this is going to kill the whole stuff. That's why the recommendation is you always do a ping sweep first. So to do a ping sweep, you can always type the range, which was the same one, 148.0/24, and then just type SP. Okay. We are going to scan in the ping sweep mode. Okay. P is that ping sweep. You do a ping sweep and it will come up with the IPs which are alive. Now here you can see .1 is working, .2 is working, .3 is working, and these are probably the virtual hosts. In our case, these are not real machines. 108 is there and 106 is there, right? Now we know that these hosts are up. And for the example, I'm going to ignore these. I mean, this is the router, of course. For the example, I'm going to ignore these ones, because it's not these are not real. I mean, I have created the network, so I know these are not real. These are the two which we will focus on. Okay, let's say that in our scan we found only these two. So now you know that you only have two hosts to scan. Now you can just go ahead and scan only these two. So I'll just remove this and I'll just save 8. And possibly I can just add another one, 10.0.148.106 here. And instead of SP, now this time I can do a port scan, and I can scan the ports in multiple versions. Again, you can do TCP scan, SYN scan, UDP scan, a lot of options are there, right? If you don't know about that, maybe you can watch my CEH masterclass or something, or you can just go on Google and quickly, or maybe in my CISSP masterclass on YouTube, I have explained all of that very easily, ports and different protocols. But you need to understand one thing. When you're doing pivoting, normally, SYN scans will break. And I think I have already explained this when we were learning that Windows XP. SYN scan will normally not work in pivoting. That is the point. You might want to do a TCP scan. To do a TCP scan, in Metasploit, you have auxiliary scanners, port scan / TCP. In Nmap, it is ST, okay, scan TCP. ST. That is what you do in Nmap. If you want to do a SYN scan in Metasploit, it is auxiliary scanner, port scanner, SYN scan. In this one, it is SS. So you can do it with SS. What I recommend, just try with a SYN scan. If that works, that's fine. But TCP scan is going to be much more reliable in terms of that. Here we got a report. None of the ports are open on this machine. You see all 1,000 ports are closed. In this, we got this one. But this is the mistake which most of the people do. Okay? This is the mistake which most of the pen testers will do. And the mistake is these people are only scanning all 1,000 ports. These are only top 1,000 ports. These are not the whole network. Okay? You want to make sure you also put a flag here, -p-. -p- means scan all the ports. Now if I press enter, it's possibly going to take more time, but here you can see this time it's scanning 65,535 ports, okay, instead of 1,000. So this will give you a much more reliable results. Now this will give, maybe they're saying everything is closed, maybe there is a firewall, maybe something, but that's fine. But at the end, it is saying that, yeah, it has scanned all the ports. And in this case also, it has scanned possibly all the ports, right? Making sense?
Yeah.
All right, so that's what you do. That was the ST. Possibly just always try SS as well. Just see if you get something. Again, nothing is found on this machine. And I think 2280.111.139.443 and this one. And yes, that's exactly the same. So SYNSCAN is not giving us any additional information. Possibly also do a UDP scan. So UDP is another protocol on which connections work. Here you can see on UDP, it is very, very surprising. You see, we got a port on that machine, DHCPC, which is open or filtered. So there can be a firewall or it can be open. And it is 68 port number UDP. So you get one more port there in this machine where no TCP exists, but it is possible that this port is open. It's not sure, it is possible. In the meantime, what I'm going to show you is, so for example, this is something we will be interested in. Now, when you know that these are the ports open, you will not be scanning all 65,000 ports again. From this point of time, whenever you do a scan, you do only these ports, 2280.111.139.443 and this one. That's what you do, okay? You only scan these ports. Let's keep the scan running. Until then, let me show you something which I like to maintain. So let's see. There are a few reports. For example, this was a pen testing project which I was doing. It's quite old project. I just edited this today, so 34 minutes ago. This is what I was doing, by the way, when we were late for the class. I was removing these IPs. So this was a project for a client. It was quite a big project. We had 44 IPs, okay? 44 IPs, different, it was a full network. These colors are the ranges. So you see, common ranges here, one dot something and then 74, then something and 08, and something dot 95. So these were different ranges. We were scanning. We had the last report. It was quite a white box test, I would say. We had access to the last reports. In last reports, we found, they found these vulnerabilities. In the new reports, which we were making, we found these vulnerabilities. So, last time, for example, in the last month test, on this IP, there was a high vulnerability. This time, they fixed that, or maybe they didn't, but we found two vulnerabilities. One was low, one was medium. And the last tester says it was a high. So, not sure how he got it, okay? For example, similarly here, there was only one high. Now, we say there were 4 medium vulnerabilities and some low vulnerabilities. So when I removed the number here, it was the number for here as well. Maybe it was 2 low or 3 low or whatever. Something low vulnerabilities here. So that is something you might want to do when you're doing a real life test, a white box test. Create a sheet, keep everything organized, just to compare the results, what's going on. And why would this be a high vulnerability in last report? And we are saying there's a low and medium. Maybe, okay, this says that maybe using that low vulnerability and medium vulnerability, someone can make a new vulnerability which can be high, okay? Combining both of them, right? Getting a combination. So maybe think about those ideas when you have such sheets. Of course, it is possible that they have reduced the level, or maybe they have done the risk assessment in some other way. It's always possible, but when you're doing a real life test, always think about this kind of things. One more thing I want to share is when you're doing this kind of tests, when you're doing a scan, though Nmap, when you're doing this thing, the same thing when you're doing it in Metasploit, Metasploit keeps records of everything. When you're scanning a port, Metasploit will make a database for you. But when you're doing it with the Nmap, possibly just make a target database. Okay, target database is it's a good practice when in report writing it will come handy. So here, if we take the IP 106, so the target database works like this. You say IPs, or let me just type here 10.0.148.106. Okay, that's the IP. We can format that later. Let's say ports found. Okay, ports open. Oh, sorry for that. Okay, ports open, and here you can start typing the ports which you have got. So just for an example, 22 and 80, that's what I'm going to type, 22 and 80. And on this side you can possibly say services found, right? So then you can write services. Then here you can say vulnerabilities found. All right, and then on this side you can say exploits found, and possibly you can even have links there. You can do whatever you want to do, analysis, what was the result, right? And finally risk score. Risk score is going to be depending upon multiple factors. For example, ACE of exploitation, how easy it was to exploit for you, and then confidentiality, how much confidentiality was exploited. So were you able to get full access? Were you able to see whatever you wanted? 10. If you're able to partially see it, 5. So on the scale of 1 to 5, or preferably try to do it on scale of 0 to 8. That's what we use in ISO. So 0 to 8. Then integrity, and then on the basis of availability. That's what you possibly want. And finally, on the basis of these exploitation and CIA, you can check a table, maybe table 6 in the Annexure 6 of ISO 27005, and you can assign this risk score here. Or maybe you can check NIST RMF, Risk Management Framework. You can check these values in that and assign a risk score here. On the basis of the risk score, you can assign a vulnerability level. So is it a low level? Is it a medium level? Is it a high level? So just always keep this kind of target database when you are working on a real project. Okay, we are not doing that here because really doesn't matter. We are already recording the video. First of all, when you're that's a pro tip. Always record your pen tests. Whatever you do, just record it. Even if you don't want to make the databases, you're recording it. You can just view the recordings and come up with the things. But when you're making it on the spot, it gives you visibility. Now I know, okay, port 22 is open in this machine. Maybe other data here. When you will fill this sheet, you will have a lot of data, and that will be kind of very helpful at a later stage. Making sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so always make a target database. Now here, let's cancel the scan. It's not going anywhere. I just manually cancel that. Let's just focus on this for the moment. That let's say this is our target. I mean, this one let's just ignore at all. It's a UDP on the one port, and you cannot possibly do anything on DHCP CPC. This is like a port which you use for IP addresses possibly. Let's ignore that. Let's say that our target is 106 in the moment, and that is basically the IP of of this machine. If you see, 106 here, that is the machine. So that's good. We have the machine now. So what do? When you have that, you just start a scan on that. But this time you don't scan all the ports. You scan only the ports which you found. 22. Okay, what I just did. Give me 1 second. Here you go. All right, so 22, 80, 111, 139, 443, and 32768. What I want to do is I want to run this thing in aggressive mode.
Normally, you would go with a version detection scan, okay? But here, I know that we have a limited number of ports, only selected ports, and of course, services are already here. You know, SSH is there, HTTP is there. Their versions we can get it, but let's run it in the aggressive mode. So -A. I will also add -B to know what is going on. You know, it will give more information. Now it is. You can see now it is giving more information, discovering open ports. So this is what it does, right? SYN scan it. By default, it has taken the SYN scan. Maybe if you give ST, it will take the TCP scan. By default, it has taken the SS. Now it is now showing you what is going on. Okay, operating system try. You know, just trying to find the operating system. And now NSC. This is the Nmap scripting engine. So it is also running some scripts, some default scripts because of -A option. Okay, that's the benefit of using -A. -A is quite intensive. Again, it may break a lot of networks. You may not want to do it. You may want to do it port by port. Okay, so only scan port 80 and then work on it. Then only scan port 139 and then work on it. So that's something you may want to do. We are just running it. We are not caring about the network. That's fine. Let's keep it running. Till then, I also want to tell you one thing. Possibly, you know, when you have these, when you are making this database, and here is the part. Normally, you do not work individually, right? You got a team. When you are in a team, of course, you specify the work. So in a project management software, maybe your company will use Microsoft Project, you know, Microsoft Project, MS Project, or your company will use Jira. So Jira is a popular one. These are possibly the two project management softwares companies use. There are multiple others as well, Open Project Management, etc., etc. They will give you, you know, they will give you work. They will assign you work, and normally they will do it on the ports. Once this discovery is done, they will start assigning you ports. So port 80, who's going to work on port 80, or port 22, who's going to work on port 22, and that's possibly what you will be doing in future. Okay, normally you divide the work in teams. Now it's still
So
yep.
Would you be dividing, so everybody's doing the same kind of scans and attacks on those ports? Or just divide it up by what could be running on it?
All right. So for example, you know, we might not be dividing it at this time. I was just giving an example, but think about it. Like, for example, this scan is done. Let me tell you, this scan right now here, it is done. Now we know that, okay, what are the processes? What are the services? And that's what I'm trying to find. SSH, right? SSH version this. Now, maybe I will divide that work and I will tell someone that, listen, on port 22, do all the tests. Now, which tests? Really depends. You know, there can be a lot of tests, and you can find them in the LPT methodology. And you know, depends on the methodology again, but LPT methodology has the tests. If you check here, LPT master report templates, these are the methodologies. So, you know, for example, there is this one, internal network pen test, firewall prevention, let's see, web application. So for example, you find port 80, right? And we also found port 80. Let's see. Here we found port 80, which is running Apache. We know it's a website or a web server at least. So we are going to, maybe we are going to tell someone that, listen, go ahead and do all the tests given on this page. And let me show you one thing. This is a 106 pages book, okay? These are all the tests. You see, these are all the tests. Fingerprint the application, you know, maybe just perform web spidering, and there are different tests that you can do. Perform banner grabbing to identify the web server. We just did that. We know that it is Apache and the version as well. We just did that. But possibly these are the templates, and you normally you don't do all the tests. You have to look at the objective of the pen test, why the pen test is being done, and what are we trying to do. And on the basis of that objective, you select some tests. You know, you talk to management, whatever your client, you talk to them, and this normally is done beforehand, before testing, and then you finalize a scope, and then you start testing. And that's what you have to divide, right? You have to divide the work into multiple people. That's normally in big teams. That's what you do. Make sense now?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
So, right. Did we just close that? Oh, yeah, here it is.
Now, in this case, we have got these things, right? We got the versions, and you can see it has run some scripts for us, HTTP methods. It has run some scripts. Now, just to go out of the topic, in case we found something like put, delete. Okay, put and delete are two dangerous options. Trace is also a dangerous option because trace allows you to do tracing, reverse tracing. Maybe you can open the password file, or maybe you can find the location of some things. Trace is kind of risky option. It is giving you that here. You can Google it, how to exploit trace, very easy. In terms of put, if you have the put option here in HTTP methods, you can upload a file. So arbitrary file upload vulnerabilities comes in the hand when you have put option. When you have delete option, you can delete files in the server. So maybe I will just go ahead and delete a configuration file, or maybe I'll just go ahead and delete some important file which may give me some access. Okay, so most possibly I can delete a firewall, all the files of that firewall. So delete is a dangerous option, put is a dangerous option, trace is kind of risky option. It's information disclosure kind of thing. So confidentiality is violated with trace. Okay, so it is running these scripts, and that is giving you these things. It is telling you it is Red Hat Linux. Okay, these are the version of services which are running here. This version was not found. This version was not found again. Okay, we found this version. We found this version was not found. So Nmap cannot do a lot of things. Of course, that's the limitation of Nmap. Not everything will have a banner. This is basically doing banner grabbing. In those cases, again, we have to rely on other tools. And what's more better than using Metasploit? That's the professional framework we will be using every time. So let's go ahead and say Metasploit. Before that, service PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL start. I'm starting a database service here, okay, because I want to show you something. PostgreSQL is a database in Kali Linux. You can use MySQL if you want, but PostgreSQL is by default installed. And MSFDB, INIT, I'm telling Metasploit to possibly just create a database or initialize a database, whatever it wants to do. It says database already appears to be configured. That's good. If it was not, it will configure it automatically. Now let's start it. MSF console. Now we are just connecting a database. So everything we do gets stored in Metasploit. Everything we do is going to be a part of it. Now here, if you say workspace, you can see we got some workspaces. I created this one while doing pen tests, or maybe another class. Default is the one which you are in. Default is a temporary database. It will go away. What I suggest is you create a database here, workspace -A to add, -D to delete, or -R possibly. Just try the help menu if you are confused. Here we can say license to pen test. I just added a database. If I say workspace, now we are in this database. If I want to change it, I can just say workspace space hacker in the house, workspace space default. I can change it like that. Right now we are in the license to pen test. Let's clear the screen. If I do hosts, you can see, and Metasploit has got a full database. It can create a target database for us. IP address, MAC address, name, operating system version, operating system, possibly special pack or service pack, purpose, info, comments. It's gonna do everything for us. If I do ports, no, services, yep. If I do services, it's gonna do IP address, port, not sure what it is, but name, state, info, right? A lot of things it can do for you, right? It's gonna maintain a whole database for you when you start doing some things. You can, of course, run Nmap in Metasploit. So I can just say db_nmap to use Nmap, but to store everything in database of Metasploit. db_nmap. Very quickly, I will do that scan. So -ss 10.0.148.106. Right? I hope that's the IP if I'm not wrong, guys.
Yeah, I believe that was.
Right, so I'm just gonna scan all the ports, just to show you. It's not the methodology, but I'm just showing you. You can do it, and then let's say -A. So right now I just started a scan with all the ports on SS, so SYN scanning on that IEP using aggressive mode. It will take some time, but it will give us a lot of information. And let me just cancel that and add -V as well, so that we know what is going on behind the scenes. Okay, there you go. So it does a lot of scans, rping scan, maybe other TCP scan or something, and then it starts a SYN scan. It found these ports, and now it is going to start a service scan on these ports which it found. So let us do it. Scanning 6 services, service scan done. Operating system scan started. It will start the operating system using the NSC, that is the Nmap scripting engine. Let it do whatever it is doing right now. And it's not going to take like more than 2 minutes, so that's something fine. That's the benefit of using the database. Now everything it is finding will get stored in the database, and you can export that database. You can make XML file, HTML files, PDFs. You can export that to other, you can export that to other scanners like Nessus or Nexpose, right? You can scan all of these things. Whatever you do, you can send it to other scanners, automated scanners, or automated pen testing tools like Saint. So you can use this data in those tools. I'm just telling you in the professional life. Possibly in the LPT exam, you're not going to go that deep. What you will be supposed to do is you can use Nmap directly or in the Metasploit. It's your choice, but you need to know how scanning works. What's the whole purpose of doing it? That's what LPT exams demands. So let's keep it running, and possibly we don't need it now anymore. Let's keep it though as a safe option. Let's compare the results. All right, how long this is going to take? Started at 2:27 and finished at, okay, total it took 127 seconds last time. So yeah, maybe 1 more minute. There you go. Everything got complete. We can clear the screen. We don't need it. Now let's test hosts. Hosts, we got this thing. Okay, let's do it again. Maybe a little bit smaller. Hosts, you can see it's giving us the IP. It's giving us the MAC address. It's giving us it is a Linux, not exact version, but service pack, possibly the version is this. Purpose, it's a server. You can add these things. So you can add the name. If you get to know, you can add some comments, you can add some info, and you can do that with -add. So here you see -A, and then you can add whatever you want to add. You can write manually. Let's check services. So services, you can see this machine has got this port open. Okay, this was protocol. Okay, TCP protocol name is this. This is the version. Okay, that's what it is coming up with, the versions. Making sense now? That's what you were supposed to make manually. Metasploit can do it for you.
Okay.
Right, and that's the one of the core reasons we use a framework or a tool which can handle all of this. That's the main reason to use Metasploit. One of the main reasons, because when you're doing a big test, it's 1-2 IP, it doesn't matter. When you're handling like 40 IPs, which I was doing in that day, right? That report which I was just showing you 2 minutes ago. When you scan 40 IPs, 50 IPs, it becomes a lot of work. It's gonna take 1 day in each IP, so 40 days project. It's like a 1 month work. You cannot handle everything manually. That's why you need all of this. So anyways, let's try to see. We don't have the version of this service, okay, SMB. Of course, we know that 139, 137, and 445. Till now, I hope you know that is SMB ports. We have done it too many times now. So 139 is SMB. Let's run a SMB scanner. So, search SMB. We have a lot of stuff there. SMB. I'm interested in SMB version, maybe. I need the version of that port. So it will be in auxiliaries, of course. Here are the auxiliaries, scanners, SMB, SMB version. Yeah, this is the one.
So possibly let's try that. Copy, clear, use this, enter, show options, set R host. Now a good thing is I can just press double tab and it will show me all the R host in my target scope in my database. I can just press double tab, it is auto completing everything. Okay, it is auto completing. I can press double tab, it is showing me that do you want to read for the whole range or do you want to do it for a selected host? So let's do it for a selected host. That will be 106. So that's the benefit, you know, it's gonna take everything automatically. I don't have any other information. I will just run it. Run. Now here it got completed. Host could not be identified, but we got to know that the version is this, right? That's something interesting. We got to know that the service is running this. Services, you can see it automatically updates, right? Can you see it automatically updates whatever you do? So now you have that in your records. That's one of the beauty for using this kind of thing. Similarly, you can do same thing with RPC bind, and this service, we don't even know what service it is. You can completely ignore that. Maybe it's a proprietary service, whatever. But RPC bind, you can find the version similar way, just like I found the SMB version. Similarly, you can find it. Now, coming to the testing part, okay? Coming to the testing part, what is the next step? Let's suppose, just ignore this for a moment, but let's suppose we got all the versions. What's the next step? Guys, I'm asking you.
So we scanned enumeration, we've done that. Exploit it, find an exploit for it, vulnerability.
Before finding an exploit, we need a vulnerability first of all, right? Because maybe there is a vulnerability and there is no exploit for it. But if there is an exploit, there is a vulnerability. So it's vice versa, it's not true. So first of all, vulnerability. How do you do that? Again, multiple options. You can, of course, you can just, you know, start searching about these things in Metasploit itself. You can start doing that here itself. I don't see anything good here. Maybe you can use this one, enum users. It will give you users on this SSH ports. But at this time, you know, this is the stage when you have all of this. This is the stage where you may want to divide the work because it's going to take a lot of time. You got a SSH service. Now you have to do a lot of tests. We are just rushing it. We are doing it very quickly, you know, just to end the lecture. But in real life, you may have to do a lot of tests. Maybe right now we are focused on getting access. In a real test, you don't care about access. What you care about is vulnerability. This enum user, if you are able to get a username, that is a vulnerability. That is affecting the confidentiality. You are able to find usernames, which is not a good thing. You're compromising the confidentiality. So maybe you will exploit this service. Okay, you will run this exploit possibly. Similarly, Apache, we got this one. Let's copy. Let's clear. All right, and similarly, okay, there's a lot of stuff. Possibly all of this stuff is coming because, you know, the version number is somewhere common here. So 2 is here, so that's why it's coming. Maybe I can just do Apache. Now these are the Apache exploits. Possibly I can just go ahead and, you know, it takes time. Okay, it can take easily. It can take 3 to 4 days in a normal work. Okay, if you're doing a pen test which has got a lot of you know, vulnerabilities, a lot of ports, a lot of services running, it can easily take 3 to 4 days to complete 1 or 2 IPs. Okay, that's the real life experience. In our cases, because we know LPT exam is 6 hours, and we know that, you know, we are doing only one machine. I mean, 3 machines in 6 hours. So roughly you get 2 hours on one machine. It's not going to be that hard. You will easily be able to find the vulnerability. It's not going to be that hard. What they want to check is the methodology, what you use and how you do it. So once you found the services, it's possibly easy for you to go ahead and Google these versions. Just maybe you can just Google these versions. I can just go on Google and I can possibly try to find the versions. Here you see vulnerabilities, and you will see this version is having some vulnerabilities, possibly 3.2. Okay, and then you can see we have some things here. 7.5 is the score. You can read about it. Again, it's gonna take time, right? So that's something you may want to do. What I am interested in is this Samba, because I know this is vulnerable. Okay,
because I am the one who have created the whole infrastructure. So I just want to show you very quickly. For example, if I search for this, again, we got a lot of options. Okay, once you do some research, once you go on Google and you search about it and you do some research, you will get to know that this specific version, it was quite vulnerable. Okay, for example, 9.3 here, execution code overflow. So you can overflow something over there. There are again 10 out of 10. There's a execution code overflow DOS, denial of service. So when you do some research, you will get to know. Okay, once you do some research, you will get to know that this thing here, Samba trans to open overflow, this is a vulnerability, okay, which is affecting this specific version of Samba. Once you do some research, you will get to know that this Samba trans to open, this affects any Samba version, which is, I think, which is less than 2.7, and in our case it is 2.2. So this is possibly going to affect it. Once you know that, we already know it's a Linux, so we'll use this. Possibly you can use it in this way. Okay, sorry, copy. And it's all about research. That's gonna take time. So let's say we know that there is a vulnerability, overflow is there, we found the exploit, similar way. Okay, let's press enter. I will fill the screen and I can hereby do show options. What I have to set is rhost, set rhost and 106. Port is 139. You can change it to 445 or 137 depending upon your target. Okay, and just run it and you will see it will not work. Okay, I'm telling you it will not work because you can see here Metapreter session 1 opened, but then Metapreter session 1 closed. Reason? Died. Your shell is dying again and again. This can be due to two reasons. Either your pivoting is not working fine. In our case, we are not even doing pivoting, right? We are assuming we are doing pivoting, but right now we are directly connected. So it is not the problem in pivoting. The problem is with the exploit. Okay. Why? Because if you do show options, yeah, it's not show, yeah, it's showing here. This is using Metapreter reverse TCP. And this Metapreter is a stager, right? What is a stager again? In a stager, it will send a small payload, maybe 300 bytes, 400 bytes, whatever. Let's see if we can see that here. Sending stage. This was the size of stage. Okay, it sends the stager. Okay, a first stage. That is a payload. That is a code. What that code will do is that code will fetch the remaining code. That code is going to fetch the remaining code. That is what we are sending. We are not sending the actual code. We are sending a small piece of code that fetches the remaining code and then executes it. That's what we are sending in a stager. But this sometimes involves having a lot of session dies. That's the problem. We can change it to a non-staged. We can change it to a single. Okay, single. So set payload. It's a Linux /86. Double tab to see all available payloads. These are all stagers. We need a single. This is a single, but I don't know what this will do, so I'm not using it. Shell is a very common one. Metapreter and shell are the two very common ones. In shell, these are again stagers, but this here is a single. So reverse TCP is the one which I prefer. I will just use this one. So shell reverse TCP. Okay, that's what I'm going to use. Let's run it this time. And you can see this time it says command shell session 3 open and it doesn't die. Now we have it, but this is not Metapreter. You cannot do pivoting, you cannot do port, you cannot do anything specific which Metapreter brings you. Right now you have a shell, right? When you type shell in Metapreter, that's what you have. You can type ipconfig. Okay, that even breaks it. I cannot press that. Okay, ifconfig. Right, that doesn't work. Maybe uname dash a. Yeah, that works. So it's telling us we are in the Linux. This is the host name. Possibly this is the version of the Linux. This is the time and date, and it's a 32-bit architecture. Okay, something is unknown. That's possibly it is telling you. But you cannot do a lot of things.
you don't, maybe you don't have privileges, you are not, you know, root user, so you cannot run ifconfig. It's kind of a limited shell. That's what you can do in this case. You can do one thing, you can try to background it, Control Z, okay, Y, enter, background it. You can try to search for toMeterpreter, METERPRETER, toMeterpreter. It doesn't work, okay. Search to_Meterpreter.
No, your search is written wrong.
Okay.
SEARCH.
SEARCH, toMeterpreter, yeah. Shell toMeterpreter. You can try this, you can try this post exploitation tool. It's a post exploitation tool. Sessions, I have session number 3 running, which is a shell. Possibly I can run this post exploitation tool and I can upgrade myself to a Meterpreter. It's very difficult, but sometimes it will work. Okay, set session to 3. That's basically what I need. I can just run it. Okay, sometimes it will work. So it's worth a try. I mean, that's the whole point. It's worth a try. Here you can see it just failed, right? It opened it, it opened it, but at the end again it failed. Possibly because this machine does not accept staged payloads. Okay, stagers it doesn't accept. Due to that, it doesn't work. In some cases, it will work and it will work very nicely. So it's a good handy tool. Shell toMeterpreter, it's a post exploitation tool. Always do it whenever needed. By the way, but you know, at the end, we made it. I mean, we got the access. The reason why we are not able to maybe run Meterpreter or run any command is our you know, privileges are kind of limited. So we may have to, you know, do privilege escalation. That is something we will cover in the next class, but what I'm trying to show you is possibly we can run post exploitation. We cannot do it, then we may have to do, you know, we may have to do privilege escalation. So who am I? Here you can see I am root. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm root, but still I'm not able to run these services. Which is quite amazing. Why is that not working? Okay, ifconfig. No. PASSWD. Can I change the password? Oh, that's good. I can change the password. Let's say Bansal@123. Bansal@123. There you go. That's fine. So now I just want to, you know, you can, by the way, you can connect with SSH or whatever you want. I will directly try that here. I will directly try that. We just changed the password, right? So root Bansal@123. Oh, there you go. You can just log in and now you can do whatever you want from the shell. So yes, I can do whatever I want from here. This is the command. It's working properly fine. So you can now connect with SSH maybe, right? SSH and, oh, sorry. You can possibly connect with SSH because we know that there is SSH running. So that's possibly you can do, right? Making sense what we just did and what are we trying to do?
Yeah. Yeah, you really got to think creatively.
Right. So the whole point here which I wanted to show you was services. Yep. The whole point I wanted to show you was that, you know, I knew that, yeah, this version is vulnerable and that's why I just did it. Now in this machine, there is this version, okay, this version of OpenSSL, this is also vulnerable, right? And there is no exploit in the Metasploit, okay? There is no exploit about it in the Metasploit. You have to do it manually. That's what this whole thing is all about. If I show you mode SSL, I think this is the part which is vulnerable. Copy, let's see. So in Metasploit, you won't find an exploit, but if I go out of Metasploit, if I do something like search exploit here, nothing found, okay. Nothing found, okay, SSL. Oh, sorry, why I was using search, it was search exploit. Search exploit is another tool, here you go, no result. Yeah, here you can see mode SSL less than 2.8.7. We have 2.8.4, right? So all of these three will work, right? And these are basically, you know, version maybe 0, version 1 or version 2. So I think they did a mistake in typing. This must be version 1, this must be version 2. So you can use this exploit, okay? It is in your Kali Linux. You can just, you know, copy this. You can just copy this one, this part, last part here, Control C. You can just say search exploit. Let me just first go to desktop. Search exploit -m mirror, which is m mirror, and paste that last number, press enter, and here you will see it will make that exploit come on your desktop. Now this is the exploit. You can open it with something like Leafpad, and normally you will find, you know, this is a C file, right? C language written code. You will of course have to compile it, make a exploit out of it, which is software, right? This is a code, you have to make it an executable file. So that's something you may have to do. Of course, sometimes good authors, so this one is a good author, you know, he has added everything. Version is this, requirements, you have to have this package. You can run this command to install that package, compile it with GCC. GCC is a compiler. This is the full command. You can use this command, you can do it. Yep, that's basically it is, right? You can then run the file once you get it. Though I think, I mean, this is something I can leave on you as a homework. I have done it. I will send you the video which you can refer to do it. This is something I can leave as a homework for you. But the whole point was, sometimes you don't have exploits in Metasploit. And try it, you will not find any exploit for this specific version in Metasploit. Then you have to use these public exploits. In professional test, you may not want to do it, okay? Maybe this code is not accredited, right? I don't know who has written this code. I don't know who is this person. Who is this person? Whatever the author is. I don't even see the author name now. Okay. I don't know who has made this and who he was. What was his environment when he was making this? So in those cases, you may want to, you know, stay away from it. This kind of thing. But completely possible, really, you know, if the scope allows, if the management says that okay, we are okay with it, you can run it, we have the backup of the system, then you can run these kind of things, and you can try to, you know, run this command and then finally compile it and do it. I will send you a video how to do that, not a problem. Or maybe you guys can try it first. It's very easy, just try it first, and if you still face a problem, I will help you out. Or maybe in the next class we can do it live if you guys want. However you guys prefer. So that's something you need to learn, the public exploits. These are the public exploits. What we use in Metasploit are the commercial exploits. Okay, that's the difference, public versus commercial. Any doubts there?
Nope, sounds good.
Right, so I will be sending access to this machine, this wiki.hackerinthehouse.com. I will sending this machine to you guys. At least first of all, try the Metasploit version, and then try to do the, you know, the non-Metasploit version, the public exploit. Try to do that. If you are able to do it, well, very good. If you're not able to do it, we will see what we can do, right? Make sense? Any questions?
Yeah, makes sense.
Any questions?
None at the moment.
So privilege escalation, again, it's all about, you hacked the machine, you got some initial access, maybe you got a user access, now you want to become root, right? Or you want to become anti-authority in case of Windows, the admin access. How do you get that? So that is what privilege escalation is all about. And again, that is a specialized field, because privilege escalation is not limited to network pen testing. It can be done anywhere. It can be done in IoT, you know, IoT devices. It can be done in Android. It can be done in Java, languages, Python, interpreters, and then iOS, and then, you know, routers, firewalls. It can be done basically every single where.
Can you hack a motherboard, like software, actual physical software, like motherboard, CPU, that kind of stuff?
Yes, that is called hardware hacking. There is a whole big industry in hardware hacking. You can even hack cars. You can have planes. You can do whatever you want.
I want to do this.
Car hacking is another field. And if you remember Tesla every year, Tesla gives you a big bounty plus the car which you hack. So a supercar, you can win a supercar if you hack their car. So car hacking is a big field.
Can you hack them?
Sorry?
Can you hack that car?
No, I don't know car hacking. So as I said, you know, pen testing is just like an ocean. You cannot drink the whole ocean. You cannot be everything. You need to select a very specific niche and then
come out and be an expert in that niche. That's the only thing you need to do. For me, it's mostly it is risk assessments. So even I'm not the best person to do the pen testing, but I'm the best person to take that pen testing result and then assign the risk values and tell the company what they have to do now, that management level stuff. So maybe I consider myself the best person in risk management in pen testing and management of pen tests. How do you manage pen tests? How do you manage the budgets, finance? How do you manage people? How do you distribute work? How do you take control of all of that? And that's, project management. That's one of my core competencies. And I even have my executive education in project management. That's one of the reasons I did that, because I just want to be best in one single field. If tomorrow there is a multi-billion company, they want to do a pen test, they will not call me because I'm the best person to exploit the system. They will call me because I can manage the people who are best in doing their stuff, right? So that is what you need. You just need to be best in one specific field. Privilege escalation is one of them. You can be a privilege escalator, one of the best. But as I said, it's a highly specialized field. Yep.
Pashago, on your website pen testing, you said like you need to know like web pen testing. So say example, I'm good on network pen testing. I want to become network pen tester.
Mm-hmm.
So you say if you don't know how to website pen testing, the company, they're not gonna take you for that job. The most likely, that's he said.
No, I said that web pen testing is a basic field which companies will be looking for. I'm not saying that you have to be an expert to get a job, but the basic level of web pen testing is quite necessary if you want a job in pen testing, general pen testing. So even if you want to be a good network pen tester, you still need to learn the basics of web pen testing, because sometimes you will find the port 80 is open, port 443 is open in network, but at the end that is a web port, right? So you have to relate to the web pen testing there. That's the whole point. But again, if you become very good in web pen testing, there is a whole big field, right? Companies will invite you in private programs. There are bug bounty programs. You can be a bug bounty hunter. You can be a source code review expert. Web pen testing is again very big field. You can do bug bounties. You can do black hat testings. You can do you can do security testings. You can do functionality testings. You can do a lot of stuff in web pen testing. So it's kind of a very big field again. So at the end, you just need to drill down to one specific niche, which you want to be an expert, right? And just be an expert in that specific thing, and companies will be calling you and inviting you as an expert. And that's what you have to do.
I'm not sure, like, I feel like I'm all right with network pen testing rather than web pen testing. That was the
reason is because you have not seen all the fields. I mean, in the course itself, we have not focused on everything, right? We did not focus on hardware hacking. We did not focus on mobile hacking. We haven't focused on social engineering, because this course is not meant to teach you everything. It's meant to give you that foundation which you need to be the person you want to be, right? You are actually getting the foundation. Now you know those things which no one else knows, right? So 90% of the people, they are always confused. You go to any senior pen tester in any big company, they will not know the clear purpose, what they are trying to do. They are there to do their job, nothing else. They don't know what they want to be. They don't have any big goals. Their maximum goal is $100,000 salary. Or let's say $200,000 salary, that's the maximum, right? They don't think above that. How will you buy, okay, that's the simple question. How will you buy a private jet in that $200,000 salary? That jet is going to cost you $50 million. How will you get $50 million? How will you ever become a millionaire if you go ahead and run behind that salary, that small thing, right? You need to build your own business someday. That is the only way you can achieve those numbers. And I mean, I have done that. I have been a millionaire, right? So I have done that, and that's why I am eligible to tell you. So at the end, you need a business. Of course, starting a business is not a game. You never want to start a business in your starting phase. You always want to do work. You want to be getting trained by some other companies, use their money, use their resources.
I hate business.
Sorry, what?
I don't like actually business, to be honest with you.
You cannot just say that I don't like business. You have to do that. It's the necessity. And you can hire business experts. You can hire business experts who are going to run your business, and you can be good at your field. You can just be a best pen tester, and there can be other business experts. You can just go ahead, hire some Harvard MBA or something like that. You can just, find people. At the end, it's delegation. You can find people and get things done. You can maybe come to me, right, and I can help you out to settle your own business. But at the end, that's like 4 or 5 years after thing. Right now, the goal should be get a job. Maybe it's a junior job, whatever. Get a job, anyhow. Get a job. Learn how to do how to work in the industry for maybe 1 year or maximum 2 years. 2 years is the maximum. After that, maybe just quit the job or start doing freelancing. Start working on pen tests for companies. Right, just start working anyhow. Maybe money will be less, but you will get experience and reputation. Your goal should be at that time making your reputation. Once you get reputation, you start taking big clients. You start taking joint programs. You start getting into government work. And once you have that reputation, you open up a business. You open up a company. You hire 10 people. You hire 20 people. You are a team. That's how you scale your business, and that's what you have to do. So again,
are you covering this risk assessment which you mentioned in our course, or is it a separate
risk
one?
assessment is kind of a completely different topic. I will be happy to send you lectures on that. So I have 2 different courses on risk management. One is the NIST risk management framework, which is used in government, which is open source. One is ISO, so ISO 27005, which is a proprietary paid framework. I cannot show you the paid one because it's, again, they will sue me in the court. So I only do that in the live, but I can send you the NIST one. So NIST RMF, I'll send you the recordings. It's very easy. It's not that hard to do risk management. The whole difference at the end is, basically it's maths. So you have to do maths. That's one of the problems, critical thinking and maths. So I'll send you, don't worry, I'll send you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. All right, so let's jump into the class then. Privilege escalations, as I said, it's completely specialized field. You don't have to learn it, but basics, everything, you need to learn basics of everything. That's the whole point. You just need to know what it is. For example,
basically you need to get idea for everything.
Right, idea. You need to have idea. So if you search for GOTMILK, GOTMILK, and I'm just showing you some resources where you can follow, because there is no specific methodology for risk management. For privilege escalations. If you go to GOTMILK privilege, there you go, escalation, Linux privilege escalation, you can follow this online guide. It's kind of a good guide, and there is Windows privilege escalation here. So you can just go ahead and find things. GOTMILK is one of the good ones. And then they tell you can do enumeration. So it's basically the same cycle. You do enumeration, you find the weaknesses, and then you find an exploit, and then you exploit it, right? It's the same cycle. The difference is you will enumerate a lot of stuff. You will see what is already running on the system from inside. Till now you were doing it from outside, right? Port scanners, service scanners. Now you are already inside the machine, so you can run the commands like cat etc issue, cat etc release. So you can now try to open the files in the system itself. That's the whole point, right? And then you can maybe find applications and services, what is running in the machine. You can maybe use PSOX, right? These are different commands. Now you are in the machine, you have the access, you are in the machine. So now you start finding these different commands. You start running these commands. You can check sbin ifconfig, basically running ifconfig. You don't need to put sbin there, but they just put it. You can run ifconfig to check the IPs from inside of the machine now, right? Or all of those stuff. You do enumeration, you find what is running on the machine, what kind of directories are there, what kind of, is there any extra device connected to that machine. You do all of that. Then you try to find exploits, right? On the basis of those things. It's basically the same stuff, whatever you do, but now you are trying to find the privilege escalation exploits, which are basically same thing. They are also exploits, but they help you to increase the privilege, right? And that's one of that's basically the small version of the whole guide. Yep.
I'm sorry, what's this for? Like,
sorry, what?
Is it for after hacking or
yes,
that?
privilege escalation. So for example, you got a user account, hacker in the house user. Now you want to become root without password. How do you escalate your privileges, right? That's the
Okay.
thing. Now, a recommended stuff which I can teach you here, I mean, what you should do if you want to be in the industry, the recommended way which I can show you is osboxes, osboxes.org. That's the website, osboxes.org. Go there and download as many as operating systems you can. Just download the operating systems and try to hack those operating systems. Every system is different. That's why I cannot basically teach privilege escalation on every system. You go here, VirtualBox images, right? VirtualBox images, VMware is also there. And then they give you a lot of operating systems. They will not give you Windows because, of course, that's a paid software. Windows is not a open source thing. They cannot give you the Windows, but they give you Linux. And Windows you can arrange yourself. I don't know how, but you can arrange yourself. From Microsoft itself, you can download Windows. So you just start downloading these operating systems. They are pre-built, pre-installed. You just download and set up. And how to set up, it's quite different than what I give you. So let me just set up one of them. So I can just say new, and I can just, yep.
When you do pen testing, what's the most machine did you have? Like example, did you have most of time Windows 10, XP?
It's mostly Ubuntu and CentOS. As normally they are always using Linux. Windows is very rarely found in most of the companies because at the end it's a paid software. How many licenses will a company buy? For employees, it's always Windows. It's most of the times it's Windows. Mac OS is always also found, but still it is Windows in most employees' computers. But servers are always either Ubuntu or CentOS. Right. So Ubuntu, for example, if you go ahead and you maybe open Ubuntu here, and then you say download VirtualBox image, it will give you the versions, different versions of Ubuntu. Just try out, randomly take any of them and try to follow this guide, right? This guide and try to see. So if we see, for example, you see all of these are there. The easiest one, of course, will be the most outdated one, this one. So I have downloaded this one. I mean, I think I have all of these, but let's start with this one. They can just download from here. And let's say I want to set it up. In VirtualBox, you click on new and then you give it a name. I just gave it a name. It doesn't matter what you put, you just have to give it a name. And then you have to choose here. It is Linux and it is Ubuntu, right? So I'll say 32-bit because I have downloaded a 32-bit version. I say next, give it a RAM. Let me just increase the RAM to something else. So let's say 2048, 2 GB RAM. So 2048 should be fine. Next, and then you can say, do you want to create a hard disk or not? No, we downloaded a hard disk from this website. So I will say use an existing hard disk, okay? And then you can find a hard disk. So add, then you can find a hard disk, and I can basically go in my ISO files or VDI files, whatever, and then you can open a hard disk. So Ubuntu 12, that is what I'm going to open now. And now just say choose, create. And now your machine is created. That is what you have to do basically. And now if I start this machine, it should work. And by the way, we forgot to add a network adapter. Sorry. We forgot to add a network adapter.
You know, Shago, last time I had the issue with the machine, like it doesn't show up the IP address.
Sorry, when? It was some misconfiguration with your VirtualBox.
Well, I find like I download another machine. I think I send you a picture. Yeah, that machine. Is that happen exactly same issue? Like if you download the new machine on the VirtualBox, like it doesn't show. It's not on current range.
So the machines which you download from internet will not work with my setup. So these ranges like these 110.100 range, 10.148 range, they will not work with these ranges automatically because I have created these machines myself to take those ranges.
Now I create range another one for just for
yeah, but that machine also needs to be configured to take that range, right? So normally you would want to keep them on bridged or NAT. In this case, I will put it on NAT. Bridged or NAT is the default one you may want to put it on. Let's start this machine. I'm just going to show you rough demos of how privilege escalation may look like. Starting up. And let's start Kali Linux. And I will put my adapter on NAT. So I will just use this adapter on NAT. Okay. So start. So Ubuntu is opening here. So password is normally always osboxes.org in their website. You can find it on the page itself. OS boxes. .org. It's a very nice website. I mean, it's a free project.
It's on the top actually, the password.
No, that was username. So username is also OS boxes. Password is also OS boxes. Let me try to increase the resolution because it's gonna suck then. So how do I increase the resolution? System settings, resolution. Okay. Let me increase it to 1080. Do you see any 1080p here? 1920 by 1080? No. Let's just take this one then. Apply. Yeah, it's cool. Keep this configuration. It's big enough. I think we can read everything here. So, right. So let's close it. This is out of Ubuntu, right? And then you have terminal in the menu. So I'm just going to open terminal. Here is our terminal. And I'm trying to increase the size, which I cannot do. Okay, that's fine. It is readable, right? You can read it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. So let's check IP. ifconfig. You can see my IP address is 10.0.2.15, which is the default NAT. Right? Whenever you add a range, it will always take 10.0.2. Right? That is the default NAT. Okay. Let's go ahead and say root license to pen test. And by the way, you can put it in any range if you want. I mean, I can just go there, network, and I can change this to NAT network, and I can actually go ahead and put anything here. Range 100, I can put range 100. It will work because the ranges which we have chosen are DHCP enabled, and this machine is also DHCP enabled. OS boxes, all the machines are DHCP enabled. So if I do DHC client -R to release the IP address, and then again DHC client to get the IP address. Okay, not permitted. We are not root, of course. So sudo su root OS boxes.
So real world pen testing, do you get the IP address, Sagar?
You may get the IP address. It sometimes happens. They will either give you IP or they will give you a URL. You can just ping the URL to get the IP. So at the end, yes, you get the IP address. DHC client, yeah, DHC client. Okay, come on. It's taking time. I don't know if it's even working. There you go. So now if we check the IP, you can see my IP is 10. It did not change. And I was expecting it will change, but it did not change. I'm not sure why. Let's reboot.
Client,
sorry?
Each client command is same for Kali as well. I mean, when we change our IP address.
DHC, yeah, DHC client is universal command for most of the Linux distributions. So Kali Linux is basically based on Debian. Debian and Ubuntu share very similar architecture. Whatever you run in Debian is the same in Ubuntu. Right? So at the end, both of the Linux systems are working similar way. There is something called Red Hat Linux, which is a different architecture. It will probably not work in Red Hat. And Red Hat Linux examples are CentOS. CentOS is the operating system which is in the category of Red Hat, and then there it will not work. But Ubuntu and Debian are same family, and in that family, Kali Linux is based on Debian, so it will work. osboxes.org. Excellent, and now we should have something. There you go. Terminal, and let's check IP now, and this should be 10.100, right? As I said, we changed the range. So this will basically pick up any IP you assign it. It's basically taking the IP from DHCP server, 10.0.100.8, right? That's the IP we got. In Kali also, I think I have 100 IP. I think I have ifconfig. You can see I have access to 100 IP. No, I don't. Okay, yeah, this one. So I have access to 100 IP, 10.0.100.9. If I try to ping that machine, so ping 10.0.100.8, you can see I am getting replies, which means I can communicate with that machine, right? Now, for example, you are doing privilege escalation, right? So for example, you're trying to do privilege escalation, and think about this terminal in your Kali Linux. So in your Kali Linux, you hack the machine, you get the terminal, right? So think about this terminal is in your Kali Linux right now, and you're trying to do the escalation. And we are not root user, we are OS boxes user here, right? First thing I always like to do is uname-a, uname-a. When you do uname-a, it tells you what operating system with what release you are using. So here you can see precise whatever that name was, Ubuntu, and you can Google it. It will tell you it is 12.04 version. So this is the code name of Ubuntu. That is the operating system. So here, this is the kernel version. And one of the ways to do privilege escalation is take the kernel version. So now I have this information, right? I will take this information, go on Google and try to find if this kernel version is exploitable or not. Is this vulnerable or not? So that is one of the ways. And then I can maybe also do something called dpkg, sorry, kg-l. So dpkg-l is dpkg is the package manager. -l basically lists everything that is installed on Kali. So now these are the softwares, these are the packages that are installed on this Kali Linux. So these are all the softwares that are installed. Okay, so maybe I can now just take these versions right here, these versions, these softwares, and try to see if they are vulnerable or not. So these are different things you have to do. And again, this guide has explained most of that. Okay, all of these commands you have to try, you have to get all of this information, then do your research, and then do the escalation. And that is the reason it is a very, very specific niche, specialized skill set. Is not an easy task, is a very difficult task, but that is the reality. That is what you have to do. You can do uname-r, it will just show you the kernel itself. Uname-a gives you the full information, the same thing. I'm just going to give you an example how to hack by kernel version. So let's say uname-r, I have the kernel version here, 3.13.0-12, right? Maybe I will go in my Kali Linux and I will try to find a exploit for this. I can maybe say searchploit, or you can do it in Metasploit, but searchploit is a good tool. Searchploit, and I can just say Linux kernel, right? Sorry, spelling wrong. And now you can see there are so many Linux kernel exploits, right? So you can see every kernel has got some kind of exploit there. But I have a specific version, so I will maybe just say Linux kernel. Which one? We have 3.13. So let's say 3.13. We still have a lot. So what is the full version? 3.13.0-32. So 3.13.0-32. Now that -32, that really doesn't matter. That is the specific release. But this is the main version. Now we got two different exploits here, right? So similarly, now this one is a C exploit. This is written in C. This is a text file. Text file normally contains how to use the exploit or how to make your own exploit. C is the one which is already made. So I will basically, for example, I will copy this exploit. So copy, and I will basically copy this on my desktop. So maybe I'll just go to desktop, and I have a folder called exploit there. There are some things there. Let me just remove them very quickly. So this folder is empty now. So I will just search exploit -m, and I will paste that link which we copied and press enter, and it will now copy that exploit in my Kali Linux. Now if we do ls, in this folder we have this exploit. Now this is the exploit. Let's read it. So more is one of the commands you can use to read the file's first few lines. So here we read it, and now it says exploit title something something something. It works on Ubuntu 12.4, 14, 14.10, 15, a lot more, right? So it is going to work. So now kernel plus operating system should match. Okay, so here operating system is matching. This is the operating system. Kernel is already matched. Now how to use it? Do they have something? I don't see. So these are all comments, right? They are all commented out. So this is a user. They are given example. You check uname-a. You check it like that. You get the version, right? Then you say gcc the file -o the output file. So input file, output file, right? And then once you check your ID, you will see it is the username. But once you run this exploit, /run the exploit,
it will do something, and finally you will have the hash sign. So this hash sign means your root. When you check the ID again, it will show you your root. So they have given the full example there. So basically, I need to run GCC. GCC is the compiler. The whole problem with Linux exploits, this is the biggest problem. You have to transfer the exploit to the machine which you want to hack. This is not a remote exploit. This is a local exploit, right? This is a privilege escalation exploit. This is a local exploit. Local exploit needs to run on the target machine itself. So we need to transfer this exploit in that machine and then run it. Okay. So I will just say quit here. Q quit. Easiest way to transfer the exploit is you set up a web server in your machine and you download the exploit in that target machine. Now, how to set up a server? Easiest way is Python. You just say Python, Python, Python -m, Python -m, and then simple HTTP server. Simple, S is capital, HTTP is capital, and then server, S is capital. Simple HTTP server, and then give it a port. I will give port 80, okay, and press enter. Now it will start a Python server on port 80 of your machine. Once someone go to your IP address, it will open a folder which will contain all the files. So I have started this server in this location. So if I open my IP, you will see. So if I open my IP, if I go to Firefox, you can see what happens. So for example, 10.0.100.9, which is my IP. You see, if I open my IP address, it will show you directory listing, and here is the content of the folder, right? That is what it do. Now, assume that I am in the terminal of my machine, which I hacked. This is that terminal. I can now download that exploit because, of course, it is now hosted on internet, so I can download that exploit. For that, you need some way, right? You cannot just run Firefox because mostly you will have a terminal access, so you need to download things from terminal. Two famous commands are wget, and curl, C-U-R-L. Both are same, both works very well, both are installed. In Windows, you will mostly find wget is installed, sorry, curl is installed. In Linux, you will find wget is also installed. So it doesn't matter, whatever is installed in whichever machine, you can always use that. Wget, HTTP, and the IP address. So 10.0. Let's say 100.9, which is my IP address, right? And then slash, and then the file name. So I can then again see, so I can actually just say right click, copy location, and then I can just paste it here, and this is the full location. So basically slash file name, right? So 37292 slash 37292.c, right? I can do that. I will not do it right now because we may not have permission to do this kind of work, okay? Sometimes you cannot run wget and you cannot save files when you have restricted user. So always go ahead and first of all go to temp folder, cd/temp, TMP, okay? Because temp folder is always writable. You can write whatever you want in temp folder. Go to temp folder and then download. I just pasted that command. You can see saved, file has been saved. If I do ls, you can very well see I have downloaded that file, right? This is the file here in the corner. Now, once you have the file, you need to compile it. To compile it, you need GCC. So as you see here, so I can just close it. And you will see in our Python server, there was a GET request coming from this machine, .8 machine, right? The last request which came, which is a Ubuntu machine, and it downloaded. I'll just cancel it. I don't need it. If I do more on the file, you can see we need to run it GCC. But the problem is GCC is a software, and maybe it is not installed on the machine. Okay, there can be very easy case. GCC is not installed on your target machine. You cannot do anything, basically. You literally cannot do anything in that case. The only option you can use in that case is, so for example, GCC is not installed there. What you can do is, you can make a virtual machine, and this is the practical thing which you will do. You will make a virtual machine with the same operating system, with the same kernel version, same operating system, same kernel version. You install GCC in that, you compile the exploit in that, then you transfer that compiled exploit, right? That file which you compile after this command, that file which you get, you transfer that file then. But so because compilation needs to be done in the same environment. So you compile it manually into a simulated environment, which is the same version of the operating system, same kernel version. which is kind of a big challenge to find that same thing. And again, it's very expensive stuff. So your client's budget needs to be kind of expensive in that cases. It will take easily 1 day for a whole day to make all of that. So 1 day extra budget. So that is something you may have to do. But let's try to see if we have GCC in this machine. So I'll just say GCC. I'll press enter and you can see GCC fatal error, no input file found. Basically we have GCC. That's why it's giving the error that no input file was found. We have GCC. Good. So we say GCC and then we just give it the file name, which is 3 dot something. We then say -o output. We need the compiled output file. We need it. Just give it a name. I will just say exploit. I will just make a file whose name is exploit. Press enter. It has been compiled. Now you can see if I do ls again, you can see we have a new file now, which is exploit, right? This is the new file. And this is the exploit. This is the real exploit which you have to run. And now this is in the green color, but you always should check ls-lh. ls is the list-lh, list human readable. Always check here, it should have x, okay? So for example, read, write, and then this one is x, execute. Read, write, execute. You should always have execute permissions, otherwise you will not be able to run it. In this case, we have it by default. In case you don't have, you just say chmod plus x, which is execute. You just add the executable permission on the file. Once you do that, you will have the executable permissions. Okay. So if I try it now again, you can see we still have the same permission set. But if it was not there, so just to show you, if I remove the executable permissions by doing -x, okay. If I remove them and then if I show you, you can see now we do not have any executable permissions here. It is only read, write, right? So we need executable permissions, otherwise you cannot run it. So I'll just say +x again. Sometimes it will automatically come with the exploit compiling. Sometimes it will not come. So always check that first. In this case, now we again have it. So now we can run it. Again, we are not root user. I'm going to run it. To run it is simply just /exploit and then press enter. And here you can see we are root, right? This hash sign, this hash sign here, we are root. If you don't believe, you can just say who I am or who am I, sorry, who am I? You're root, right? That is how you do privilege escalations. That is one way to do privilege escalations in one operating system with one specific kernel version. That was very small thing which I just taught you. But it's a specialized field. It's very big field. Again, it's all about finding the exploits. The same methodology, right? You cannot just say I'm going to learn pen testing. You need to be specific what you want to learn. Privilege escalation is the same field. It's a very big ocean. You cannot drink it completely. You need to be specific what you are going to do in privilege escalation. Is that making sense? Any doubts? Any comments?
No, it's fine for me. But only thing is to just check the steps again. But I know.
Of course, you need to rewatch the video, and you have to do this.
Yeah,
also.
yeah. Beyond for me, it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it makes sense to me. But the only thing is, when you say you need to compile, so the extension ends with the original file and with .c, isn't it? So what did we do in
compiling?
Did we just copy? Right. Okay. So we just compile it, and does that? I mean, is it not supposed to show something like a kind of extension or something?
Okay. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. It will not show the extension. In some cases it may, but normally it will not show the extension. It really doesn't matter if it is having an extension or not. In case of Windows, of course, I mean, in Linux, it doesn't matter. In case of Windows, you would want to have the exe extension, right? Exe. In Linux, it was just a / stuff. In Windows, you may want to have exe extension and then run it. And Linux, you can put it. So it's your choice. I mean, I'm just going to exit it. I'm just going to exit that, exit. I just exited the root shell. Now I'm back as user. Okay. So if I do that GCC command again, here I can just put deb. So exploit.deb. Deb is the format we use in Debian and Ubuntu. I can put it, and now you will have a file called exploit.deb. You can see exploit.deb, right? So it's really actually your choice if you want to put extension or not. At the end, we are running it as a script from the terminal, so really not required, right?
All right, yeah, that makes sense now. But the original file, what extension is that? Is the original file? What's the extension for that .c?
The original was .c, so it's written in C language.
Okay. That's just that's all. Yeah,
right. That was the source code of the actual file, right? So whatever software you use, it has been written in some language. So the source code of that thing. Right.
Okay.
And the good thing is C, Python, Java, Ruby, these big languages, the famous languages, they are cross-platform languages. So they can work on Linux, they can work on Mac, they can work on Windows. That is why we have to compile them in the same environment where we want to run it. So I can take this C code and I can compile this code in Windows as well. And it will compile. But it will not give me anything because this exploit is not made for Windows. But I can compile it in Windows as well. I can compile, Ubuntu is different and Kali Linux is different, right? Operating system is different. It is Debian, Kali Linux is Debian, but I can still compile it in Kali Linux as well. So let me show you.
Okay, so that means if you need to run that in Windows, so you need to compile it to have .exe extension. Is that correct?
It's not required again. If you are going to run it from command prompt or terminal, extension is not required.
Yeah, but I have a basic understanding of Python, but what I'm saying is for you to run it, I know there's for you to run a Python script, you can run a Python script, but on a window, I think you need to convert it for that program to run. Let's say you create a program with Python, I think you need to convert it for it to run on a window. I think that's how it works. So
that is the compiling stuff. That is what you do in compiling.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So if I try to do here, you can see I try to compile that same script. It should have worked. The only reason it is not working is there is some problem in the function. It can be because my GCC is new and the GCC which this source code has been written is old one, right? So maybe I can downgrade my GCC to the old previous version of GCC. GCC is a software, by the way, to compile, right? So GCC is a compiler. I can download the older version of GCC and then run this same script, and I can compile it in Kali Linux as well. So at the end, you can compile it whatever operating system you want, but it will not work if the operating system and kernel do not match for what it was made for, right? Making sense?
Yeah, it does. So does this only affect, what's it called, C language? Because I think in Python, when you compile, you can run it in any platform. Any platform. You don't need to look at the kernel, and you can run on any like the exe can run on any version of Windows. But is it just
so in case of Windows, but that is still Windows, right? Operating system is Windows. It is just different version, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like Windows 7, Windows 10. I think it can, if you compile with Python, it can still run on Windows 7, Windows 10. That's what I'm saying. So is it because this is just Unix or Linux system that's where we have to choose the kernel that this will run on?
So I can still compile that in Kali Linux and then run it in Ubuntu. It will run, but it will not work.
All right, okay.
The exploit will not work.
All right, yeah, I get that now.
Because let me even show you, because if we read the exploit code, let me show you by reading it. If we read the exploit code, okay, what is the 3, right? Yeah. If we read this code, okay, just scroll down and see the code here somewhere. I don't know where it might be. I mean, it's a big code, you will have to see, but it will tell you that this code is actually taking the version number where it is being compiled and then putting different variables. If I am compiling it in Ubuntu, it will make a different product. If I'm compiling it in Ubuntu 16, it will make a different exploit. So these kind of codes, they are always made for different versions, right? So whatever version you compile, it will make exploit for that version only. And the tested version are only these 12, 14, and then this one. The 4 are the tested ones. Okay, so that's the whole point. You can of course try it. So that's why I showed you that OS boxes, right? Now go on OS boxes and just try to attack multiple Linux kernel versions, because kernel is kind of the first thing you always try to do. I mean, if you can get a escalation through kernel, that's the best thing you can get, because that's the easiest one. To find programs and then finding exploits for programs is kind of a big mess. So kernel versions exploits are very easy, and they are the recommended ones. If you can get them, that's the best thing can happen to you. One more thing I want to show. Okay, one more thing I want to show. So I want to show Windows one as well. Let me just close this up. I mean, a similar way you can find for Windows as well, how to escalate, but I want to show the automatic way as well. So for that, let me power on the Windows. Okay, sorry, VirtualBox. There you go. I'm going to power on my Windows. Where is Windows? Yep, here is the Windows. And there are multiple ways you can do this automatically through Metasploit. So that is kind of a thing you should try. So let me change my network adapter. I want to be in the range of 148. So 148, NAT network, 148. And let me refresh my IPs, DHC client -R. Oops, R was capital. There you go, DHC client, clear IF config. All right, there you go. So we got 148 IP, okay, you can see that. And Windows is powered on. Let's log in. What's the password, anyone? License to pen test, right? Right. So this is a non-root user, right? This is not NT authority. This is just hacker in the house. This is just the admin user. It's not a NT authority. NT authority is the top user in Windows systems. Let's make a payload. Let's make a payload and let's hack it very quickly. So I am going to say MSF. I mean, I can actually do it using that. I can do it using that eternal blue exploit which we have, or I can create my own. So let me actually create my own MSF Venom. MSF Venom is used to create your exploits. -P payload, and then you can give payloads. So I don't know the payload, so I will search for it. -L is the list payloads. There you go. I am just finding payloads. Let's see. It's taking time. There you go. These are all the Windows payloads we have. So I will go with a payload which is x86 because our target is x86. Windows and Metapreter, reverse TCP. Yep, that is the one I want to choose. There you go. Copy, clear. So now I will say MSF Venom -P. The payload, and then -list, and then -options. OPTIONS. So this MSF Venom is the part of Metasploit framework. It's another tool, just like MSF console is the one of them. So it is also a part. It is used to create payloads. So I'm just creating one. Here are the options of that specific payload. I can set lhost, lport, and lhost, right? So yeah, that's good. Lhost is going to be my IP, and lport I can choose whatever. So that's fine. Let's choose that. So I'm gonna just say clear again, bring the command. I don't need list options. I just need lhost equals. Now my IP, what is my IP? So let's see. So I can just find my IP, ifconfig. My IP is 10.11, yeah? So that is the 11. So I'll just paste it here, and lport. I want to open a port which will be, let's say 7676. Randomly, I just took that port, right? And so we can save it. So format will be exe, okay? And we can save it on my exploits folder. So the folder we created on desktop, sorry, desktop, and then exploit. And then the name of the file will be exploit.exe. So that is how I am going to create this exploit using MSF Venom. There you go. We created a file. So if we go to cd exploit, what the hell? Okay, we are not on desktop, right? Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's manually go there. So here we have this exe file. This is a virus file. This is the payload. In social engineering, you know, you normally create your payloads and then you send them. I can just copy this and I can just paste it here in my. Oh, I think I can do that. Okay. Okay, I thought it was possible directly. Can I not do that? Okay, I cannot do that. But again, I can set up a Python server here and import it using that. So I'll just quickly set up a Python server. cd desktop exploits, clear the screen. And then I can basically set up a Python server -m module simple HTTP server, simple HTTP server, and E was missing. On port 80, I want to run a server. Server has been started. My IP was, if I'm correct, then my IP, I remember that. And now in this machine, I'm going to download that file, that infected file, using Internet Explorer, because that's the only thing we have. There you go. Okay. Now HTTP 10.0.148.11. There you go. We have the exe file. Let me download that. And let's save it on desktop. Save. There you go. That old sound. Heard it after a lot longer. Okay. Now this is the exe. So we downloaded that. Now, because if I open this thing, if I open this file as a user, it will send a connection back to my machine on port. What was the port, guys? Anyone remember? It was 6767, if I'm not wrong. Guys, anyone remembers? Yeah, 7676, right? 7676. So I need a listener. I need to start a listener here, which I can listen to that connection. Multiple ways I can do netcat. I can use Metasploit. I will use Metasploit. So MSF Venom, MSF console. I'm just opening MSF console there, and I will listen on 7676 port. So I'll say use exploit multi-handler, clear the screen, show options, and set. Yeah, I mean it doesn't show anything because we need to set the payload as well. Set payload, Windows. Metaprinter, come on, Metaprinter, reverse TCP. There you go. Clear the options, show options again. Okay, now set lhost. And my lhost, I'm just going to put 0000. It can listen on any interface. I really don't care. Set L port will be 7676. That is the port where we are going to receive the connection, right? Set. And now clear the screen and run it. Now we are running a handler. We are listening for any connection that comes on 7676. If I double click here, if I run this software, nothing happens. But over here we get a Metaprinter session, right? So we basically got a session. Now if I do shell, we have the session. But if I try to do sysinfo, system info, a lot of information there, right? Yep, you can see it is Microsoft Windows XP, right? So you can just see that. Let's just do help. And these are all the options. The first option for privilege escalation is always get system. Okay, get system. How do you get the system? It will automatically do the privilege escalation for you. This is not available in all the payloads. If you are hacking the machine using Metaprinter, also only in case of Windows, you have get option, get system option. Okay. Get privs, is that working? Get privs, yeah. So for example, get privs will show you what privileges do you have. In my case, I have all these privileges, and sometimes they are not enough. You will find very small little privileges. In those cases, you may want to go ahead and find other, you may go ahead and try to escalate your privileges. Okay, one thing I want to check is net user. So net user, yeah, you can see these are all the users which are available on my machine, and I am logged in as Hacker News, by the way, but there are other users as well, right? I can escalate, right? Anti-authority is not given there, but that is the highest one. So to escalate, I will actually go ahead and say get system, press enter. It will try to get the privilege escalation, and I mean here it automatically it says that you actually got it. We actually got it, okay, but sometimes it will fail. Okay, that is something you should always try. It may get it, but in most cases it will fail. 40% chance it will get. Okay, that's the one thing you always want to try. But this thing will not work on every single operating system. I believe currently it is only supported on Windows in Metapletter shell. I close the session. Now I will run I will run this again. Okay, I'm running this again session, and I will get the session back again here. Okay, so we got the session 2 now again. Okay, in some cases you would want to use a local privilege escalation post exploitation tool. There is a post exploitation here. If I background this session, and if we search for suggester, okay, suggester. There is a exploit suggester. It's a privilege escalation exploit suggester in Metasploit. Okay, this is what I was trying to explain. I can use this, and I can just say show options. This will require you the session number. Okay, so I'll just say set session, and session number 2 is the current one. And show descriptions. Do you want to, if you find some exploit, do you want their descriptions, additional information? Do you want that or not? You can make it true if you want. Let's keep it false, doesn't matter. Let's exploit. Now here it will collect a lot of information. It will do everything. It will collect the currently installed programs, service patches, currently kernel version. It will take a lot of information automatically, and then it will try to generate a report, and then maybe suggest some things. This is again, because it is automatic, it will not be 100% correct. It will miss a lot of things. It will take a lot of things extra. Here in this case, you can see 29 exploits have been found. So we can escalate using these 29 different exploits. Okay, but at the end, if we see 29 exploits are being tried, sorry, it was checking different 29 tries based on the information it got. Right, it collected the information. It made a list of tasks. It tried 29 different tasks, 29 exploits, and then these are potentially possible. So this cannot be validated. This is vulnerable. This is vulnerable. So you can use this one, right? Track pop-up menu, very common. Okay, in Windows Server, Windows XPs, all of the Windows one. This is very common vulnerability. Track menu open. So randomly it's just showing that. There is this one, a client copy. This is also very common one. You can take any of these, really doesn't matter. I'll just take this one. Okay, I'm randomly doing it. I have no idea of this at the moment. It will work or not. And this is the first time I'm teaching on this machine, by the way. On XP, I have shown it on Windows 10 earlier of other batches. So use this. Okay, show options. Again, it will require session number because it's a local exploit, privilege escalation exploit. So session number, set session 2, right? Let's just exploit it. Once you do exploit, you will see you get another shell. Okay, you see Metapletter shell session 3 opened. Why 3? Because you were able to escalate. Now you are anti-authority. If you see here, a process has been created, injecting the code, whatever it did, exploit finished, waiting for hopefully privileged payload execution. So maybe this is privileged. That's what it is trying to tell you. So this notepad.exe is actually my process. Okay, I am running here as notepad.exe. So that track pop-up that has launched this process, which is notepad.exe. This is my process. If I close this process, my shell will die. I am running as NT authority at the moment. If I close this, shell will die, and I can prove that. I can go here. I can go ahead and maybe just not sure if I can cut it from here, but let me try notepad. So where is notepad? I can go here, right click, end process. Maybe I will not be able to. Okay, I ended it. Let's go back and let's see if we have the shell or not. And you can see Metapredator shell session 3 closed. Why it was closed? Because I ended that process, which was running as NT authority. So I had NT authority access. That is why this was running at notepad. The first shell which I had, the session 2 which I had, that is running as exploit.exe at the moment. If I close that as well, exploit.exe, it will close my normal shell as well. So if I just say exploit.exe, if I end this, you will be able to see one more shell will die. Shell 2 has also died, right? So that one was running as hacker in the house user. The second one which I escalated, which was running as notepad, which was running with NT authority privileges. Now that's making sense. Is that clear now?
Yeah.
Right. So with that, I hope you enjoyed privilege escalations. It's quite important. So the part which we covered today is the base, and that is at least I expect, as a hacker, as a pen tester, at least you should know that much, if not more, then at least that much. Maybe, just go on Goatmilk, that website, just go ahead and read these commands. At least just try to see what you can do with these commands, right? This is
Sorry, what website again?
Goatmilk. So it's a kind of very famous one, Goatmilk, Gotmilk. Just say Goatmilk, and then just say privilege escalation, and that will be the first link, right? Goatmilk privilege escalation, right?
Yeah.
Right. Any doubts, anyone? If you don't have, if you don't have any doubts, then what I am expecting now is that since we are at the end of these sessions, what I expect is we should do a report writing session tomorrow, and then next week we should do a real life test where I can maybe invite some of my client. They will give you a project, and you all have to work on that. How that feels?
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
That's
So
the
we
best
can
thing.
maybe have a small project. I don't expect them to give you a $10,000 worth of project. Maybe one machine or two machines, real machines, and you can possibly try to hack them. I'll have to sign a lot of paperwork, but let's do that next week. We can hopefully get it. If not next week, then after that next week. I just need to talk to my clients and get you a project. But we will definitely do a live project. Tomorrow, let's plan the report writing. That is very, very easy work. Report writing, and I can then explain that, right?
Yep.